I try to avoid playing anything that these YouTube people will say, strike because they heard a little bit of Usher in the background or whatever the case. I try to avoid that over there. So they don't just like demonetize the whole thing. I'm unlikely to ever reach monetization on YouTube. I'm not really on that wave or looking forward to that at all. But it just is what it is. So I don't want them to destroy a whole entire video just because played a little bit of music in the background. Um, but yeah, if you can push a population in a certain area, divest, fill it up with liquor stores and abortion clinics and everything else, and churches, to be honest, and you can keep those people essentially stagnant, standing still while everybody else is moving forward. That's how you would essentially create financial apartheid. The term projects, which I believe comes from Europe, was in fact a project, but intentionally so, just like the ghettos in Nazi Germany for the Jews. They are intentional designs, intentionally created to keep people locked into a marginalized position so that you can never ever advance in the society. So that's essentially what we want to talk about. Anybody feel free to come up and discuss it. I was in a space earlier with Miss Dawn. It was actually a really good space, and she was talking about immigration. She highlighted a woman. I need to actually get what that woman's name is. I think I did send it out, so I probably can find that real quick. But it was a really good space. If you get a chance to go back and check out that space, it just was informational. It wasn't a whole lot of back and forth at all. Barbara Jordan from Texas is who she highlighted as a anti-immigration Black American advocate, and then she played something from Tony Brown. If you don't know who Tony Brown is, he's a black man who had like a news interview, sort of a TV show. I believe that he was on BET for many years, and maybe like PBS public channels or whatever. But man, when I heard his voice, I was like, man, ain't that Tony Brown's voice? And then eventually, yeah, confirmed that it was. There's a I'm gonna put that in the jumbotron because, to be honest, that's something that we should all watch. It's a really good YouTube video. This black woman, and I don't know her name specifically, but she was on his show. She wrote several books about black how immigration affects black people. And I guess this interview was during the second Bush, so prior to 2008. And they were really talking about how damaging immigration was to black Americans back then. Like, what is that, 15 years ago roughly? And so here we are much further in time with much more damage, and it's accelerating. um and so definitely, if you get a chance to watch that YouTube, that was really insightful. So I just want to pass that along. But all of these things are connected because they all cause financial harm intentionally. And like I was saying earlier, for those who just came into the space, I'm looking at Delaware. I'm scanning over Newcastle County, which is where Wilmington, Delaware is at. I'm looking at all of the smaller towns that surround Wilmington, that have lower populations, that have the potential for a few thousand of us to move into and vote out the current elected officials so that we can gain control over these are small city councils, mayorship, police chief, etc., and try to use that as our base of operations for the rest of the state. But what I'm seeing is areas where black Americans have, 20, 30, 40% population. There's also Hispanic population. There's obviously white population, but and then when I'm looking at the businesses, because I'm also looking at commercial property, it's all the national franchise brands that we all know and probably have used at some point in our life. And then it's the Asian restaurant and the Mexican restaurant, and that seems to be a consistent theme in most of the properties that have like strip mall sort of situations that I'm looking at. So just trying to, do like a satellite overview of the area of the overall area, and try to get a good idea and be strategic about where to move and how to move and what would be the most advantageous place to start, get on the ground and start from. And I'm trying to find a place that's like 40% Black American, at least 30% minimum, so that it doesn't need a whole lot more people, maybe just 2 or 3 thousand more of us to move in. But the secondary issue is this housing issue, which is there's limited capacity. There's not a whole lot of vacant properties. And just as you can create a depressed area by divesting, by rerouting a highway away from a Black community or running an interstate through a Black community, you can also artificially increase property values by keeping the vacancy low, by keeping empty properties at a very low minimum. And because there are not a lot of properties there, it creates a situation where every property becomes valuable, essentially. Because, like I was saying earlier, Philadelphia or Chester, PA, for that matter, that's like the southern suburbs of Philadelphia, is 5 to 10 miles away, and the property values are significantly lower, 50% lower and or more, depending on what price point you're looking at. So the only thing that would explain that is some sort of artificial, um, elevated system that's in place. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's taken a lot in all at once. Sometimes that can be a little overwhelming, because now for me it's kind of getting realer and realer, in my mind, thinking that, yeah, within a couple of months I'll be making that trip out there, loading up a U-Haul, putting my vehicle on some type of trailer hitch, possibly, and then making that transition in employment, and just trying to get set up over there on that side of the country, but also knowing that, like, here's the reality of the situation: you're going into what is a comfortable environment for the people that live there, and you're coming in with new information, which a lot of people have a really hard time dealing with new information. And not only is it new information, it seems kind of radical, and it seems a little off the top, if you will, maybe even crazy to some people. And you're kind of coming in upsetting the balance as it already exists. So I think there's like got to be a soft strategy. And by soft strategy, I simply mean like the same way that these immigrants have come into the country, they move into a community, they overpopulate a community. Eventually, they run the community as their community. They're not out in the streets protesting. They're not blocking traffic. They're not doing anything other than showing up, going to work, starting businesses, circulating their money within their community, and then eventually they have so many numbers that they just naturally fall into politics. Um, that's just the way it is, and interestingly enough, there's evidence all over the country that either the Democrats and or the Republicans, depending on which region of the country you're in, are actively soliciting them to run for office and to become a part of the politics. They're actually out there trying to find these people to run campaigns for and try to get them under their ideology, their wing of the bird, if you will. So, I think it's very, very important to just kind of go in and just live, work, vote, live, work, vote, get enough people that you can run candidates and put them into office with the Black American agenda. Obviously staying focused on local, regional, national politics, of course, but just not kind of going in like, oh yeah, we coming to take over, especially in Mississippi. Delaware, you could probably do that and have no problems. You just be people just think you're a little crazy, and eventually if they see you having success, they might get a little they might try to push back if they see you having some level of success. But in Mississippi, you're probably looking at death threats that are very legitimate, and you're probably looking at massive police harassment because that's already happening down there. There's a woman who's running. I think she's in northern Mississippi. She's running, or she has ran in the past, and she had a situation in which I posted her son, who's autistic. She said he's a very smart kid, but someone swatted him, basically called the police and said that he planned to blow up the school or some insane shit like that there. And so they showed up to her house and detained him, threatened to arrest her, arrest her husband, impound their car, blah blah blah, just running them through the system. Give us the passcode to your phones. She said her lawyer told her to give up that information. She needs to get a new lawyer, number one, because ain't no way in the world that you give them anything. If they can't get a warrant, it means they don't have probable cause, and never give them anything, even if that means spending a night or a week in jail. So be it, but never give them anything. Let them get a warrant and just make it very plain, get a warrant and I'll comply with the law, but not going to give you anything. So, that's Mississippi. It's a different animal. There's no question about it. Whereas, like I said, in Delaware, I think you can essentially fly under the radar and just go to work. Just do the work. Just show up, do the work, attend the meetings. You know, um, if there's one person who shows up to a meeting, the one town I looked at, they have theirs every third Thursday, I believe. And I think a lot of small towns are like that. It's like one day out of the month. But it's one person shows up one month, next month there's three or four people. Next month, there's 10 of you. And then, by the end of it, you have the capacity of what's going on there. That's going to send a signal, obviously, because that's probably something that they're not used to. I'm sure most small towns are not used to black Americans showing up to listen to the town business. Although we need to at least show up to listen and understand what's going on, how they're spending the money, because they give a lot of information. The one time that I did go to one for a business, they essentially had a $3 million budget, and I believe a million of it was spent on policing. So 33% of the budget was spent on policing, which I thought was insane, to be perfectly honest, because I think they had a captain and maybe two or three other police officers. So I just thought it was an insane amount of money for, a very small group of people. But oftentimes, these small towns, it's either the police or some water service or some other, garbage collection, whatever, blah blah blah. It's a lot of boring, seemingly boring information. However, you know, this is how societies are managed in this country, at least. It's just like how you would manage your household. It's just extended out to a much larger community, but it's basically relatively the same. Again, it's just you taking the way that you would budget for a household, a family, and then just extending that out to the whole community. Um, so that's kind of how I'm looking at it, how I'm thinking about it, and you know the direction that things need to go and travel in. Is just getting on the ground and playing a part, showing up, participating. You can attend those meetings. You don't have to say anything. Usually people are going to walk up to you and say hello and just want to know who you are, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to answer anybody, but it's like, oh yeah, I just moved here, small talk. You don't have to go deep into anything. And for that matter, you don't have to discuss any personal anything if you don't choose to. But certainly, I wouldn't go in there talking politics at all. Wouldn't discuss politics at all because, again, it's really not their business how you vote or how you choose to vote, and what your political plans are. If they find it online or something like that, then so be it. It's public information in that way. But just being a small group of people moving into a city or a town with the intentions of taking it over, it's probably not wise to go in there blazing, Twitter space blazing, coming in hot into the community like that. Just show up, work, pay attention, um, show up at the meetings, and get a sense of what's going on, and be ready to vote. Make sure you're registered to vote. That's pretty much it. It sucks. It'd be nice if I could live just across the state line and then live and vote, or at least vote in the city, but you can't. You gotta live there. That's very important. You have to live there. um and so that's why, in the past we say, if you're not going to be a revolutionary, if you're not intended on moving to Mississippi, to Delaware, 'cause those are really the two states where we have the best opportunity. If you don't intend to move there, support the people who do in one way, shape, form, or another. Um, I believe when I get on the ground, I will be able to connect with some people, some organizations. Um, but it's like the people that are already there are already there. They're in the situation that they're in. It'd be nice to be able to wake those people up, but I still do believe it's very dependent on people who don't live there to come in with a whole fresh mentality, a whole new attitude in a sense, and actually be the people that are gonna make this happen. Um, Partnering with the locals, of course, but definitely being the outside people who kind of push the narrative a little bit, and do it from a much more anti chaos and anti-conflict position. So more just like way more politically sound. Um and that probably means that everything probably has to come from a position of positive reinforcement versus um pointing out all the negative flaws and all the negative issues that are there, more so focusing on, well, this is what we want to do. This is what we'd like to do. This is how we're going to accomplish these goals, and trying to repackage everything in the affirmative. Um, Again, versus just kind of looking at the situation and explaining how horrible it is. Because from what I can see, it's a little bad. It's a little. I mean, Mississippi would be horrible, but this This again is not horrible. It's just bad. Um, so that's kind of where we're at. So shout out to folks in the space. Mouthpiece, who always comes into the spaces, and I've been talking to for well over a year, possibly 2 years back and forth. Miss Trouble, of course, Miss Stacia Hall, who is a mayoral candidate, I believe, still in DC. Shout out to Miss Rella, Tech Center LLC, Miss Heavenly, Rory, who's always in the spaces, and Brady we have in here right now. So yeah, what I kind of want to do is go into some of the posts that I've posted in the past about how money is used. And I did post this YouTube, which kind of shows how 10% of the wealth in the country, and they were talking about $96 trillion. This was in, I think, 2019. And they were essentially saying that the country has in individual hands $96 trillion worth of wealth, and over I believe I want to say it was half of that is in the hands of 10% of the people. I did actually post this little pie chart. Let me see if I can find that and put that up in the jumbotron as well. Let's see, where did I put that at? Oh, Miss Rella's getting kicked out. See, that's that Twitter tech. Twitter tech. I'm gonna make you a speaker and see if that'll hold you in here. It actually, ironically, it kicked me out when I didn't even have co-hosts. Um, State Power was in the space, and I believe it was Tech Central was in the space, but I didn't have a co-host, and it actually held the space, which is very unusual. Normally, it'll just collapse the whole thing, but it did actually hold it this time around. So, um, sometimes when you're a speaker, it lets you stay in a little bit longer. And then about updating the apps. Of course, I've been actually thanks to DJ. I've been doing that at least once a week, sometimes twice, and it actually has helped a lot. So I do appreciate that. I actually updated my Samsung internet because for whatever reason over on social today, and I think it's because they're doing that, they're uploading those lives. So I was over there and on one phone, which I didn't update the Samsung internet on. I could see the post, no problem. It was fine, normal. But then on the other phone where I did do that Samsung update, it was telling me, let me see if I can find it. It was weird. I never seen it. It was saying that it can't show this particular message at this particular time. And so I refreshed. I think I didn't turn it off and on. I just refreshed it a bunch of times, and eventually I was able to see the post. But I've never seen that over there before. I know it has been acting a little goofy a little bit over there, and I think the last time it was doing that, they were doing that big upload over there. So I hope that's the reason why. Yeah, it was saying something failed to load, and that was on like a bunch of posts. So I don't know why that is, but um, I see Miss Rella saying she can't hit. It's not letting her hit the accept speaker thing. So um, so I found this pie. I guess I got to make a post out of it. So yeah, 96.1 trillion in total American wealth. And this is from the St. Louis Reserve Bank. Um, the top 10% owned 76% of the wealth. 76% of the wealth in the top, and that's the top 10%. The next level is 22% of the wealth was owned by 40% of the population. And then the bottom 50% earn just 1% of the wealth. And I got to assume, to be quite honest, that's a lot of us. It's 64. So let me give you the numbers in families, in terms of families. So the bottom 50% that owns just 1% of the wealth is 64 million families. 13.4 million families in that group have negative net worth. Again, that's probably a lot of us. In the middle, where you have 40% of the wealth that's owned by 22% of the families, that was only that was 51.5 million families. And then the top 10% that owns the 76% is essentially 13 million families. So there's 13 million families that own 76% of the wealth, while there's 13 million families that have a negative net worth. That is insane. Um, that there's that much difference between the same, on one end, negative net worth, on the other end, you own all of the wealth, 76% of the wealth in the country. And then even in the middle, where you got that other big chunk of people that would be, I guess that's considered the middle class. Um, they squeeze 54 million into this 1% of the wealth of the country. This is disturbing. It's sad. It's disgusting. But this is how America was designed, and it's never going to change. In all these conversations, I really want to drive in the point that it's never going to change unless we actually physically change it. And by physically changing it, I mean physically getting control over the authority that will allow us to change it, because they are not going to change it at all. It's working way too good for them. Um, it's going to be working really, 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 really good for the Mexicans. Let's be honest. Most of those South Americans coming up here, even if they're living in the worst slums in the community, um, it's better than where they came from, to be quite honest. And so it's an upgrade for them just to be here, even if they're homeless. It's an upgrade for them to just be here, because they at least have hope and opportunity that they can turn their situation around. And in some of those countries, there's no hope, there's no opportunity. Um, so I got another message saying the Twitter space is messing with the whatever, Twitter tech, Twitter tech, Twitter tech. It sucks. It kind of is what it is. We just try to grind through it. We've had spaces where they're glitchy as hell for the first couple hours, and then for whatever reason, I don't know if it's like the time, maybe there's less spaces going on, maybe it's a bandwidth issue, I don't know. Obviously they target our spaces, but it seems like the later it gets, they kind of do even out and kind of get better. More and more people are able to come into the space, so maybe that has something to do with it. But um oh, okay, so we got a comment saying uh okay, someone bought a bottle of water, looks like, or buying water, and the prices on the case went up a whole dollar. I've seen that on I buy a 6 pack of gold leaf sweet tea, because it's something like I like to take frozen drinks to work so that they thaw throughout the workday, because I'm there for 12 hours. And so I like to freeze sweet tea, freeze bottled water, freeze apple juice or orange juice, take it to work, put in a little lunch bag, and then throughout the day it's still icy cold, because I don't like lukewarm drinks. If it's not cold, I can't drink it. And they were man, they were like $5, and sometimes they had them on sale, so they were cheaper than that for six. But recently, they've been over $7 for the same bottles of sweet tea, 6 pack. That's the one drink that I've noticed this massive increase in, like, what in my mind, I'm just thinking, what has increased so much that you're charging, 20-30% more for the same thing that I just bought a month ago. Um and it's just water and tea and sugar. That's the reason why I get it, because just water, tea, and sugar. There's no extra chemicals or anything in it. Um, yeah, that's very odd. The fact that if they're raising the price on water, that's kind of disturbing because it's just water. Um, yeah, so that's something to be checking out, looking out, checking out. Um, because we had that whole situation with the pandemic and production was low, and they blamed everything on the pandemic while the production was low because everything is just in time. There was a time in this country where they had warehousing. I've been in the truck industry for over 2 decades. They used to have these huge warehouses everywhere. They would stock shit up. And then they kind of moved from that to where it's more like they're gonna they're gonna make stuff, deliver stuff, get it into the stores, so that they're only making just enough. And I think I just heard about some layoffs around that system of basically producing just enough to fulfill orders. And so whenever you have a massive disruption to that just in time system, and you're not storing up product, then it can collapse really, really, really quickly. So while we have the inflation that's pushing prices up, the price of diesel has come down. So, could that have played a part? There were a couple of months where it was really, really high. It's come down a little bit. Maybe the price of that is just now starting to show up in some of these products that we buy at the grocery store. Um, and maybe they're projecting it out over the next year or so. At the end of the day, those are all excuses, of course, because they're there to make profits off of the people. But that could be one of the things. I mean, there are a lot of predictions for an economic collapse that we certainly want to pay attention to. I post about them every time I see them. Um, so any disruption in the food supply chain, um, from the wings, which the wings are insane right now. Chicken wings are fucking insane right now. The eggs, which come from chickens, are insane right now. Um, if there's some more of these like disruptions, some more of these warehouses, food production warehouses that get burnt down or whatever, it could be really, 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 really bad. Way much worse than I think we realize. And I'm somebody who eats out almost every single day. I try to buy meals that are considered healthy, real food, where they actually cook it, they smoke it, they bake it, whatever. And and then I usually can get a couple meals depending on where I go out of each thing that I buy. Because I honestly don't have the time to cook. I don't have the patience for it. I don't like touching raw meat at all whatsoever. And so I tend to eat out a lot. And the thing that I realized during the pandemic was this government is going to make sure that there are food businesses that operate, and they're going to be the national franchise businesses because they have all this infrastructure in place. The mom and pops probably are not going to survive quickly if there is any major disruption, because the government will probably step in and make sure that the food goes to the Chick-fil-A's, the Walmarts, and others like that. So um, that's kind of like where I would be headed like everybody else. But if that was to collapse, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Because there ain't nothing past that. I mean, once that goes down, it's gonna get pretty dark. I went to the movies yesterday to see what the fuck is the name of the movie? In the cabin, something in the cabin, with Dave Bautista, which I actually I like Dave Bautista. He's a funny dude. This movie though was like socio fucking pathic, to be honest. And it's got the gay agenda and all that shit in it, of course, but it was a really dark movie. Um, was I was not expecting it to be that dark, but I mean I kind of knew, but it was much darker than I even imagined. And it kind of is like an end of the world scenario, um, which it kind of is what it is. We got these global conflicts with the Ukraine, Russia, Taiwan, China. Um, it's kind of like things are swirling around in such a way that within a decade, if not sooner, we could really, really be experiencing things that this country hasn't experienced in over 100 years, with World War I and World War II and the Great Depression. Everybody thinks that we're insulated from it, but if you were paying attention during that pandemic, we're not. you know um Many of us got those letters of basically allowing you to travel around. If you got pulled over, you had to have this letter to travel around. If they ever got in a situation where they declare martial law and you can't leave your house or you can't leave your neighborhood, most of us, again, in these food deserts, won't be able to get food. They'll have to bring the food to you. This is a financial apartheid system, so that if ever they have to declare martial law, you will be in a situation where your cupboards are bare and they have your community surrounded and you can't get to the grocery store. So you are essentially wholly dependent upon the government to provide basic resources like food and water, um, let alone electricity and everything else. Because that could become a situation too. I mean, in a war zone situation, and or in an economic collapse, because if we had a situation where we had an economic collapse and these utilities were suffering, um, they would not be able to maintain the facilities. If there was a disruption in their ability to get the materials they need to actually produce the energy that they need. There's so many scenarios where shit could just collapse in this country. And again, we don't really think about it, of course, because it's just like we're just comfortable. We're just comfortable. How could a black majority state help that? By paying attention, stocking up, storing up, preparing. Um, I think there's a biblical story where I think the pharaohs, and matter of fact, not even in the Bible, but even in real Egyptian history, there were times where they were having famines because their leaders weren't storing up the wheat. They weren't storing up, preparing for the time when things would possibly go bad, really, really bad, really, really quickly. Um, so there's a lot of reasons why we should be really, 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 really focused in on this migration, really focused in on it, really, really planning and preparing. And it's probably going to be one person out of their family, unless the husband and wife team have really thought about it and made the decision. And I've heard, believe it or not, I've heard and I hear often from people who say they're going to move to Mississippi. Um, I've heard a few people say, "Yeah, I'm gonna make that Delaware move. I used to live there, or I live close enough. I'm gonna make that move." So there's a handful of us. There's probably more people with Mississippi in mind. which is a good thing because Mississippi needs a whole hell of a lot more people, almost twice as many. Um, but you know, it's for everybody else who may or may not be thinking about it, who are thinking, I don't really got to do that. I can just kind of chill, sit here and relax and ride it out, blah 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 blah. I think that's why we are where we are. I think that's what's got us here today, is cause for the last 60 years, even though the Republic of New Africa, which we spoke about in a few spaces, had laid out that plan. Their plan was different in the fact that it depended on the government to give them 5 states, which is never going to happen. But they did move. They did migrate. I believe they had a group of 500 in the one article I read that did move to Mississippi. So that's the difference between them and us, is that they could organize, they could come together, they could lay out a plan, and then people actually would take the action that was required in the plan to actually physically make it happen. So they did lay the groundwork. And one of the leaders rose to be the mayor of Jackson. His son is now mayor of Jackson. Trying to continue that legacy. Obviously there's parts of that movement that has sort of died down or whatever, because people get comfortable. Unfortunately, people get comfortable, and you need someone or some organization that constantly reminds people, this is why we are here, this is what we are supposed to be doing. We can't get comfortable. We can't rest on our laurels, as they say, because it's a perpetual fight. It's a perpetual struggle. And if we drop the ball, someone else is going to come around and pick it up, and that's going to be these immigrants. All of these different immigrant populations are coming over here to pick up our ball and go play, and they don't give a damn about us. They don't care about us. They don't care about our kids. They don't care about our grandkids. They don't care if we survive or not here, to be quite honest. They are coming over here strictly about themselves and the people back in their homelands or home countries or wherever they came from, either sending them money over there or trying to set up a visa program so they can get them from over there to over here. That's all they're concerned about. And they've been that way for decades, to be quite honest. We just didn't know, wasn't paying attention, didn't seem like it mattered then. 20 years from now, no one's going to be able to sit around and just exist as if none of this shit matters, because it's going to be up in your face every single day. And I mean, as much as it is right now with them shipping these people all over the country to black cities, it's just going to be more and more and more and more of the same. So yeah, that's that. Let me see, what we got a comment down here. Okay, Mel Cruz put a YouTube channel down there. It's weird on this phone. Some of those YouTube links, just like on social. So on social, what you have to do is you have to put the cursor in front of the link, hit enter to drop it down one line, and then the preview will appear. Twitter is the same on some links, where you have to do the same thing. You have to post the link and then put the cursor in front of it, dropping down one. And then sometimes on Twitter, if it hasn't already popped up, that will make it pop up. It's some weird, I don't know, digital thing, action that must be taken. Most of Twitter links do just pop up automatically, but on social, you do have to perform that extra step of, forcing the link to pop up. But for some reason, I've been noticing on at least on my app on Twitter, a lot of those YouTube links, they're not just producing They're not producing a preview anymore. Some do, some don't. I think I just posted one where I had to do what I just described in order to get the preview to pop up. Let's see. She was asking if the preview popped up. So no, yeah, because I see it twice. No, the preview didn't pop up. Let me see if I posted if it does. Oh, okay, there. Oh yeah, that's the knock at the cabin. Oh my god. So yeah, so the knock at the cabin to give without giving away, a whole hell of a lot. It's a gay couple, of course. They got an Asian kid, of course. Like let's just run down the stereotypes. Gay white male couple. They got an Asian baby that they stole from some Asian country somewhere. Basically, lied about being married, being a heterosexual couple, and then they take this baby. Whatever. That's the foundation of the story. And then Dave Bautista shows up. It's fucking huge, and it's kind of got like weird pedophile vibes. I'm gonna be real honest with you because it's like dark horror music in the background. You don't know really what's going on. And then he's like she finally asked, they're playing a game of questions. If she asks him, well, why are you here? And he's like, yeah, I'm here to do some shit that I don't want to do, but I gotta do. That's already sociopathic conversation with a little ass kid. She goes running in the house and is like, hey, there's some bad people out here, whatever, whatever. So it's four people that show up, and there's a biblical tie into that. I don't want to give that away, but essentially, they're there to create a situation where somebody's willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, right? And there was a post from this black woman in Mississippi who's running for office that I talked about how they swatted her son, which essentially mean they call the police, they make a false threat, and they say someone at this address is planning to blow up the school or blow up whatever, some fucking important public place. Now they got all these laws in place now that say if you make a school threat, they have to take it super serious, blah 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 blah. So it created all this chaos in this woman's life, this black woman's and her family's life. Her son is he's autistic, he's on the spectrum. So, he's a really good kid, would never cause any problems, and somebody in that community is now targeting her and her family, and this is the way they're using the police as a weapon against this really good black American family down there. Okay, so the movie essentially sets up this sacrificial premise, and I made a post, and this is a real post. I stand on this post. When you get into politics in this country and you have a black American agenda, you have to prepare yourself physically, mentally, spiritually, whatever, to be the object of um attacks. And so there is a sacrificial nature to being a black American agenda politician in this country. Again, we are not our ancestors. In the 1960s and 70s, they understood that full well. They had no problems with that. It was a part of their nature to understand that that was a part of it. All through Reconstruction, they were assassinating, threatening. Matter of fact, there was a black, um, I think he was lieutenant governor. He won a Senate seat, and he was never seated because they were threatening him. They threatening his life, his family's life, et cetera, et cetera. We were in a space, I think it was one of those California reparation space where they told the story of a black politician that was shot point blank range twice in the chest, on a boat. Ended up falling off the side of the boat. Maybe the coldness of the water helped prevent him from dying. He did survive that attack. Um, our ancestors knew and understood and went into politics sacrificially with the understanding that this was a part of it. I was in a space recently where, I think DJ, I think it was one of DJ's spaces, if I remember correctly, but just outlining these recent politicians being murdered in different parts of the country. I think New Jersey has had two recently, a foreigner and some white guy, but I think someone was outlining another one that may have been a black American in another area of the country. At any rate, this is a part of it. So if you're going into politics and you believe it's going to be, you can just kind of do what you want to do, scream and holler and, you know, be very conflicting and get under people's skin, you're going to find out the hard way that these people will weaponize whatever they can against you, against your family. If you have a position somewhere, they will work extra hard to get you fired from that position. If you have a business, they'll work extra hard to slow the customers coming to your business, especially if you have a business that caters to the other people, other populations. Um, this is a part of it. This is just the reality of it. So, you know, someone responded to that post. Yeah. I've heard it all before. However, the reality is if you step into the arena, the gladiators arena, politics is war without bloodshed, but it can quickly turn bloody. And you gotta understand that. And whatever. You want protection. Okay, get protection. But you can't, like, here's the thing. Let's make this very, very clear. Black Americans have no protection in this country. The federal government ain't gonna provide it. If anything, the federal government is gonna be a part of ensuring that you no longer breathe here. Let's be very, very clear about that. So you could have all the protection in the world. If these people want to cause you harm at some point in your existence, that's just what's going to happen. And so you can't walk into it naive. You gotta understand what's at stake. Stakes are high, everything's at risk. And that's why I say going into Delaware, there's no need to go in rambunctious and I'm kicking down doors with that kind of attitude. It's actually counterproductive. Mississippi, it's gonna cost you your life if you go down there with that attitude. This has got to be. I'm here to do work. I'm a professional. I'm here to do work. I'm here to uplift America, specifically Black America. If anybody has a problem with that, it's because you don't love America. Period. And just leave it like in that sphere, in that realm, so that people understand, that you are unapologetic about your politics and about your stance. But at the same time, um, I may have said this before. I had a fortune cookie back when I used to eat Chinese food regularly. I got we all got a million fortune cookies if you ever ate it, but I got one that stood out. It was like one of those spiritual awakening moments and shit. I'll be real honest with you. And this was probably like a decade or so ago, but I still remember it because it was just like, wow, it was so clear and so simple. It just simply said avoid conflict. Um, a few days ago, I probably posted a few Art of War quotes. I haven't read the book. It's definitely a book I want to read. I love the quotes from it. I love the theology of it, the strategy of it, and that is a part of the strategy of the art of war is to simply avoid conflict. It's counterproductive. Um, and also don't go to war unless you know you're going to win. I mean, that's just like common sense, right? You would think it's common sense. However, in time we find that some people don't follow common sense. They go to war, they go to war, they go to war. and some they win, some they lose, whatever. I don't have time for that, like who knows how much time I have left. I want to focus in on producing positive, protective policy and or action that produces the desired result, which is Black Americans gaining political authority over their existence in this country. And that can be done without conflict, to be quite honest. Always be defensive, always be aware of your surroundings and all of those things. That's a whole different mentality. But um, in my world, there's very little use for conflict, to be honest, until it has to be. I mean, and that's just the thing. When it has to be, it has to be. But I'm not going head first, essentially looking for a fight when you just don't need to fight. You just need to show up, work, and vote. The only male Cruz, you got it.
Hey, Black, thanks for letting me speak. Shout out to everybody in the room. It looks like you went into the Matrix a little bit too. And did you say The Art of War is the book that you said? Is that the book you just mentioned?
Yeah, The Art of the War. I think Sun Tzu is the person. It's an old, I believe, Chinese.
Yeah, something T's or toes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see right here, right now. It looks like they revised it too, like there's an updated version of it. The other reason why I came up here is because of Mississippi and the fact that what they're doing with that law, that new law they just passed. People that are looking at going to Mississippi, I mean, there's just going to be an even stronger strategy, as far as I can tell, because of the fact that they are blatantly and overtly trying to disenfranchise Black Americans. I mean, it's clear that that's what they're doing. And the education, is 50 in the country. When you grade it from 1 to 52 or 1 to 54, if you include the territories, Mississippi falls in at 50. So that's horrible. And all of a sudden, of all things to give consideration to, they just want to make sure they got the court system controlled, but no real initiatives on the the water situation and just overall morale of the city. So I wanted to ask you, because you said that even to run for governor, you had to be a resident for 5 years. And I agree with your, come in, move to the city, kind of acclimate without doing it like a Twitter Spaces style. But for people that wanted to move to Jackson, for example, do you still think it should just be, very smooth and easy? Or, I mean, specific to Jackson, how do you think people should look at their migration there?
Okay, that's a really great question. So I would suggest people do not move to Jackson, Mississippi. And the reason is there's already 80% Black Americans living there. Hinds County is essentially controlled by Black Americans on their county council. I believe they have a Black sheriff. The last time I looked, our goal should be to find counties, and I have a whole graphic about it. There's basically 15 or so counties that have over 50% Black American population. Hinds County is one of those counties. There's another 15 to 16 that have like 30% or more. So our goal is to take over counties, take over cities, take over counties, because the counties ultimately will control the state, because that's how the districts essentially operate for state legislators, state senators. So you don't want to move necessarily where there are large populations of us already, because it doesn't add to our political advantage. If we can fill up those other counties that are close, get them over 55, 60%, then we'll have because I think there's 82 counties. We would be at like 32. Um, we'd have over 30, almost 40% at that point. Um, and so we need like another 15, 16 or so. That would put us much, much closer to the ultimate goal. That would actually shift the state legislator away from Republican, because the way Mississippi's set up right now, they have a Republican governor and Republican Senate and Republican House. So you want to shift the control over to, and let me be honest, I've said this before. It makes no sense for us not to run as Democrats, but we can be Black American agenda Democrats. We can be Black majority state Democrats. We can be Black Party Democrats. We can be Freedmen Party Black Democrats. But our people are going to vote Democrat. And there's no, again, this is avoiding conflict and using the art of war, because to be quite honest, to go down there and try to start a new party, you might get 5,000 votes. I think Kanye got like 5,000 votes when he ran for president down there. You need 500,000. You probably need 700,000 votes. So it'd just be a whole waste of energy, effort, and time to go down there trying to establish a new party. Take over the facilities and the infrastructure that already exist, just like the Tea Party basically did, and other Republican factions have done over time, and just make the party your party, until you get in the position of authority. Get the education out so that people understand why, once you have authority, why you need to change it to something else. If you ever have to change it to something else, to be perfectly honest, in the state level, you probably could make the change and it would make sense. But at the federal level, you got to decide who you're going to caucus with. Um, and that's actually going to be very important at the federal level, because we're not going to get a majority Black Senate or a majority Black House at the federal level. And oftentimes independents do caucus with one party or the other, but from my understanding, it limits your ability to get those assignments, those what do they call it, committees, to get on those committees. So like there's some very important committees that deal with budgeting in the federal government, that if you're not inside of one of these duopoly parties, you are unlikely to get on those committees unless you're there for years and you've essentially already caucused with one party, and essentially are a de facto member of their party. So it just unfortunately makes way more sense to go up there as, like I said, Black American agenda Democrats, caucus with them, get on the committees that you need to get on, and then effectively bring resources back to Mississippi and Delaware, those being the two states that we're really trying to focus in on. Um, but yeah, the other thing about Jackson, I think in your space, you kind of alluded to the crime. There's a lot of crime, and a lot of it is gun related in Jackson. So what the state was doing with the installation of these new judges, effectively they want to take over the police in Jackson. And then I think I just read, and I'm not sure if I reposted it, but that a vote to take over the mayorship failed. Kind of like, wow, okay. They literally just tried to take over the mayorship in Jackson to essentially make him ineffective, strip him of all his power. So I believe I posted that, or reposted from someone else, that failed. Um, yeah, that's like jumping into the deep end. And I just don't think it's going to be beneficial for us to really do that politically, Um, we are much better off coming into that state, um, filling up those other counties, trying to get control over those other counties and cities in those other counties, and then kind of moving towards the center, which is where Jackson is, which is where the state, excuse me, the state seat is, the state capital is. I think Jackson has, I think they have two, like count, I don't know if this, it's not county seats, it's state seats is what they call them. But I know the main one is there in Jackson, and I think they have another one somewhere else, and I don't know what the function of the other one is, if they hold, you know, congressional, or not congressional, but House meetings there, state Senate meetings there. I'm not really sure. I haven't gone that deep into it yet, but um, yeah, Delaware's so much simpler. There's only two counties. We already got, 60% of Wilmington, which is the main major city there. Um, if we just focus on the smaller little cities and we can find enough vacant real estate to move into to actually be able to live there and vote, it is a little expensive there. It is a little pricey. Um, but again, I think in comparison to the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, Philly, Baltimore, DC, it's probably pretty comparable. Um, it is commutable. They got trains, they got buses, they got highways. You can live in Delaware and work in Philly, live in Delaware, work in New Jersey. I even found out looking at the map that the state of Delaware has a small chunk of New Jersey. For some reason, the way the line was drawn, there is a small, they have an island that sits in the Delaware Bay or Delaware River, whatever they call it at that point. And this is strange. This is like this little chunk of New Jersey that Delaware actually has, as a part of their state, but you can't. There's no bridge connecting it. You have to drive into New Jersey to get to it. So I don't think I've ever seen that. It's an interesting, geographic, situation, and it is a brown site, meaning that it looks like it was used for, some type of heavy industrial. I don't know what. It could have been a site where they were mining or something. Just looking at the satellite image of it, maybe they were mining the limestone or something, or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, this is interesting, I guess. Yeah, but Mississippi. We talking about financial apartheid and segregation. Mississippi is definitely a state where you have, um, they gerrymandered the state. They have four districts. They make sure they keep the one black district because that's kind of what they have to do constitutionally or based on federal law. They could have created two black districts and two white districts, but they're obviously not going to do that until they have to, until we get down there and force that to happen. Um, that state is really separated by race. It's certainly separated by finances. Um, that's the pattern all around the country, even in cities where it seems like they're integrated because maybe kids go to the same schools. It's likely when they go home, their neighborhoods are segregated by race and or finances or both. And this is the way that they have pretty much ran and operated legal segregation in the country, through money, through wealth. This is why the fight to close the wealth gap essentially is, you know, with the desire of putting Black Americans into the middle class so that we can then live in middle class neighborhoods, which are likely to be majority white in some areas of the country. Um, I talked about this before. As a kid, I always thought that the plan, and this is so crazy because I wasn't super political, but I grew up listening to Public Enemy and KRS One, a lot of political music. I read Malcolm X at a young age. his autobiography. So I kind of had some awareness, but I always thought then the plan was to push black people out into the suburbs so that they can come back into the inner cities and then lock us out of the inner cities. And, that was probably, man, I was a teenager. So, like 30 years ago, I had those thoughts. I believe that that is being orchestrated in different parts of the country. This out in strategy of where white flight set in, we started moving into communities that were once Italian or whatever, some sort of white ethnic area, and they started moving out to the suburbs into all those new homes and new neighborhoods and new roads, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's been this reverse situation, even in my city, where they've been pushing us out into the smaller towns, which are technically suburbs, but out into the smaller towns, and they are moving into neighborhoods that I grew up in, gentrifying those neighborhoods. We can't afford to live there. They're pushing us out of these inner city neighborhoods, out further, out further, out further, out into the suburbs. And there's going to be a point in time, I believe, in this city where, I think today we're like 30% of the city, which is actually kind of abnormal. But I think there's going to come a point in time where they just keep pushing us out, pushing us out, pushing us out, and we'll be, less than 10%, less than 5% at some point. Will be locked out of the inner city of which is where all the economic activity essentially is. I think that is their long game strategy. I think it's happening in New York and Harlem and other boroughs. Same thing, pushing black people out, black Americans specifically, so that they can have their city back, quote unquote. That's how they think. That's how they operate. And once they get you outside of the city, where there's not the transportation, there's not mass trans, there's not all these services. Um, the food deserts will move from the inner city to the outer city, so you'll be stuck way outside of the city center with very little transportation. If you don't own a car, very little services. If they start closing up the restaurants and the grocery stores, and that whole tale of two cities, quote unquote, it'll essentially be you locked out, living way out in the suburbs with no jobs, no economic activity, um, essentially left to die out there. Um, and then on top of that, they're flooding in all these communities with these illegal immigrants, illegal and legal, quote unquote. Even though people make that distinction, and the lady in the YouTube video that Dawn had put on was making that, she was very, very, it's professional to make that distinction. However, for Black Americans, there is no distinction, because it doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal. They're taking opportunities away from us permanently. We're never going to get those opportunities back. We're not going to get those jobs back. We're not going to get the business opportunities back. Um, we're not going to get the property ownership opportunity back. It's pretty much displacement and replacement, and it's permanent, to be quite honest. Um, in my mind, I'm thinking of some of those George Floyd protest marches in some of the bigger cities, where these crowds, which were kind of mixed crowds, maybe more black than anything, but they had a mix to them. When they would approach these Latin Hispanic neighborhoods, the Hispanics were there with a wall of people to essentially say, you're not coming into our neighborhood. No, they didn't have no police or anything. They didn't need police. They're like, you're not coming over. If you come over here, it's going to be a problem. So they were rerouting entire marches that were designed, to uplift Black American issues from police assassinations. And the Hispanics were, I'm not going to say in opposition, but they certainly weren't, in support either. Um, but that is what they are essentially going to do. They're going to create these strongholds, these enclaves, and they're just going to hold on to them and grow their generations within them until they exceed the walls and the streets and the whatever of those neighborhoods, and then they're going to start overflowing into other communities, which are likely, going to disproportionately affect us in some way, shape, or form. I'm seeing it happening here. Like I said, this city was always black and white. Few foreign Asians, Indians, whatever, people from India. Um, very, very few, if any, Mexicans, other than like a Mexican restaurant here or there. But in the past 10 years, it's been a significant increase in Mexican restaurants in this one little town. Like I said, they took over a gas station, which was no longer serving gas. It was just like a convenience store. They ended up leasing out this little ice cream building across the street from that. Um, Around the corner, they have some Honduras restaurant. Down the street, they're putting in a Mexican or Hispanic grocery store. I saw on the other street they got like a little warehouse. This is probably all within the last few years, like 2 or 3 years, and they're doing it very quietly, very quote unquote professionally. They're not making a big fuss. They're not making a big stink. They're just moving in and moving more of their people in, and they're eventually going to take over this little town, this little community. Um, and it's kind of sad. Matter of fact, the job that I work at, which I know predominantly white management. We got a black manager, but that's only because he was a childhood friend of the previous white manager, and his father was the previous manager in that. So he essentially got the job through nepotism or cronyism, depending on how you want to look at it. Um, but they just hired this Mexican secretary out of the blue, out of nowhere. Show up one day, and there's this little Mexican secretary working there, which is for me is shocking because it's kind of unheard of. Um, Outside of going to Mexican restaurants, I've never really had to interact with these people at all. You know what I mean? Um, but that's going to change in this area and every other area if it hasn't already. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I think I think you can really begin to expect that, especially in places where it's been uncommon, and that's because we know this influx of Latin-esque people coming to the country. And I was just reading this book where the author was saying, the author's a teacher, and she was saying that because they had such a mixture of ethnicities in the school, that all of the documents, everything, paper, the paperwork, all that, was written in Spanish, Haitian, or I guess French or whatever. Just different, the different languages to accommodate all of those ethnicities. And you can tell, and even now, a lot of these jobs are, they want you to be bilingual. You must speak Spanish, or they're not even interested. So it's getting up there.
Yeah. So up in the jumbotron, I started seeing this a couple of days ago. It was a response to my post, and I'm pretty sure it was one of those bots because they only had a couple followers. They were only following one or two people, and they have a number at the end of this post. But essentially, what it was is they're offering up cheap, clean Glocks. Cheap, clean Glocks. The other one, because actually it's sort of getting a bunch of these. This other one says cheap, clean. It's got the emoji for a water gun fire, and it's got this 4-digit number after it. After I posted that, another person was like, "Yeah, this happened to me too." And then so there were like 3 or 4 more that had popped up They all had this 4-digit number behind it. I was blocking them, of course, when I would see them, but it's like, okay, here we are on this global platform, and obviously we're Americans, blah blah blah, whatever the case. But you have what appear to be bots offering up weapons, firearms. Um, and if it's a bot system, that means somebody controls it, and someone's out there either trying to entrap people, people who may not have enough intelligence to know to avoid that trap, and or in some other way trying to get you to interact with this situation. So if you see those, block them, report them. That's kind of what I've been doing, blocking and reporting. But um, you know, they only got a couple. Like I said, they might have one follower, and maybe they're following one or two people. But um, definitely block them. And if you feel like reporting them, go for it too as well. I got a video. I got the video of the family. This woman, her thing is called "Move Mississippi Forward." Hamner Pam Hamner. I'm guessing that's her name. She's running for office. I just came across her a couple days ago because I noticed she's in Mississippi. She's running for office. Like I said, I think she's in northern Mississippi, closer to Memphis than Jackson. But she's got this whole thread about the situation of someone swatting her family, saying that her son, um, which I think this is like the difference between doxing. I think doxing is when they just send the people to your house or something like that, or it could be the same. I'm not 100% sure. The swatting though is much more dangerous because they are essentially alerting police that there's some active threat, and then the police come there really suited and booted, ready to get into some type of gun battle. Essentially, that's what the intent of that is. So, um, yeah, if you want to tap into that, check that out. There was another one that I posted where a young black male, I think this was in Indiana, I want to say. Hopefully, I could find it as I'm talking about it. But I think he's in Indiana. He came back home. He lives in Ohio, but he was back in Indiana visiting his grandmother, and had rented a car to make the trip and wanted to surprise her, but got there late, so didn't want to wake her up. He ended up falling asleep in his car in his grandmother's driveway. Yeah, this is it. His name's Anthony Macklin. So the grandmother didn't know that it was him. She just saw, a strange car sitting in her driveway. So she calls the police. Unfortunately, she calls the police, and the police show up. They see him sleeping in the car with a gun, either on his lap or next to him. And they light this car up, 30 rounds. Young black male sleeping in the car, pistol on his lap or in whatever in the car, and they just start shooting at the car. 30 rounds. He gets hit 3 times, I believe. Um, he survives. Thankfully, he does survive, but he's wheelchair bound. I don't know if it's a permanent thing, but there. Okay, so this says that he's a licensed gun owner. That's the key, most important part, that they never took the time.
Hey, hold on, Black. You're really matrixing now.
Okay, I'll dip out, dip back in real quick. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that's a typical Twitter thing. Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better now.
Yeah, that's great.
So yeah, this young man, he's 24 years old, Anthony Macklin. This was in Indiana. And like I said, I think he was living in Ohio, but wanted to visit his grandmother in Indiana. Fell asleep in the rental car in her driveway, had the gun somewhere visible to these police officers that show up. Instead of them taking the time, I think we saw this in California, I think that was a rapper in California where they saw him with a gun on his lap. Same thing. They just opened fire on the car instead of taking any time to actually have a conversation with the person. They just start unloading into this car, 30 bullets. They do hit this kid, and but he does survive. He survives the barrage of bullets, even though he's sleeping in a car in his grandmother's driveway with a legal licensed firearm. Um, Thankfully, he survives. You know, the family obviously is suing now, but it's like, damn, you can't even you just can't. I mean, you know, because it's like you're black, you got a gun, in these um terrorist minds, you are a threat, and they have to eliminate the threat. And so you know, this is the situation that this young black male finds himself in now, and the family, you know, the grandmother's distraught, of course, because she didn't know. You know, she's an elderly woman, of course she can't go out there and to investigate it herself. um you know, it would be nice to say, well, maybe he could have texted her, or there could have been some other thing, or said, hey, you know, but he wanted to surprise her, which that's very understandable. None of this should lead to potentially death and or paralyzed existence because you wanted to surprise you know, your family or whatever. So yeah, that's just the shit that we deal with now. How could a black majority state change that? I would think that, you know, you would have training that would say, if you come upon a person in a car that's sleeping and there's a gun in the vehicle, we've seen this play out too many times already. We're not going to just start shooting into a car where someone's sleeping just because they have a gun. We're actually going to deal with this situation in a much more professional and different manner. If that means that we have to surround the car and you know, use the loudspeaker to wake the person up, or some other non-violent means to you know, produce a different result. You know, and we can practice and train and figure out what that is, but certainly not just randomly start shooting into people's vehicles just because it's a black man with a gun. And we don't know if he's legally licensed to carry the gun. We don't have any background information. And we just got a phone call from someone who's saying, you know, there's a strange car in my garage. I don't know. I think I think the rapper was at like a Burger King drive-through or something like that. That was a few months back. So same basic scenario. Um, and almost ended the same, you know. But yeah, so um,
But you know, when it comes to the swatting thing, I feel like the police already know. I mean, I would like to see what the numbers are on how many Black American students or people are doing that. Because I have a feeling that if it were a substantial amount of Black Americans doing it, they would already be promoting those numbers and saying, yeah, you know, Black folks, look what else they doing wrong. And there hasn't been any, we haven't seen in the news where somebody was arrested, you know, went to jail because of this erroneous reporting. So, you know, to me, there needs to be a push or something to address that issue, because they're, you know, these people are swatting, and then they come to find out, because I did read that story, that entire thread, and you know, the son ended up being in jail for 3 days, and finally the charges essentially were dropped.
Crazy.
And there's, you know, and then it sounded like the attorney that they had was condescending towards, quote unquote, the client.
Exactly.
So who made the call? Because I know that they can find that out, and they need to hold that caller responsible.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. That was one of the complaints that the mother, you know, the woman who's running for office had, was that she kept saying, I know my son did not make that call. And they were pressuring her to get access to his cell phone, and she's adamant, I know my son did not make that call. Like you said, the lawyer just, I mean, he should probably lose his license as far as I'm concerned. There's no way you should capitulate in that situation. But yeah, and so the follow up to the story is they they did she said that they got the phone records and they verified the fact that he did not make the call at the time that the call was done. So you're right. They need to look into who actually made the call, do their proper investigation. They're lazy. I mean, that's the other part of it. Even in the situation where they're shooting 30 bullets, that's, I think they said, is three cops. That's roughly 10 shots each into a car. They're lazy. They don't want to do any level of investigation, just basic investigation. Like, it could have been a thing where even the grandmother, they could have snapped a picture. He's sleeping. Okay, well, let me take a cell phone. Let me take a picture of him. Let me take a picture of the gun. Let me walk this picture over to the grandmother and see if she recognizes the individual in the car. Like, that would have not put them in any level of harm's way because they already went up to the window to see that there was a gun there. Like, that just to me seems like not even common sense, but you actually care about human beings. Um, and that would have been, in my opinion, a part of just some simple police investigative work, to be quite honest.
I mean, they would have done it with somebody white, and that's the whole thing. I mean, these officers are doing what they are trained to do, and it's like a special chapter. Here's how you engage with Black people. This is how you engage with Black Americans. So if it's not a Black American, don't open up the book that gives you specific instructions. Just go ahead and deal with the white Americans. Hey, Mr. Thompson, how are you? So they're doing exactly what they're trained to do, and that's the problem. Ooh, that's the problem.
Yeah. So someone posted this, and this is my avoid conflict. So there's this Hatfield and McCoy's. I think if you grew up in my era, this was like, I think Bugs Bunny, which was one of the most racist cartoons ever in the history of cartoons. Um, I think they referenced the Hatfields and McCoys a lot on that show, on that cartoon or whatever. However, someone just posted, this is the Union of Black America. He puts out a lot of pretty good information. But he posted this picture of the Hatfields, and they are, someone else lower down in the thread says that they were Maligian. I've seen this term before. Um, Basically, kind of like Creole mixed, biracial. They could be a mix of native, black, and white. I think that's what it is. Yeah, Melungian. And so here's likely what the scenario was. You had this mixed race black family.
Hey, brother, is anybody speaking? Because we don't hear.
Oh, damn. My bad. My bad.
Did he take me back to listener?
No, you in there? No, you're in there now.
I thought, oh my gosh, hey guys, I'm just trying to be like all night.
I'm talking like a motherfucker. That's funny. No, I was talking like a SOB. Didn't realize the mic was off. So, no, up in the Jumbotron, the Union of Black America, he posted this picture of the Hatfields, of the infamous Hatfields and McCoys. And I was saying how Bugs Bunny, the cartoon, I believe that they portrayed this family in their racist cartoons. As an adult, you can go back and watch some Bugs Bunny cartoons and realize, man, this was like racist as can possibly be. As a kid, you didn't know, you didn't understand. But if you look at this picture, this was a biracial, native black and white mixed family, and so it's very likely. And I think some people in the thread talked to this. Matter of fact, I think the one woman says that she's kind of related to that family, but that it was essentially a war between this Black American biracial family and some white McCoy family. Um, it says Kentucky or Ohio, the Appalachian Trail, whatever. So the term that they use is really hard to pronounce. I'm gonna be honest. Is Melungian, and I've seen that term before, but it's a mix of Black, white, and Native American. So the interesting thing about this is that I've had some conversations about eligibility requirements when it comes to reparations. And and I think a lot of people do have that whole conversation, or they might question this or question that. I don't really care about the designation, the political status, whatever. Whatever works. I'm all for it. But when it comes to the eligibility part, and you see the Ty Burrows and the Joe Mangiolanos or whatever Italian actor who actually grew up in my city, and who was recently on the Finding Your Roots show on PBS or whatever, and found out that his grandfather was a Black American descendant of American slaves.
Well, I saw that. Wasn't it the entire family though? Wasn't the entire? Well, it was the father, the grandfather, the father, and I think that side of his lineage, they were Black, but they were passing.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I think his grandfather and the brothers were all lighter skinned Black people. By the time it got to his father, likely would have been very passing, if not, damn near white. And then obviously by the time he was born, pure white, as far as we know. But he doesn't even have Italian in his ancestry at all, as it turns out. He's got Armenian or something like that.
Right. So was the mom? That's the only part I did not see. I only saw the clip that was played on Twitter, and so I was trying to. I hadn't had time to even go back to watch to see who was the mother, his mother.
Yeah, so just based off of memory, I believe that there was like German and definitely Armenian. That's the one that stuck out to me because they suffered a genocide or whatever. Um, and so she does have some mixture or whatever, but I do remember he said he grew up thinking that he was Italian, strong Italian. This, I think there's some term FBI, which something FB, something Italian, whatever that means. That they all kind of latch on to, but it turns out that no, this dude is a descendant of, and I think he said, I'm a descendant of survivors or something of that nature because of the Armenian side and the Black American side. But it does bring to the forefront the fact that there are these people who have no connection to rape, because that's the first thing that kind of popped up when I started posting this stuff. They're very in the contemporary time, way after enslavement. This is in the early to mid 1900s, when there would have been these interracial, couplings that produced offspring that eventually would produce white people. Like even the Loving family, when I looked at that family, a lot of them died at a very young age, like in their 50s, which is actually really interesting. But the one surviving daughter essentially looks like a white woman. So they did. I couldn't find her children, but assuming that she looks so white, if she married into a white family, her children would be white. But her mother was a Black American woman. Again, this is like, I think that was like in the 1950s or 60s or something like that. I'd have to look at it again. But this is not like something that happened 100 plus years ago. This is very recent times. And so the question does come up to where, you know, what do you do with these people? And so, I had a few conversations about it in the back channel, as they say, and essentially, I kind of got mixed answers to it. And the whole, you got to identify as black for 10 years seems to be where one person wants to stand on that part, although I just, there's a part of me that feels like that will create an issue. But whatever, it is what it is. The other theory was that I presented was something scientific, but again, that was seen to have, kind of wanted to not go there because it would eliminate people who are in this shadow realm of passing, if you will. My mother, very light skinned black woman, very light skinned. Um, and like I said, I think I said in a space or in a conversation that she likely could have passed, but she lived her life as a black American woman. Um, because her family lived their lives as black Americans, and all of her children. I'm probably, out of all of her children, one of the lighter. Oh no, I take it back. My oldest sister, yeah, she might be a little lighter than me. When she was younger, she was much lighter. As she's gotten older, we're probably about the same complexion at this point. Um, but all of my other siblings are much darker than I am. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is one of those things where you just have this shadow population that is likely to pop out whenever these reparation checks start flooding around and getting passed out, and then it's going to be, well, how do you deal with it? How do you create legal segregation and apartheid? Because this is really what we're going to need on our side, financial apartheid, to keep those people out. How do you create that in a constitutional way? I think to be quite honest, the lack of response that I got was deafening. The mixed responses that I got, to me, still left the question open for scrutiny, to be quite honest. I think that's something where it's going to be test the legal system and see how it plays out, because there may not be enough of case law on the books. Because I guess, if you think about it, the thing with the Jews was they were Jewish, they suffered the Holocaust, it was kind of within the window. Some of those people are still surviving, whatever, etc., blah blah blah. Although I think some of their descendants may have been eligible. I did a whole thread about Jewish reparations where they've gotten it from all these different. I mean, like, there's like a dozen or more countries where they've gotten reparations from, all over the planet, which is really kind of interesting. Um, when it comes to the Japanese situation, I mean, they were the actual victims, from what I understand. So um, that's why I think it's really, really more important to highlight the more recent harms, the redlining, the segregation, the Jim Crow, the wealth gap, even like all of those issues. I think should take higher priority, and where the lineage is kind of the um, one of the qualifiers. I mean, obviously that's the specific main qualifier, but there are going to be people, like even myself, when I did my genealogy, and I could go back to, I mean, I knew my grandmother, I knew my great grandmother, but then when I went past her, because I met these people within my lifetime, and I think she was born in 1935, I want to say, if I remember correctly, my great grandmother. But when I went to the great great, I could find her because birth records, right? I could find that she was the mother of my great great grandmother. Cool. Now she was born. I'm just kind of go off the top of my head. I want to say it was if it wasn't the 1900, it was like late 1800s, like 1890 something. And then that's where you start. Now you're getting into enslavement, right? So now this is where the record for my family, at least, and this is following my mother's genealogy. This is where it starts to become a little more complicated because you're dealing with persons who were enslaved. And so you got a first name, not necessarily a last name. You don't really have a birth certificate. You don't really have a birth date, even. Um, okay, we got Rella coming back up. And so let me see if I can send Rella to co-host and see if that'll help her stay.
Yeah, I was about to say if you want to send it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in the crib now.
Okay, that's what's up. See, I mean, because she's having a hell of a time staying in the space. See if that'll hold her in here. But so yeah, by the time I got to the great grandmother, like I said, that was still within the window of birth certificates and or some documentation. But when you try to get to her mother, which is like the third great, now you're dealing with slavery records. And that's the part where if you're trying to get below the 1870, and I've seen, because I've watched a lot of these lineage genealogy shows on YouTube or whatever, they say that's kind of the wall, the 1870s or whatever. Try to go any further back, that's where you kind of hit that wall. And I've experienced that. Now I very firmly believe, based on names, dates, location, county, etc., that I have it boiled down to the plantation and or the owner. I don't know the name of the plantation, but I do believe I have the name of the owner, the family, and the origin of her mother, which would be my great grandmother, third great, I guess. Um, but it's first names, it's different spellings of the last names, and it is, that's where the shit gets murky. So I'm saying all that to say this: you can have the genealogy that gets you beneath 1900, and that's why I believe the California Task Force did use that number, because I think that's actually a really good number based on the fact that you start to have significant issues if you go any further than that. But like I said, the solution that I advanced, which is scientific, which is used, the courts love it, the court system loves it. However, it would start to eliminate, the concern was it might start to eliminate people who are in this passing ish category. They've lived their life as a black person, um, but they're in this gray area, right? So um interesting enough about that, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be 100%. It could just be for challenges. It could just be for people who can't get below 1900, if that ends up being the date. Because if you have a relative who obviously is a bona fide descendant and they can get below 1900, you can use this scientific method to attach that person to that lineage, and then they're automatically 100% bona fide. I think all tools should be on the table, but you know, who knows? I put the fillers out. I sent the information out. Other groups actually are using that particular scientific process, and you know, it just remains to be seen. Miss Rella, you got it.
Thank you. I literally had to restart my phone because once it kicked me out, it wouldn't even allow me to come back in.
Wow.
So I just restarted my phone. I want, and I cleared my cache. So I just honestly, I think that all avenues should be able to be amended as research becomes
thirsty as hell. I've been talking for like
more, discoverable as we start to actually go through the process and uncover more research in regards to genealogy. You actually can go back to 1790s on the census, but a lot of the paperwork has not been released by the census as far as
1790.
a lot of the descendants or our families' names, and the census actually started for community and research purposes, including um, Negro Americans, Black Americans, around the 1840s, to try to include them as representatives of resources to receive resources. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff still has to be released. So I am of the mindset of all information, which the 1900s to me is great when it comes to doing commission work. I think someone like a Joe Magnanello, I think that's how you say his last name. I think someone like him, if he, Joe Magnanello, I think that's how you say his name. But if he was identifying himself as Italian or a European up until some point, but then found out he does have a descendant of chattel slavery, I mean, he would qualify. So I think at the end of the day, a lot of people take issue with particular white people, being connected to people with child slavery. There's nothing you can do about that. You can't change history. You can't change, what rape and atrocities happen. These people were a small percentage, yes, but nonetheless, if they can prove it,
shit, bro.
I mean, finding your roots to me proves that there's more than the 1900 census that they actually even look at, and they know it, because the Library of Congress talks about documents that they haven't released yet. That is our issue now, because you don't have a lot of people paying attention to know, what to talk about or what to demand or what to ask for. Instead, people focus on more so on wars and what I don't want to be called, and what bothers me. And I'm thinking, as someone who actually spends a lot of time doing research and reading the different classifications during the different eras, they're all representation of us. And if you find these different classifications in your family lineage, you, to me, would qualify, because, and it's just where you would qualify to. And I wouldn't count out the Indian tribal community right now either, because they started their process last year, in regards to talking about the freedmen. They had meetings last year that have been going on, and I brought this up before. All avenues of redress, reparations, commissions work, depending on if you're talking about the Indian treaties from the Indian Bureau of Affairs, or if you're talking about the United States government and having to deal with local, state, and federal, with the United States government, reparations. They all are representation of us. They all should be avenues that we should all explore, or however you want to identify yourself today in 2023. And people need to get out of their own way, and stop trying to, I guess, pick and choose what information you want to use and use all of it. So that's kind of where I stand.
Yeah, because I know this is an unpopular opinion, but if you're going to create a race neutral status that can be applied to all races, like Hispanic, I think that's the term that I've heard compared the most, where you can have people of all these different races that can be Hispanic, and that therefore it's race neutral. Which, in my opinion, if you think about it, the fact that these people use Hispanic as a neutral racial status, in my opinion, it means that they're going to be able to get a lot of shit done at the federal level in terms of benefits for that population, because it is race neutral. Because, like in a state like California, where they got the Prop 209, which I think deals with education and some other areas where it can't be race specific, if they just simply say Hispanics get, you know, some quota because they're 40% of the state, or they become 50%, whatever it is, then they could argue that that's race neutral because anybody of any race could be an Hispanic.
But the crazy part though is that once you get to the federal and you start talking about the Supreme Court, they're not Hispanic anymore. They now become Guatemalan and, from whichever nationality their culture they're representing. And that's what I saw when we were going back and forth with a woman during the Supreme Court hearing about affirmative action. They were able to actually come together under a race banner, but the lawyers' arguments actually was very specific about them as their actual ethnic makeup under that banner. So it's like the language of presenting the information to the federal government is talking about the racial group, but then you're breaking down who is within this racial group. That's the part that people actually have to wrap their minds around, because that's the argument that you're hearing, that you're taking to the Supreme Court. So I don't think it's that they don't. I don't think it's that they will hear racial representation. It's they're looking for who are these people, which is why I think Sotomayor made the comment. Well, aren't we talking about? Aren't we talking about the enslaved population? She and I had to bring up her actual comment, but she literally was trying to make a point to say, okay, well, we're talking about a specific ethnic group now, and she didn't say the term black, right? But then the lawyers argued, well, the Black Americans, and she corrected him and said, oh, you're talking about the enslaved population who were the descendants of chattel slavery. And so language to me really does matter when it is you're actually fighting, in front of the Supreme Court or on a state level, because now you have to be able to adjust who you're talking about. Because I don't think I've ever heard that you can't argue race on a state level. To the Supreme Court on the state level. But if you're talking about going to the federal government, Supreme Court on the federal level, language, I think, really does matter in that regard. So, and it's just being willing to have somebody that fights and understands the changeable language, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So like California has that Proposition 209, which does restrict race-based whatever benefits in certain areas of their state. I don't think that's across the entire country, but I know that is because that keeps popping up in California. The thing about the states is they can give their citizens more benefits. So, for instance, affirmative action. If for some reason, and I don't know what the outcome of those two lawsuits have been, I think the one was dismissed, and then I'm not sure about the other one. But a state such as a Black majority state could implement affirmative action because the states can give their citizens more benefits. They just can't give them less, is my understanding of how that whole whatever is. That's why, for instance, with the marijuana rollout, there's some states that allow euthanasia and other states don't. Obviously Nevada with their sex worker business, and even with the casinos and the gambling across the country, different states that allowed it, some did, some didn't. So I think that's how it's essentially set up. The states can give citizens more, but they can't give less. technically based on federal law. So that's how I understand it.
Yeah, because I think it says here, it says this U.S. Supreme Court is set to hear the two cases concerning affirmative action today. This was from ACLU, October 31, 2022. And concerning affirmative action today, if the court strikes down affirmative action, also known as race conscious admissions policies, it would make it unconstitutional for the universities across the country to consider a student's race as one factor in a holistic admissions review process. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, of Massachusetts and ACLU of North Carolina filed an amicus brief urging the Supreme Court to uphold universities' ability to consider race in college admissions earlier this year.
Damn, Twitter. After all that time, what happened? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I can't. She dropped out. I gotta go down and come back up.
Damn it.
Can you hear me?
No, there you go, right there.
There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna send you the code. See if you could grab it.
It's not coming through. I think when you tried to send it to me earlier, it wouldn't even come through. I don't even see it.
Which one, iPhone or Android?
Android.
Check your DM 1 second, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's telling me I can only have 2 co-hosts, but there's only one. So we're in the Twitter.
No, here's what you do. Somebody request to come up here that's down in the chat real quick. Mel, since you laughing, had you volunteered. Come up here, and when you see Mel, right, look for the cancel invite of the other co-host. Oh, hold on, Rollo, I'm coming.
Well, State Power just dropped down.
Yeah, you're gonna have to drop down for a minute too, just to look at this, you know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. Hold on.
Oh, you said? All right.
Okay.
So can you only have one co-host?
I'm not sure. Let's see. Let me try to get State Power back up. Yeah, that's what it was. I think it was that cancel host invite might have been the trick to that.
Yeah, that's it. If you saw that, it's all good. You ain't gotta do anything else wrong. Yeah, stay power. Don't flee on this, man. Like a tether. Come on back, baby. Look, you.
Yeah, he probably got a long weekend or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody in here gonna watch that game. I'm gonna listen to it because I'm working, of course, Sundays. But I'm excited that it's.
Let's go Kansas City. Let's go. I need them to win
Kansas
for the Philly boys. If they can't win, I'm the Giants. If nobody from the NFC East could go except for the Giants. That's it. See the Cowboys on the bench, Redskins on the bench, Giants on the bench. Come on, Eagles. We got a spot for you on the bench. You know what I'm saying? Let's go Mahomes.
Yeah, that's funny. Mahomes. You know what? It's crazy. I'm a root for the Eagles, and if I correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he play in the XFL? Jalen Hurts or whatever. Didn't he have a short stint when they were doing that thing?
Nah, he got drafted, bro.
Did he really?
What happened to him was though, it was with Alabama. Remember in the beginning, Nick Saban and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He won a chip there. He won a title there, I believe.
Okay.
Or either that he got hurt, and that's when Tua Tagovailoa came in and won, and just tore that season up, bro. You know what I mean? And then he got traded to one school and went to another, and then he just finished out his career like that. But he finished out on top. But I'm trying to think, damn, Hurts, let me look this up, like. I don't think he did a stint in the XFL, though. He got drafted straight up, bro. But he got transferred between the chaos. So, I think, if anything, he did maybe like an extra year of school or some shit like that, or I don't know. I gotta look it up though. But shout out to Jalen Hurts still, Topo. Fuck Philly though.
Yeah, that's what's up. I know there was one, because I was kind of, it was like one of those things where that's when I used to watch TV, and I know there was one of those black quarterbacks that came from the XFL and made it to the NFL. Um, I thought he was connected to Alabama too, but it could be somebody else. At any rate, I am rooting for him for all of those reasons. Mahomes, phenomenal, whatever. He's going to win, whatever. But this might be his only opportunity. So I'm a edge towards him on this one. Yeah. So
Jalen Hurts young, bro, and he got it. You know what I'm saying? So being that the combination of the way Philly is built right now, he gonna be here more than one time. So I think even if he were to lose tomorrow, this ain't gonna be the last time we obviously gonna see him. He really is that good, and the way the game is nowadays is so slowed down. The Mar Hamlin issue that happened, God bless that brother. So when you look at the Pro Bowl, or if you watch the Pro Bowl, you know what I mean? And it was a flag football game this year. There's no contact. You see what I'm saying? So, athletic as Jalen Hurts is, Patrick Mahomes got a little bit more on that boy. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot more, yo. You know what I'm saying? Mahomes got that fucking Madden vision, bro. That's where I was assuming he's just got to go out winning anyway. You know what I'm saying? Mahomes got the no-look pass. You got Travis Kelce on his fucking squad. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop him right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, Jalen Hurts, you might do well, but I'm not sure if you really gonna win. But Philly do got that defense, and I think if I'm not mistaken, London Fletcher is still on that squad. And if he is, and I forgot the other dude name, he good as hell too. So it's gonna be a fight, a dog fight. You know what I'm saying? Because in the other thing, Kansas City, their defense is kind of trash. So if Philly were to win it, it'll be because of their offense versus Kansas City defense. You know what I'm saying? Because Philly could just really score in your fucking ass. You know what I mean? They got what's the other dude name? Brown. I forgot his first name or whatever. He good. They got some other folks on the squad, man. You know what I'm saying? As far as wide receivers go. I think Kansas City, they been here, Andy Reid. This is former team. You know what I'm saying? It's Andy Reid's former team. What was he, 20 years in Philly with McNabb? You know what I'm saying? Damn near. McNabb, and, just in general and shit. So he definitely want to win that shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. Kansas City about to take this shit, bro. They playing in Arizona. You know what I mean? So that's straight up for Kansas City right there. You know what I mean? They probably gonna have a lot more local fans and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what's up. I found the guy PJ Walker, and then I guess this Tyler Henneke also played over there, but it was PJ Walker. It looks like he's on the Carolina Panthers.
PJ Walker fired, man.
Yeah.
I understand why he ain't in the league and shit, but I think PJ he won a couple of XFL championships, if I'm not mistaken and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I came close to something in that era, but PJ fired. I don't understand why he ain't in the league, yo.
Yeah, what I'm finding, they got him attached to the Panthers. I don't know if I don't know what happened with that situation, but yeah.
Probably just chilling, collecting that check. You already know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he down there, if he on a 53-man roster, he getting bare minimum at least $1 million a year. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere between I would say 500 and $1 million for sure, because he's skilled and he ain't no slouch. He like a Jalen Hurts, like you said. You know what I mean? As far as Mahomes could throw the ball, all that shit. PJ, no real shit.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So we in the past we talked about the story of the black man who was a double amputee in California, I believe, and I think his story, Anthony Lowe, was that in Texas, which I guess that's where he's originally from, he had an altercation with police officers. That's what kind of led to the double amputee situation. At least that's what the reports were. So they released the video that shows what happened leading up to that event where they eventually did shoot and kill this guy. But in the video, you see them, I guess it's the male police officer going up to him and essentially grabbing him. I'm watching it right now. Grabbing the back of the wheelchair and tossing it over. Like this was the point in time, to be quite honest. He grabbed. Let me get the request up here, brother Moko. So the police officer comes behind him, grabs the back of the wheelchair, tosses him out of the wheelchair, and then the video that we saw, which is basically after this had already happened, where the officer is physically in a position that he could have just simply, grabbed his arm, handcuffed him, whatever the case may be. um you know this is where it leads up to the point of this man who already had this altercation where he lost his legs. He's being terrorized by these police officers, and then they ended up executing him in broad daylight. So my goodness, man, it's kind of like, damn, just thinking about, if this man was like a uncle or brother or anything like that. Like I can't even imagine the level of rage I would have watching this video, the way that it played out, and knowing that he didn't survive this situation. Because clearly, if he could grab the back of that wheelchair and physically toss him out of that wheelchair, he could have grabbed his arms, he could have handcuffed him, both of the officers, and this man could have survived it. Brother Moko.
What's up, fam? I was waiting for you to bring that up. This is a classic case of we don't have any friends, but more of a classic case of them treating our handicapped, our mentally impaired as criminals. They give help to the opioid addicted white motherfuckers. For whatever case, you got white children spraying classrooms, and the first thing they talk about is the mental impairment that they have, the medical, disabilities that they have. And here you roll up to a visible handicap amputee. I mean, we just had a case in Baltimore last year, posted on my page. My brother Tyree Coleon, rest his spirit in peace. And this brother was on the ground complying, face down, hands up, 11 shots, and no one is angry. First thing you see posted on Facebook was how crazy he was, or vitriol from women that he had a altercation with, but nobody was outraged. It's more than us being numb. We passed numb.
Yeah.
It's like we don't react unless it's like 50, 60 shots. And then at 50, 60 shots, we react for a week, maybe a month, and then everything turned back down. I'm not saying this to be an insult to my people. I'm just saying that I suggest that we do a little bit more concentrating, not just on being codified, but concentrated on some real solutions. We out here being harmed. I mean, I have a cousin that was murdered more than 10 years ago, and my aunt still trying to fight the police because she called them to get medical help, and they killed them.
Crazy.
They killed him. He ain't had no weapon. He ain't had no weapon. He just ain't take his meds. Now, I don't know the case about this amputee in detail because I don't know if he's on meds or not, but I can just assume, I can just know for sure because I have experience. I have a girlfriend that has an amputated leg. I still help her every day to this day. And she take medication, pain medication. So I know that this dude with this double amputee, I know he had to be on some goddamn perks. You feel me? They give you that straight off the bat when you got an amputee because you got something called phantom pain. And phantom pain is when you feel like your limbs are still there, aching, and you ain't got no limbs. This real shit. This is science. This is shit that they already medically know. And they just killed that man instead of handcuffing him. You're right, Black Majority States. We should be outraged.
Outraged.
I'm fucking outraged. I heard TBA broadcast tonight. Yo, I'm glad somebody been outraged. Yo, I did not feel no kind of way with yo yelling in the mic or none of that. Because somebody we not, I don't know, it's just like it's going over our head. You know, they just closed this case. And everybody talking about a fucking Super Bowl. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, what the fuck are we really doing? You know, so big ups to you for even bringing this up, bro. Because I really don't think that if you brought it up, I think it would have went unheard just because of this fucking stupid bowl. You know what I'm saying? Just my opinion, and I'll land there. Thanks again for letting me speak, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. I've you know, I think that George Floyd outrage was a very unique time period, and I think that rage and energy is going to naturally dissipate. I wrote about that in the book. They understand that that's a part of it. You know, so they kind of they have all these strategies to dissipate it a lot faster now, to be quite honest, because they do this in other countries. They topple governments. They know how to start riots. They know how to stop riots. But it does seem anemic at this point, the level of response that is being expressed in the streets. You know, again, we talk about Mr. Nichols. I think around that general time, there were 5 or 6 other black men that were killed by the police all around the country within the same, 10-day period. And there hasn't been any sort of major outrage at all whatsoever. So it is a little startling to kind of sit here and realize that, are people just tired, like you said? Are they numb? Is it something else? Or they just like, well, it doesn't affect me? Or are they apathetic at this point? It does seem, and so for me, it transfers over to what I'm, because I'm spending entire days now looking at Delaware, looking at properties, looking at this, looking at that, and I know I'm an army of one at this point, and that's just the way it is. That's the way it has to be. But it's like, are the people actually willing to do anything? Are they actually going to physically do something that actually will create change? Or is it just the entertainment value of I'm not going to say complaining, but the trauma conversation that keeps people in community of just talking about these things, versus let's actually do something about it. Let's do something about it. Yeah, it's a little out there. So because like I'm actually gonna mention another name. This and it's, oh man, because we talked about the gentleman where he got shot 30 times sitting in his grandmother's driveway, a legally licensed to carry individual in a rental car. The police just decided to unload their guns into his car with no cause. He's sleeping in his car. So that's an execution. That's at least an attempted execution. Thank God he survived. But their intention was to kill that man, period. This gentleman who thank God up until the point of this posting had survived this. His name is Michael Corey Jenkins. This is in Mississippi. And the story with him was that he was shot in the face, he was tased. I mean, just things that you can't even imagine. For him to survive this encounter, it is demonic, to say the least. This is a young black man. Looks like a really good, cool, someone I would say is just a cool dude. Um, my God, man. Jeez, a weasel. Um, so it's like this. Do we not have empathy? Do we not? Are we not empathetic? Is our spirit not able to feel anymore? This is the story from Insider. They talk about the death of another Mississippi man in Rankin County, because this is where that occurred. It said 5 men died over 8 months after interactions with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department in Mississippi. And this is why I say, going into Mississippi, Black majority state movement, you gotta be on your professional. I'm here to work, I'm here to vote, I'm not here to stir shit up, because they respond with the situation with the woman who's running for office. Swatting tactics where they can put themselves in a position where they have a gun aimed at you and anybody that's around you and your family. That's the way they operate. That's the way they're operating. So yeah, it's a tragedy on so many different levels. This is a story, and this goes back to March 2022, but this was where a mayoral candidate son was one of 3 San Antonio police officers who fatally shot a black man who was fleeing in the back. Essentially shot this man in the back, killed him. This was the son of someone who's running for mayor in that San Antonio area. And I wanted to mention that his name is Kevin Donnell Johnson Jr. They shot him 9 times. March of last year. Goodness gracious, man. And oh my God, dear God. So one of them yells out, I guess there's body cam footage, "Get down, boy!" Exclamation point. This is what they're shouting at this black man. So I brought that up to circle back to Jackson, Mississippi, and circle back all the way back to the 1970s, when that officer was killed at the Republic of New Africa headquarters in that little tiny little house. Well, it turns out that officer that was killed was the son of a judge. And so if you understand how this works, the son of a judge who was a police officer was killed executing a fraudulent warrant on this black liberation group's property. They're going to hold that grudge eternally. I mean, those people, they're all connected down there like that. So you're never going to have a situation where they don't hold this grudge, and they're still holding that grudge. And the mayor's there, who's the son of one of those members. And so that's really what that's about. They don't let that shit go. They always telling us to forget, or forget this, forget that, forget all our pain, forget our suffering, but then they say never forget their pain and suffering. That's how they operate. So for people who are like wondering why the shit is the way it is in Jackson, that's likely the reason why, because they have these grudges that they just hold on to and they never let go. Yeah, I put this, man. Some of this shit, it's just hard to read this shit, because again, you're looking at somebody who could be a cousin, or uncle, or brother, whatever, just a homie, somebody that you went to school with. This is from Roz.
I want to say, add to what you're saying, bro. You're absolutely right. Like majority state, every time you read these, that's what I look at it as, and that's what I feel it as. Even though I don't know these individuals personally, they are a brother, a father, a nephew. You know what I'm saying? That is absolutely correct. And the one thing that I find in common with all these articles that you're reading said, how about we need to do more spaces on protection? I mean, yeah, we going down there to do business, but even when Medgar Evers was down in Mississippi doing business, he got hunted. You feel me? Just like you said, getting shot from the back. You know what I'm saying? When he was there doing business. And many others. You know what I'm saying? We got Chakwe Lumumba and all of them. I mean, not Chakwe Lumumba, but, Chakwe Lumumba and Jackson, right? He got murdered. You know, it's a lot. We need to really beef up, and I'm not talking about beef up our protection like everybody go get guns. You feel me? They control the gun laws. Yeah. So we gotta be smarter. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about in a bitch way, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about. You know, protection needs to be the key basic topic because it's the key element to all of these cases. None of these black faces had protection. But I didn't mean to interrupt Black Majority State. You can go on because that I wanted to ask you a question about the last murder that you just was talking about. Not the judge in 1974. I think that was just like you said, but the other murder from before that, when the guy he actually got tased after they shot him in the face.
Oh my God, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, because I think I was reading that article, and that sounds more like a hit to me. Even the guy that was sitting in his driveway, in his mom's driveway. Are these starting to sound like hits, more like hits to you? Man. Like you know what I'm saying, like mob hits.
I mean, it sounds like yeah. But you know, I can't say what's the motivation because they don't even need that at this point. But yeah, it sounds like some intentional. I mean, the guy who was sitting in the because this is as I was relaying a story earlier. There was the rapper out there in California who fell asleep in the driveway at the Burger King, I believe is what it was. Had the gun on the seat or on his lap, whatever. The cops see the gun, and instead of them doing something that was nonviolent, their first instinct was to just start shooting at the car. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. You know, and they know they could startle the person if they wanted to. You know, they know so what is a human going to do being startled knowing that there's a gun on their lap or on their seat? They're going to likely reach for their weapon because that's just a normal human reaction. It just seems it's definitely intentional. No one can deny that. There's no one here to protect us. I don't think anybody in their right mind would deny that. People that think a piece of legislation on any level that we don't control is going to somehow put, something between them and the bullets and us, I think just don't understand how life operates, how this country works, how the laws work. It's just one of those things where we got to come to the realization that if we don't control the law enforcement, if we don't control the judges, we don't control the governor's mansion, if we don't control the things that control how things are done, then we are essentially going to be sitting ducks here. That's just an unfortunate reality, a very unfortunate reality. We got a weird stalker in here. I had to block and remove him. Art, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, the fastest solution probably that people probably gonna heavily disagree with, but I think in red states they'll probably agree with it, is defund the police and refund the sheriffs. Like, whatever that takes and whatever that means. So, because then that puts it into your local division for your security. Right now, the police, the PDs, they go all the way up to the executive branch. So you need to sever that tie. And if you don't sever that tie, that's what Tennessee's doing right now. That's what we're trying to do, sever that tie. We do that in property tax, it's kind of over. I'm not going nowhere else. Y'all can do whatever else, just don't come here. You know what I mean? I'm just keeping it a buck. Because, I'm not hating on, I never really hate on the state if it could do something. And I feel like you should literally, be able to, do poverty and, I don't know, crime correctly or something. I don't know. I feel like there's bare minimum of what we ask, and they can't even do that right. That's the reason why I have a problem with them. And I don't feel like it's a necessity to do it, especially if you can get your sheriff's department involved, because it puts it more local on your defense. And you can do things like buck the feds. You can't buck the feds without protection. And the sheriff's department is the closest thing you have to it. And so once you localize that, I would open education and stop all paywall of education too. I mean, you can't paywall education and don't expect dumb people. That's the first thing I would expect if I'm paywall in education. That's a byproduct. And then poverty is not too much longer after that. So, so it is orchestrated, but I don't feel like it's orchestrated to a point we can't fix it. We just got to hit the root problems. And I don't think a lot of people want to address those root problems, because it means for some, at least up front, it's going to be a lot of work. You know what I mean? But we need to sever our codependency of the government, because boycotting and striking will always be the answer. You can go to any country and look at the work stoppages and look at the quality of life. Work stoppages go up, quality of life goes up. Work stoppages goes down, quality of life goes down. That's literally any country, not even just ours. So we know what the answer is. We just have to be prepared to do it. And it doesn't require violence either. So I don't see why people aren't trying to prepare for that moment. And it will be they boycotted a gas station in Atlanta for 60 days. They did get they got the immigrant out that they didn't want there because he was racist. And then on top of it, now they own the gas station and the money goes to the community. So it's always going to be the solution for capitalism, anti-capitalism. And anti-capitalism is boycotts and strikes. So, and it's a little more than that, but I'm just giving you the general short consensus of it. But I'll end with that.
Okay, Brother Moko, you got it.
You bring up a really good point about the sheriffs. Here in Baltimore, got a brother that ran for sheriff maybe 3 years consecutively, and I voted for him locally. I think our misunderstanding of local and federal government, because it's designed in a confusing way to have us confused, because it has a buffer class in it, and that buffer class is basically the middlemen that their job is to keep the public, us, confused. But you bringing up the sheriff avenue is definitely a good avenue only if the grassroots, and the grassroots being us, the local people, know the sheriff. And I'm talking about have an intimate relationship with him, here in Baltimore, the guy that ran for sheriff, his name is David Wiggins. He was trying to remove a sheriff that has been there for more than 3 decades.
Wow.
Anderson, I believe his name is.
Wow.
And the thing is, I believe that he didn't get enough votes because we are not educated or detailed enough to know the value, or not even the value, but know who's boss, know who controls what avenue.
Right,
you know
right,
what I'm
right.
saying?
Right.
And when you try to explain it in the delicate way and that I think really elaborate way that you just explained it, it was really detailed and simple. Still to a person like I'll say like me, that's kind of retarded. You know what I'm saying? Or smart-tarded. I'll say smart-tarded. You know what I'm saying? A person like me that's smart-tarded,
Gotcha.
you're gonna have to make it a little bit more simple. You know, like tell me, all right, yo, the sheriff is the chief of police. That's who the chief of police answer to. And the officers, if you want to get anything done about any officer, fuck getting his badge number. You got his name, you go to this person because that person controls the police. You know what I'm saying? I think it has to be broken down to our people like that. And because we're so used to, and this is since slavery, we're so used to overseer, boss. You feel what I'm saying? And we kind of intermix the two because we can be harmed by both. You feel what I'm saying? It's no longer, just like I said, you know, I'm an 80s baby, so it's no longer like an officer friendly. You know what I'm saying? Officers are terrorists, just like bosses are terrorists. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like, you know, what they got and how we've been taught about authority. You know what I'm saying? So when we're being taught about government and who does what and who is over who, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like who's boss. I think we need to be taught in that manner for us to have a clear understanding of who we take the right to. You know what I'm saying? Because you're right. The way you get shit done is when you're complaining, but you got to complain to the right organization, person, whoever, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? You got to argue to the right entity to get the right result. And I think that's the only thing that we fucking up on. You know what I'm saying? Aunt La, shout out to Aunt La, she in the building. She has done something really unique. You feel what I'm saying? And even me reading her book, all she really did was did her fucking research and showed up when they didn't think she was going to show the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? And she got fucking A1 results. And I remember times even when she was talking before she even got her results, I thought like, damn, man, they just gonna fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck her like they fucked everybody else. But then when she won, I'm like, hold up, damn, she really did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying we could do that on a massive scale, but it's just all about really doing the fucking homework, and not just doing the homework, like sitting or studying some shit, but really understanding that shit. Like, so when you go up to that motherfucker, they can't rebuttal anything that you're saying because you're saying it the absolute best way, and nobody can say it any better. Nobody can say it any better. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's, Art, you made a real good point. I think if we do that on a massive scale, that would help with that big P word that I just mentioned, which is protection. You know what I'm saying? That protection.
The problem with the PD is that a lot of your sheriff's departments end up hiring out to the PD, but then that gives unparalleled control as far as the Fed is concerned, because a lot of they want the funding in the PDs sorted so they can have control of the situation. You see what I'm saying? So that's basically how it works. So the community can come together and overfund the sheriff's department with donations under the constraint that they do not take federal funding. And then that way it levels the playing field. Or only takes a cap amount, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me get
and your
this
sheriff can
request up.
Deputize any citizen. So, like, he can basically make his own, like, little military at any time. So, you know what I mean? So, like brother was saying, you can just know your people.
With the slow jams right now.
Yeah. Man, so let's here. I want to bring this up because this is, man. I'm actually shocked at the level of I don't know what to call it. So here is this black woman who we all know and some have very strong feelings about her. She was on TikTok and she had the whole thing about black men this and black men that, and then she kind of, people kind of tried to correct her, and then she came back harder. She's a therapist. She ended up losing her job behind it, from what I understand. Although I think she still has clients or whatever. And then recently, because I think I started following her way back then. Well, a post came across the thing where it's like 2 videos. She's crying. She's talking about depression, blah, 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 suicide, things of that nature. So from the video, it looks like she's in a very depressed state. I'll say it like that. I don't know what's going on in her mind, but visually, it looks like she's suffering. And, it's my understanding that therapists take on so much energy that's probably negative, to be quite honest, because when you're dealing with people's traumatic experiences, if you're a human being, you're gonna feel something about it. Now, I know you're a professional and you're supposed to separate the two. However, there's got to be some of that does cross over. And so my understanding is that most therapists should have therapists now, and we're talking about a black therapist, black Americans especially, and we all know that we all need therapy on some level, in some way, shape, or form. So I essentially captioned this particular post that she put out, like, I hope that she gets the help that she needs, essentially, words to that effect, prayers up, etc. There's been a lot of people that are like, nah, fuck her, blah, 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 blah. She did this, that, and the third. And essentially, let her die is how I'm taking these comments that are coming back off of this post. And I'm just like, well, damn, maybe this is why, if this is the level that we're at, and I think a lot of this comes from whatever's going on social media. um and it really feels like this is like gender war. It's kind of flipped into, or slid into, like a gender war perspective. It seems inhumane to see somebody who has done whatever they've done, but now they're kind of crying out saying that my cup is full, and then people are wanting to kind of get revenge for some shit that was said. I don't even know how long. It could have been 6 months ago. I don't know. It feels like a long time ago for me in the grand scheme of things. And so I don't know if you had a chance to see this video, or if you remember who this person is, but it's like, damn. Because she's a TikTok person, and somehow I think this was one of the first things that came over to Twitter from her. And I don't do TikTok, even though I have an account. I haven't had a chance to go over there and really interact with it. So I don't know if there's any thoughts about this. Like, what do you do with this? Because I you know I care about our people, right? To use Judge's phraseology, I love black people, right? So it's like, I'm not going to hold something against somebody that was, a verbal thing that happened and got viral online, that they said months ago, and I see them hurting, in pain, in suffering. That's just not how I'm built. It seems a little insane to me, to be quite honest. And it makes me question the people who want to do that to her, because it kind of makes me feel like they would do the same thing to me, to be quite honest. That's the way I'm looking at this whole situation. The Mel Cruz, you got it.
Okay, so hope y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep. The music's a little loud, but I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So I just turned it down because actually actually, I sent you a DM. And Art, I like what you said, and I was going to ask if you could repeat that, because that was I was like, wait a minute, that's making sense. But I was trying to set this thing up because, right, I got your show running on another. I'm putting some music behind it, so
Okay.
And I like what you just said about that therapist, and I think if that therapist is the one who made some disparaging remarks against black men or something like that.
Yeah, that's her.
And then she got some backlash on her. Is that right?
Yep, that's her. That's her.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because she got drugged from what I can recall about that.
I know.
So, yeah, so that part is interesting.
Smacked.
But what Art said, I didn't know if he could repeat that or not.
Mm-hmm. She got smacked.
Yeah, it's basically to keep it like 4 words: defund the police, refund the sheriffs.
They want grace, but don't want to give grace.
Basically,
that's
how you would leverage is
to
get money from the community to go to the sheriffs under the constraint that they don't take money from the federal. So whatever money they wouldn't take from the Fed, you would match from your local community. See what I'm saying? Then that would take out the power of the federal, because the PD departments. Basically, your sheriff's department leases the PD departments from the executive branch. You see what I'm saying? So, yes. and since you elect your sheriff can deputize anybody at any time. See how that works? Yeah. So, all right. So then, are you familiar with what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi right now? The way they, not the governor, but this new bill, this new law, I can't remember the name of it. But essentially, they're about to put that whole city on a nice little lockdown because they're with this new law, they're able to appoint judges and public defenders and all this and that. And then the lady we just talked about, Black, the politician, where the public defender told the son, "You are right." And I think in that article too, the lady said, the public defender said, it looks like an open and shut or a normal case. So this new bill is going to allow them to do that. So I don't know how familiar you are with that, Art, but your idea... It's still going to root down to the same thing. They can't enforce laws. Like, okay, in Hawaii, it's illegal to have fireworks. Now go Google Hawaii in July 4th, right? And it's legal. Because you could, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, so there's only laws that they can enforce. The minute you take the enforcement power back, or at least shift the levers, and you know what I mean, in your favor, then you have sway. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So like that's why if you defund the police and refund the sheriffs, it sort of shifts the power. Now, what brother said about getting to know the sheriff and being on top of that is going to be on the community. But to think about the way it is now, if you want to get to the PD, you have to go talk to the president. Compare that to having to only have to talk to your local sheriff. See what I'm saying? So it's still some work, but it's realistic. You know what I mean? Right. Wow.
Yeah, and the point that you made, I mean, you're absolutely correct, and that's how I figured out that my guy was getting blocked every time, because once I found out that he has the power to deputize whoever he wants, just think about that, Mel. Just think about if we was in the same town and I get to be sheriff, I know you're going to be righteous. So I say, look, I want Mel to be the fucking chief of police. And nobody can say shit about that shit. Here, I just chop that shit down here. You know, half of everybody on the east side, west side, you all sides certified. Think about how much respect you're going to get in the streets. See, they don't want to give a person like that the position of sheriff. They get a person like that the position of sheriff. Yo, just like you already said, that's the power to start riots and stop them. And that's how all of us got to get strategic. Now, this is Baltimore doing this, and we did this fucking 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And it just got old to people because he lost and they didn't keep beating the drum, you know. So then after we stopped beating the drum, what happened? Freddie Gray. That's what happened. Then you had Stephanie Rawlings Blake that said, you know what? Police stand down. Let them do whatever they want to do. That's the part that they don't bring up anymore. it wasn't a riot. It was a free for all, and it was an insurance scam. You know what I'm saying? Let them fuck up our property so we can get the insurance money. So you have people out there who they don't tell you about the Baltimore uprisings. It's about when you had business owners out there sabotaging their own businesses so they can get insurance money. The Greater Baltimore Committee. They was behind all that shit. But guess what? If we would have had Sheriff David Wiggins instead of Sheriff, whatever his first name is, Anderson, you feel me? He could have went around and deputized whoever he wanted to deputize to make sure that this shit wouldn't even happen. Freddie Gray wouldn't even happen if he was the sheriff, because he wouldn't have had that squad running through Baltimore, corrupt cops robbing citizens, drug dealers, and whoever else. That's and he still gonna tell you about that, how Sean Suter was murdered behind that, because the next day he was gonna go to trial and tell one of his fellow policemen. And so they shot him in the head. And then they said, boy, there's a lot of corrupt shit going on. But it ain't just going on here in Baltimore. It's going on all around us. And what we need to do is start really taking notes. I'm starting to notice a lot more people coming in with their notepads. They taking notes because I'm starting to see that people remembering shit. And that's because I'm practicing and doing that same thing. Sitting right here with my notepad, taking names, writing cities. You know what I'm saying? Getting names of delegates. I ain't even know to do this shit before, but I'm doing it now. And the only thing I can do is share it with my family. So that's what I'm doing now.
And I know you guys push back against my core ideology, but what I like about my ideology is that I think of things a little bit different than maybe you guys do. I think you add like a lot of complication, where I go to the simplistic, like, your ancestors chopped wood, built a house, farmed land, retired in 20 years, and then gave the farm to the kids, right? Like, compare that to what we do now. And so what I'm proposing to fix that is to grow hemp, make hempcrete, print house, and farm land. And then you don't even have to farm the land, you can get bots to do it. And the new money would be food, time, and gratitude. So, I'm willing to open to hearing extra to that, but it's at the core level how we need to live. It's very simplistic. And only that, hemp actually you can look this up, pulls carbon out the air. And then you would cut down less trees, which would leave more oxygen in the air. Just saying.
Let me ask you a question, Art. Now, my understanding is in most jurisdictions, the sheriff is an elected position. Is that something that you feel the same way about?
Yeah, it should be an elected position. There's two elected positions that you should covet. Sheriff's Department and your agriculture commissioner's job. Like, the governor usually appoints that in, I think, 38 states. 12 of them, mostly in the South, they're electable. They should always be electable, and they should always be like open primaries. So that way, there's no party takeover of those particular two roles. I don't think that's a party role. Like the rest of their stuff can be party, but I don't feel like your food or your security should be involved in party politics. Politics, but not party politics, if you know what I'm saying. So they should always be open primary.
And that was for the sheriff. And what was the other one?
Agriculture commissioner. That person has unilateral power over like the food, basically, and a lot of the medicine, because agriculture.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to connect the fact that you do understand that the sheriff is an elected position in most jurisdictions. So I think we're good.
Yeah, as long as the community has control over those two realms, I feel like you have enough power to push back at the government at that point. It's complicated. They like to say the government is. Those two particular parts is related to your security and your food. And if you have security and food as a community, I feel like you can kind of like make the rest happen. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I mean, obviously we could have a conversation that would last hours as to why that's not enough, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, I get the sheriff issue. I've kind of delved into that a little bit. I've seen sheriffs arrested in the past, but I do know that they do hold some weight. So, there's good in everything, and there's cons and everything as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not trying to say that there's not pros and cons. I'm just trying to shift the levers of accountability. And so that's all you're really doing here, is shifting the levers of accountability so you, as a community, have more control. Now, with more control comes more work. So there's the con, right? So.
Well, that is ultimately the big question, because I think we spend a lot of time skipping steps and we're looking for the simple solution for very comprehensive and complex issues that require very complex and very comprehensive solutions. So I would love to believe, as you do, that if we simply had black sheriffs, but I know that we have black sheriffs in southern states because we have black majority counties. I believe there's 100 black majority counties, and if you're going to get a black sheriff, you have to be a majority of the population in the county to basically pull that off. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a black person who has more allegiance to the majority white population or majority Mexican population, depending on the state. So all of these things go hand in hand. That's why I really wanted to emphasize the fact that the sheriff is a voted position. And if you're going to vote in,
for me, I guess I'm a little bit different because people look at the skin and stuff, and I'm cool with it doing it and seeing the point of doing that. But like at the same time, I look at incentive mechanisms, and if that it's all skin folk and kin folk, and if that incentive mechanism is not there to drive the community or drive that person to do the right thing, all that work is just for nothing. It's just doing the same thing these white people are doing, judging by skin, and then we're not getting the job done. So, like, we need to, I think it's incentive over skin, because if somebody's incentivized to do something, they're going to do it. It's just, that's just human nature. That's how it works.
And I just want to add to the conversation, the black majority state, you're right. It is a voted position, and that's the goodness of it. The goodness of it being a voted position is that we can vote somebody that we know in there. Now, yeah, the downside to that is always, the skin folk ain't always kin folk, but see, that's the point of you knowing who your sheriff is and your aggregational commissioner. You know what I'm saying? You got to think of it like this. If you're in a dire situation and you control the local military, which is the police, right? And you the sheriff, and you control the food. You feel what I'm saying? Even if it's other entities outside of those two are the very most important. You feel what I'm saying? Besides the currency, you feel me? And when you knock currency out, what becomes the main rule of trade? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you get those two, you don't need currency. If you have food and security, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? That's why I said that as long as you control that, that's the seed. Like I know there's a boatload of work and pros, cons, and all that stuff after, but I'm saying that is the seed. If you can control that, you can boycott, you can strike. You know what I'm saying? You can do. You have other building blocks that come from that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely agreed. And to your point, also, black majority state, when you were saying this elaborated system, which is true, this is elaborate and sophisticated system, racism, white supremacy. This, what me and Art and you and everybody else in this space, what we're building on right now, that is definitely part of, it's not the all plan, but it's part, an intricate part, actually, you know what I'm saying, of that plan of not reforming the system, but it's absolutely, when we tear it down, we have to have something in place. And even to maintain that shit is going to take mad work to do, to maintain that system towards justice. Even when we get to justice, that's going to be hella hard to maintain. You feel what I'm saying? So we got to have those intricate parts in place. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said, they're parts of a bigger elaborate plan. You know what I'm saying? Or operation, so to speak, or system that looks like justice, or what we would call justice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's just definitely going to take mad hard work. And these two parts are intricate parts, but they're not the only two. You know what I'm saying? They're definitely not the only two. But I feel like definitely we should have a department of social services, you know, even in our black majority states. You know, that's part of not even breaking away, but even when we get to form our own department of social services, we'll get to dictate what those public services look like. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to mimic what they already have in place that we know don't work. You know what I'm saying? For the majority of us anyway, even for all of us, I can speak to that. But when we push that narrative along with the sheriff and the taking of that avenue with the agricultural commissioner position and all that, these are just positions that are in the system already, that are put, you know what I'm saying, that are designated to do a certain thing. You feel me? So you're right. It is an elaborate thing, and it's a sophisticated plan to take it apart. But I always look at it like this: when I'm doing work, like when I'm building a drone, for instance, it's easier for me to break that drone up than to put it together. You feel what I'm saying? And that's, I know this is, you know, that's drone technology, that's aviation, but it's still harder for me to put that shit together. When I'm putting a drone together, I'm really intricate. I gotta take my time. But when I'm taking that bits apart, man, that shit's, it's like fast. I can do that shit faster. So I don't know. I don't really look at, you know, ripping and taking apart white supremacy as a hard thing. I think the hard thing is going to be establishing what we would like to look at, or what we need to be justice, and then maintaining that. That's going to be the fucking hella hard part.
No, I mean, I don't think it's going to be that hard as people. It's going to be long and tedious.
A song request. Damn, I had a song up earlier. Damn it.
Because I think technology has made things a lot easier and cheaper. I think education
Curtis Mayfield
is underrated and communication is underrated. Our communication systems, like, we have the freedom of speech, but I think there should be freedom of communication. Like, you should always be able to, like, communicate with the outside world, some kind of uncensored pipeline. On my profile, I have a lot of different protocols people are using out there that people want to develop their own, but there are different platforms you can use that are uncensored. I stay on no less than 2 of those. So if you use Facebook, I would get 2 uncensored protocols or systems that you use. And when I say uncensored, mean you control the server yourself, or that it's decentralized completely. A lot of these centralized protocols are social networks that I see that are like almost third party, if you will. Or even I used OS Commerce back in the day. A lot of people use Shopify. You don't own your data for that.
Shopify, yeah.
So it's important to get educated on how to control and own all your data and how to avoid being shut down completely. I'm making a reparations blog on Mira.xyz. That is a publishing tool that I use that can't be censored. That blog can't be censored. So what I'm turning it into is like an open source way of trying to acquire reparations without the group. Basically, you would you could still be with the group because you could do a class action lawsuit, but you could do that same suit by yourself or as a class action. And essentially, you'd be suing the DNC, the RNC, and the BIA. There's a lot more information in how you would go about that in there. it will be edited and added to and more stuff. And I'm probably gonna make another one on genealogy. I did dive into that on that particular blog, but I'm gonna go do one that's really dives. And then my runner up to that's gonna be open communication, because I think people don't understand the power of not being censored. A lot of stuff that I say, even from me saying I'm an anarchist on recorded spaces, because I don't care. They can't censor me. Like, that's what, just honestly, they're not gonna stop me from talking. So at that point, you know what I mean? Do you care? So, and I think that's once you obtain that freedom to be able to say whatever you want and know that you can't be, because your system's already set up so you can't be censored, then it makes it levels the playing field and how you can communicate. You know what I mean? When you're not as codependent on these type of platforms. And Facebook stock, I think went down like 80%, which means Instagram went down. Even TikTok recently went down. So, like, I would recommend people take this opportunity to go to sort of shift slowly into platforms that can't be censored. That's not to say not to get on these big platforms, because they'll always be big for, great for marketing, I guess. But always have
oh, damn it.
Do it for the next decade. It didn't take long for MySpace to get overran, and I never thought MySpace would fall off. You know what I mean? I don't know if people lived during that era. Friendster, all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, Facebook fell off. You know what I mean? To Instagram, then Instagram fell off to TikTok. So I think the next big wave is this thing called Nostring. It's Nostr. It's on my pinned tweet on my profile if you guys want to check it, because I got a lot of other stuff. There's another Lens protocol. I'm on all these different apps, and get a different type of community too, because
I'm trying to get to the music.
People are typically more aware.
I'm trying to get to the music, man.
These type of tools, so the people you meet on these communities, they're just typically more aware in general. Like, I thought they say a lot more helpful too, a lot less combative, but also a lot smaller. So to be all the way well-rounded about it.
Oh, man, loving you. I think that's it.
They also have Lens 2, which is like this uncensored video protocol. So you can put up videos and stuff. So just start getting in there. The text there, it doesn't cost anything. I made my mirror.xyz for nothing.
Social. Get up on social. SOXCIAL.com at social.com. We got our own Black American networks. Come on up there.
And I also want to say, when I wanted to point this out and just take this as a tech thing for social, you guys should want to move away or expand on your platform as far as making it decentralized, like, so it can't be shut down, especially a Black-owned anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they have the ability to shut it down, then we don't fully have control over it. That's all I'm putting out there.
Well,
My bad. I'm trying to send a song request in the background. Yeah,
my face, so I can't talk right now. You already know.
Yeah, so the plan is to build up the platform to the level of monetization, and then obviously it's a social platform. We're going to use it for political efforts, of course, and just social efforts, but ultimately you want to monetize, like the Mel Cruz has her own community on social, and we would love to monetize her community so people can sign up for a nominal fee monthly to subscribe to her content. We're expecting to have these social lives starting next week, and we'll see how that is going to be incorporated into the platform. But ultimately, obviously, everyone's moving to ownership. We are entrepreneurs, which is a capitalistic ideology, and really inherent in our spirit as Black Americans to be owners and to develop businesses. So absolutely, that is certainly something that's a future plan, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, but again, with this therapist chick, she's just some stranger that nobody knows personally, unless you do. But I doubt that many people know her, because if they knew her, they would have had an opportunity to have a conversation when she first went viral, and then they would have had an opportunity to have conversations with her throughout the process, to where they could have likely, helped her through her misunderstandings of the gender roles and the gender relationships, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm looking at specifically black men who want to hold her accountable at this level in what seems to be a dark hour for her. I feel like this: if you want to hold her accountable, then it's time for you to be held to the same standard, to be quite honest. Because it's one thing for men and I'm just talk about us, for black men, black American men, to talk about protecting black women, and we're here to support black women and blah 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 and things of that nature, and love black women. But then when you see a black woman, even someone that you don't necessarily like, because she said some things in the past that you didn't agree with, now you're ready to essentially throw her on the fire. That to me says a lot about the character of a person, to be quite honest. You can believe what you want, do whatever you want. However, when you see someone who is clearly mentally on the brink, I mean, this, who knows, this person commit suicide, and it seems to me that people would be cheering it. That's not humane to me. I don't know what that is. I just think it's very disturbing. So,
Hey, what psychologist chick you talking about?
the chick who was running around, she's a TikTok person. Somehow her videos got on Twitter. She's young. She ended up losing her job because
Oh, yeah. Fuck her. No offense, though, but fuck her. Bitch, why you gotta say it like short? Bitch, blow a whistle. Blow a whistle.
oh god. So let me say this. I would hope to God that if ever there was a situation where, this person was in a restaurant, or at the grocery store, and she was saying, hey, whatever, I lost my job, I'm homeless, I've been sleeping in my car for a week, I just need $5 for a meal, that the people who would say F her would also reach into their pocket to feed her family, if she had kids, whatever the case may be. That's, to me, is what is required to uplift black America, because we all have flaws in our past. We've all done something, said something that we certainly regret and wish we could take back. And to be honest, for me, it's all about redemption. It's all about uplifting all of our people at the same time. So, I don't hold on to grudges. I try my best not to. There are some people that I don't like them. I'm not gonna like them, and then it just is what it is. But at the same time, I don't wish them any harm, and I think that's where it's got to be. So yeah, I'll kind of end with that.
Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. I'm sorry. Real rap, yo. Said she was going in. She was going in on us men, man. Hold up, man. We need an automatic 5-year ban from the black state, yo. Like that, yo. Put it in the rule book. All I get up here, write these rules down, yo. You know what I'm saying? Authorize that. You know what I'm saying? Send it to the bookkeeper. You know what I mean? For real, yo. Same thing with y'all black men, passport bros. Y'all talking smack. 5-year ban, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, at least it's equal. If it's equal, I can deal with that. I think some people, it's all one sided. I'm gonna be honest. It's from some people, it's just all one sided. So if it's equal, then yeah, let's keep it equal. Let's keep the same energy.
Hey, equal life, equal rights for equal lives. You already know.
Oh man. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the governor Greg Abbott, Texas, disabled governor down there, has put out this advisory to state agencies. Now, let's understand, in every state, the state is the largest employer in the state. Whether they have the most employees or not, they still develop contracting through the state. I don't know why this thing is glitching right now, so I don't know if people can hear me or not. I'm gonna Okay, because I can't see shit. So whether they have the most employees because they are the state or because through contracting, they create the state's economy. They have the largest budget likely in most states. And so when the governor, oh, there it goes. Did it go? Did it go? No. I'm gonna leave and come back. I don't know what the fuck Twitter's doing, man. Goodness fucking gracious, bro. Oh, thank God thank God we got co-hosts. 'Cause that shit was dark, man. That shit was trying to really trying to collapse that shit, bro.
Oh, that's me. That's me.
No, Twitter, man. If you saw my screen, it was like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, I can hear you, DJ. I can hear you loud and clear, bro. Just my screen went flat. I was just listening for a minute, but yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. But no, I felt your point, Black Majority State. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been. Well, maybe. No, I don't think I've ever been in that position. As far as like on the opposite, as far as a black man saying something outrageously, wrong about black women to warrant that type of I hate even using this word, forgiveness. But I definitely I feel what you're saying.
Forgiveness.
And I agree with what DJ is saying too. Like there has to be some damn penalty. Like, blow the whistle, goddammit. You got 2-year penalty. Like you want a fence for a year. So it got to be like a slap on the wrist or a spank you. Look, don't do this no more. Something, has to be in place. But I think that goes back to our the power dynamic. If you are not in a position to punish the people who break the rules, then your rules aren't rules. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what laws are about. Laws are only laws if they're enforced. I always like to take this example of jaywalking. Jaywalking is illegal in DC. And I ain't trying to put you out there, Kyle, but man, Kyle, we jaywalk in DC and we ain't get locked up. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't enforcing that shit. But if we were in like a state like
allegedly, by the way.
Yeah, allegedly, my bad. Allegedly. Like, but if we was in a state like Michigan, like where Pop was at during the time when he jaywalked and got beat the fuck up and got $1 million lawsuit out of it, Of course, yeah, that's when they stopped. I'm sure they penalized them white supremacists. That motherfucker, we don't fucking, enforce that shit. What the fuck was you doing? Yeah, no, we gotta get this nigga fucking $1 million. I think that'll be another capitalization, something we can do, to get lawsuits, but then what? To what effect? Your life, So, yeah, it's a slippery slope, but not so slippery that we cannot weather it and maneuver it in such a way where it works for us if we're doing it in a codified manner, and that's everybody doing that same codified action in a manner that nobody can do it better. And what we're saying, nobody can say it better. I mean, we got to keep that in mind and at the forefront of everything that we do.
Yeah, so it sounds like people want to have a time period. And I mean, so I respect it. I get it. I got it. But at the same time, it's when someone's hurting, for me, I'm somebody who wants to help hurting people. I'll just put it like that. So I don't know if you guys heard any of this Texas talk I was talking, but essentially the Texas governor has eliminated diversity hiring in the state of Texas, at the state level. So any state agencies, any state contracting likely will no longer consider diversity in their hiring practices, which is I got some family in Texas, and they all kind of moved into Texas over the last 5 to 10 years. There were some that were down there a little bit longer than that, maybe a few decades, but a lot of my family has moved there recently. And so, it's kind of like it's becoming a Mexican state, obviously, and we're going to be less and less of the population percentage simply because they're filling the state up with more and more Mexicans. So it's essentially going to turn into California down there. Um, and that may take 5 years, it may take a decade, but essentially that's really what's going to occur down there. This is just another addition to the whole system of trying to marginalize Black Americans and make sure that we don't have opportunities. Because when you take away any diversity hiring or any consideration of diversity in hiring, it really hurts us the most. It harms us the most. I've seen different reactions to this. Um, and it's man, I swear sometimes the reactions that I see, there's a lot of information. I just don't understand it. But there's some people that are like cheering it. Some of us that are cheering it, and I'm just thinking, wow, okay. Yeah, I don't we'll see how that works out. To me, it's pretty predictable how it's going to work out. It's going to put us further and further at the bottom. So um this woman, since we were kind of in this gender thing, this is Anetta Catchings for Alexandria. I believe she's in Virginia, Alexandria, Virginia. She's running for some office there. But this was kind of like a Don Salmon. I think a lot of people follow that poster, and he had posted, "White feminists are foot soldiers for white supremacists. I call them feminazis. The only people does not recognize that as Black feminists. They use the power to target Black men." So this is going into that gender war situation, and um and I don't really get into that, and I kind of disagree with the last part of that. I do agree with the first part, but not necessarily the last part. However, this is a Black American woman, Netta Catchings. She's running for office in Alexandria. She said, "I approve this message 100%. Here's what I'll add. White men, regardless of party affiliation, will protect their feminist women. Notice how they will speak out on affirmative action as it relates to race, but rarely as it relates to sex. It's about protecting self interest." So I thought that was an interesting take from a Black woman to say, look, recognize what's going on. We get it. We know. We understand this white feminism is a weapon. We get it. We got it. However, look at how they move when it comes to it. They are protecting those women because they understand they're using them as a weapon. And although she didn't say it, she didn't allude to it. I think it you can go a little bit further and say, like the NOI's example. The NOI does a superior job of protecting their women, elevating their women. And anytime one of their women has the skills to disseminate information, they hold her up and give her all the support that she needs. So the question becomes, why aren't we you know um supporting the Black women who do rise to a level like Miss Giselle we see in the building, the only Mel Cruz, Miss Rella was in the building earlier, and there are others. I see FBA Empress in here. So why don't we come alongside of them and hold them up and support their mission to elevate us as well. I think that's extremely important that we do that. We find, not the Candace Owens, obviously. That's like, come on, you know what I'm saying? The Cynthia G's of the world. If somebody wanted to throw her away, if she was somewhere crying, I would. I'll be honest. I'd have zero sympathy for her because she makes a living off of that shit.
You know what I'm saying? So I see what I'm saying. Kevin is right. Kevin is right.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But my thing is this: when it comes to this other lady, because she's a therapist, she's actually dealing with people in therapy, and I just have the sympathy where I mean I literally watched this sociopathic fucking homicidal maniac movie yesterday, and I was in there thinking I need therapy after being in there watching that movie, and so I can imagine if that was just a movie, but you're dealing with people who have dealt with real life trauma, and they're telling you how tragic their life has been, even in some of the spaces. Shout out Mr. Zell for the Marcus therapy guy. I'm in those spaces, and I'm just like, oh my dear God, the level of people just pouring their heart out, and I can't imagine having a career like that because I actually I'm empathetic in many ways. I do have empathy for people and suffering, especially. It was the one thing when I had um I had a mental break due to a relationship that collapsed. This was probably like 15 plus years ago, and it kind of pushed me towards some spiritual healing. I got involved in a bunch of different churches or whatever. I finally found what people call a home church, and what I remember the most about it was, I felt like I was at my wit's end, and I felt like I was in this place where nobody, family members, it didn't matter who it was, nobody could help, right? Only God could help, quite literally, only God could help. And so I was able, through the grace of the universe, to get through that time in that place. And it was very spiritual. It wasn't some physical thing. It wasn't, like I said, anything that the world could help. It required spiritual healing. And the thing that I remember the most was when I started getting that God heart, is as I think what they call it. Everything that I would see on the news, especially, would be so overwhelmingly traumatic. Like, it was just too much for me to deal with. I couldn't handle it. So I had to stop watching TV. I just couldn't handle trauma at all. I couldn't imagine being a therapist, dealing with trauma, and having some deeply personal trauma that you are also working out at the same time that you are, trying to help people work through. Is that you, bro? You ready? You want to go, brother Moko? Oh no, I don't know. So yeah. So I'm just saying all that to say this. I can have empathy for someone who's in a position that I myself have been in the past, or people that I love and care about have been in the past. Some people can't. I do. I can. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. So yeah. Shout out to Miss Rella. She was having technical glitches in the space. A lot of people have. I've been getting some messages in the background, but she spent a week or so, or maybe longer, working on this Black History Committee exhibit. It's in the Jumbotron. If you have a chance to check it out, looks like there's a website address. I think this is an actual live exhibit that is located at this location in Virginia. I don't know if anybody in here is in Loudoun County, Virginia necessarily, but there may be an online way to check it out. So if you get a chance, check that out. And then, of course, the Black Rancher out in Colorado, who we've all come to know. And again, I mean, his situation is so tragic. I just don't. God bless him and his wife and his family for having the strength to persevere through all of these issues.
You fell to the matrix, bro.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Okay.
Yeah. Everybody hashtag CW Mallory. CW Mallory.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, bro! These people be. Oh, this Twitter shit is a fucking joke, bro. I hope to God this social live shit don't be tripping like that. I hope they've done all the due diligence. Yeah, I had issues, but I'm not. What problems with the space? Yeah, all types of fucking problems, bro. What do you want from me? Every week it's the same shit. Damn it.
For the go out there, but if you can donate to the NAGA homies, donate to the what's the other homie name? The Geronimo Pratt Gun Club homies. You know what I mean? So holla at Marcel. I think he in on it too, or whatever the case be. We got some inside information and staying close to the Mallory family like that. And shout out to our sister Empress over here too. You know what I mean? They get busy and shit. You know what I mean? On that note, we'll go ahead and like be back.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, so we do want to elevate the brother and his family, his wife. I know there's been a lot of conversation about it. I hope that someone does a space that where either he and his wife can come on, or somebody who's intimately involved can give out some information about it. However, let me say this. This is what I kind of want to point out. I reached out to a few people who I felt were in a position to help. Whether they did or not, I don't control other people. All I can do is say, hey, if you have a chance, check into this, and it's people that I feel confident if they wanted to help, they could. They have the resources to help. I don't control these people. I would help if I was in a position to help. There are agencies that are starting to help. They're starting to play a part, like the NAACP. I am of the belief the more the merrier. The more the merrier. Some people don't share that. Some people want to control the narrative. They want to control who helps, who doesn't help. They want to do all, and to me, like I quite honestly, I don't have the energy for all of that. I know that some of these agencies and organizations are problematic. Every single agency and organization in existence in this country is problematic at some level, quite literally. That's the reality of the situation that we are living in. You can't trust them. Agreed. You have to watch them. Agreed. However, if they're helping, if the ACLU decides they want to jump in and start helping, if the Department of Justice Civil Division decides they want to get in and start helping, okay. I mean, it is what it is. Like I just don't understand why people would want to limit the level of help from any organization. Don't trust them, great. Watch them, keep an eye on them, absolutely. Vet them if you can, 1,000, 1,000,000%. But if they're helping, they're helping. I mean, because the people they've been asking for help for a very long time, from my understanding. Did this particular Twitter group of tens of thousands of us actually elevate their issues like other issues that we've elevated? And I'm not taking any credit when I say we. I'm simply saying the people who hold spaces, who post regularly, did they help? Yes, absolutely. I think that's what our job is to do, is to help elevate it to a level to where people who have much more resources and connections can then help a whole hell of a lot more. And that's, at the end of the day, for me, if they're being helped, the family's safe and secure, there's much more eyes on the situation, and that's going to be a permanent thing, because that's very important as well, a permanent situation, not just temporary. then I feel like, any little small part that I may have played is absolutely, I take it as an honor and a blessing. And I hope that, like all other things and all other issues, that we just monitor the situation and keep an eye on it and keep in touch and follow up, but some people just I think some people need therapy. Let me just I think a lot of people need therapy because I don't, whatever. Yeah. So that's that. I'm gonna leave that there. I did purchase a copy of Corsicana. If you haven't, I was in the Corsicana space. CC, shout out to CC, from California. She held that space. It was a great space. Mr. Isaiah Washington was in the space, spoke about a lot of different issues. He had another actor, who's a former NFL player, who's also a director, who's in the film. He was in the space. Space got collapsed out of freaking nowhere, and then they started up a second space. So I bought one. I told him I was going to buy 4 copies. I bought one. I'm when I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. So I am going to eventually buy all 4 copies, but I wanted to make sure I got the one in. Um, and it is available on a lot of different platforms. It's not just on Amazon. It's on like a dozen. He posted a list of like 15 or more. So congratulations. I'm gonna sit down and watch it when I get a chance. I want to kind of watch it uninterrupted. So one of these weekends when I don't go to the big screen, I'll certainly watch it. And it looks good. I've seen the trailer. From what I can tell, it looks like a pretty solid movie. So shout out to Mr. Washington and his continued success. He did say in that space the next movie he wants to do is Ida B. Wells. And then I think he said after that he wants to do Fannie Lou Hamer. So here is a Black American who's wanting to put our stories on the big screen. So shout out to him for that.
Facts on that.
I think Brother Moko mentioned about gun training. So Roz from the DMV, she put up this. If you are in Maryland, and I wanted to mention this while he was still in the room, but this is Arizona, Maryland, and Florida. We're in carry class. It's 2-day event. Sunday, February 19th and Sunday, February 26th. She has this information up here. Steel Pedal Defense webador.com. So these are 2A firearm safety classes, and she says get in touch with her to let her know if you wanna possibly attend. And then if you go down the thread, there's actually someone else is putting. This is Stephanie Dews. She's putting some more firearm training information down in this thread. So check that out if you live in those areas and you would like to attend. And then this is going to be in DJ's wheelhouse. So this has been the pattern. I think we can blame Jay-Z for this, although I don't blame Jay-Z, but this is his thing. Build up a business, flip it. He's into, pumping up these businesses and flipping them and walking away with hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is Quality Control out of Atlanta, Georgia. I think the guy's name is P that runs that that business. But at any rate, he sold his business to a South Korean country called HYBE. And this includes the Migos, Little Baby, City Girls, and their whole entire roster. So it includes the music, film, and TV rights. And it also says he had some type of sports company. I don't know what that's about, but at any rate, this gentleman decided it was time to cash in Black American culture and sell it off to this South Korean country. And oh, by the way, there's a white guy this is the guy who I believe sold Taylor Swift's catalog. See if his name pops up in here anywhere. because I forget his name. When I saw his name, I was like, that name sounds so familiar. And then I read a few more posts about it, and then I saw that, oh yeah, this is the guy who supposedly sold off her catalog. She had to record the music, which is interesting because a lot of our artists have not been able to re-record their music and then have control over their music in the way that she was able to do. So that's a very interesting legal case. It's something that you would think our legendary artists would copy. If she was able to do it, why not just copy your, do the same thing, re-record your music, have full ownership over it, and then re-release it under your own label. You got it, DJ. Oh wow.
What's up, niggas? I know you ain't talking about me, dog. Been on my dick, nigga. You know my style, nigga. Just on the ether. The kid, you know you. Son across the belly. You lost the bet.
Scooter Braun.
What's the results? Not positive. Who's the best? Pop, Nas, and Big. Ain't no best. East, west, north, south, greedy. I embrace y'all with napalm. Blows up, no guts. Left chest, face gone. How can I be garbage? Semi-autos at your pilot. Burner at the side of your dome. Come out of my throne. I got this. Lock set. 9-1. I am the truth. Name a rapper that
I ain't influenced.
Y'all chapters, but now I keep my eyes on the Judas. With the Ryan Sophie fame, kept my name in the music. Check it out, focus just on like ether. Where she's a king, you know you. Now I'm across the belly.
You lost already, yeah.
Yo, pass me the weed for my ashes out on these niggas, man. Hey, yo, you faggots, y'all kneel and kiss the motherfucking ring. Just on like ether.
Yeah, fuck Jay-Z, and that's just really what it is, bro. Fuck Jay-Z, he ain't shit, you know what I mean? He ain't gonna be shit, and you done a lot of selling out, bro. That knacker done a lot of selling out. So let's talk about how Jay-Z is a motherfucking coon. Get ready for this shit, you know what I mean?
Oh, damn.
So with that being said, damn, hold on a minute, somebody keep calling me and shit. Hold on a minute.
Okay, while he's on pause. So the thing I posted said 200 million. I'm looking online and I'm seeing 300 million. So it's somewhere between 200 and 300 million. Now, the thing that I also wanted to mention, that this is the new thing, because this has happened multiple times within the last few years, where these catalogs, these rap label catalogs, are being sold for this 200 to 300 million dollar valuation. And I'm trying, in my mind, I'm trying to remember the ones that were very, very recent. But I'll have to dig into the phone to pull up the search to figure out what those. If anybody in the chat knows who those labels were, because I know I posted about them. And then you also got the thing where I think, okay, so the guy's name is Scooter Braun. So he's the guy that's in the middle of all of this. He might be Jewish, I don't know, German, who knows what. But he's the guy who they were trying to vilify when Taylor Swift's shit got stolen or sold or whatever. But I know he recently sold Justin Bieber's catalog for 200 million as well. That's the other thing that's happening. Like I think it was Lil Wayne and some others who have sold their catalog for these huge, huge, enormous sums of money. It's like a one-time pop. But obviously, if they believe the catalog has that value, they're gonna likely double, triple, quadruple the amount of money that they make off of it over the next whatever, 50 years, 100 years, whatever it is. So it's really, 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 really interesting, because the music is global, has a global footprint. It's not just an American market anymore. And so you gotta think, if a South Korean country or company wants to get involved in it, it's reminding me of that video that was out where you had these Asian battle rappers essentially battle rapping against each other in their foreign language, whatever it was. I don't know what country they're from. I know they're Asian. but it sounds like you're going to have access to this market of billions of people if they listen to this music. So that's what I think it is. I think that's what's occurring. And this seems to be the blueprint, to use a Jay-Z euphemism, um, where people are essentially following in those footsteps. I don't know if if not Jay-Z, if DJ's back or not. It looks like he's speaking, but I don't see him.
I'm back. Yeah. Phone call. So yeah, Jigga Man Snake, fuck Jay-Z, all that shit, eat the gang, you know what I mean? So yeah, Jay Snake, he been snaking people from day one. Just add up the history of Jay snaking shit, you know what I'm saying? So when you say, all right, DJ, we'll get to the fucking receipts and shit. All right, so let's start at the beginning, right? When we first knew Jay was kind of a snake and shit, you know what I mean? Remember the song Jada Kids did with Maya, The Best of Me? Y'all remember that version with the Swiss beat?
Yeah, Maya. Yeah, definitely.
Right. Hold up. Which version really ruled that record? And for the summer, it was the Jay-Z version. So Jay was, quote unquote, was paying the radio stations, I-97, Power 105, not to play Jada Kids version anymore.
Of course.
So that's how Jada and, D-Block and, Jay-Z and Rockefeller, that's how they kind of had like a beef and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. That's music. That's the music business.
What else happened and shit? Just fast forward the whole Rockefeller split. You was mad at Dame for making Cameron president of Rockefeller. That's a part of his company too. But I guess I had to talk about that. But you split the whole company up for that shit. You know what I mean? And then his rumors really been going around for years that I think they said it was Dame Dash, Suge Knight, and Jay Prince was gonna start a distribution company, like a record label. And I think Irv Gotti could have been involved in that too. But they said Jay went and told them boys, meaning Leo Cohen, you know what I'm saying, Jimmy Iovine, you know what I'm saying? Because you ain't heard shit from the other four I just mentioned since. They buried, Jay got them boys buried, man. And that's all. And I don't think this is no allegedly at this point in the game. It's all facts, you know what I'm saying? So, if you made whole, make another whole. No, the only reason why you made whole is because you was working with them people to sell our people out. So let's get to the Barclays, right? So he done sold his tickets or seats or his stake in it, supposedly. So you gonna have our people move up out of fucking Brooklyn that they've been in there for years to build this fucking arena, and they ain't even get jobs there. You know what I'm saying? Because you already done displaced the people. So the people that's working there now is just whomever. You know what I'm saying? So, and then let's talk about the title shit. So why you buy a white record distribution company, a digital distribution company that was failing? You know what I'm saying? When you could have built title from the ground up, nigga could have told you how to do that shit. That's easy. As long as you've been in the game, you ain't never asked nobody how to do this shit. You know what I mean? So you promising artists this X amount of percent. Now title is like the third or fourth or whatever highest paying streaming services per stream. But at the end of the day, even the big wigs like I think like Madonna and Kanye and all these people, they wound up leaving title because they was signing exclusive deals to have that shit on title. The hi-fi, all that other shit. And then, just like a whole bunch of just other sneaky shit JB doing and shit. Like, God, man, this motherfucker gotta be Snake Gang and shit, bro. Either, man. And then I don't want to play that Last Real Nigga Alive record because that Nas just really solidified what the fuck was really going on. You just a jealous bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to work with you. You just mad because I don't want to get on the song with you. That's just what it was, yo.
Yeah, so, man, I remember because I used to drive trucks through New York a little bit back in those days, and I would listen to the Philly stations, and when I get to New York, I listen to the New York stations. So Wendy Williams, this is before she was on TV, she'd be on the radio talking about all that shit, talking about Puffy, talking about Jay, talking about how fucking shady, shicey they were. Charlemagne the God, all when they had their little radio shit. So yeah, they used to expose all that shit on the air back then. But that is the music business, payola, where they pay to play the records and all that shit, and pay to stop playing other people's records. I remember the I think it's American Gangster Blue Magic song. when that came out, I think I was driving through there. They played that record like 4 times in a row. And that was that was, that's a classic joint right there. But yeah, that's it is what it is. It is what it is.
Right. On that note, but yeah, it don't gotta be, and that's the other sad part about the shit. You know what I mean? If my video on how to make money off your talent, when I say, hey, look, why the fuck was Puffy screwing his artist? No homo, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Why was he screwing over his artist? He was never an artist back during the Uptown era with Andre Harrell. So why you turn around, create Bad Boy, and do the same thing? So that shit don't make sense, bro. So it's like you can sit up here and say, hey, look, Black Rob and G-Dep and all these other jokers, they don't know how to manage their money and shit, and yada yada yada. Craig Mack didn't work out for whatever the reason.
Mack, Biggie.
But why you ain't teaching our people that shit, Diddy? You know what I'm saying? Puffy, Sean Combs, you know what I'm saying? So I call that shit the Diddy Bop effect, yo. So the way these artists or so-called record label execs like Diddy and all these other people and shit, I guess we could kind of say Master P now too, yo. Look what's up with the Romeo chips and the No Limit chips, yo. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, man, you know what I mean?
Damn, bro.
So
damn, bro.
That shit, yeah, it's a sad situation, bro. So it's like, damn, you know what I mean? What the fuck to do, bro? So at the end of the day, I'll call that the Diddy Bop effect, yo. Your own people bullying, fucking your own people over, you know what I'm saying? So what is it to do? Go independent, but we don't own these streaming services and none of these labels. They're not gonna play our shit. So when everybody be like, yo, put your shit on YouTube and Facebook and Spotify and yada yada yada. If you ain't running with the machine, you ain't getting no million views, no million streams. I don't care how hot your record is and shit. That nobody really discovers music anymore. It's more or less given to you. Real rap. More or less given to you.
So look, here's the power of social. We find artists that are good. I mean, I'm talking about blow you down. Singers, Robbie Blue in the building, and love his music. So we find singers like that. We get them a community on social. They charge whatever, $5.99 a month, $4.99, $3.99, whatever it is. They get 10,000 subscribers. Now they're producing income off of their music. And they post music, once a month, twice a month, whatever. They post little things that they're doing with the music. That is an opportunity that is right out there it's for the taking. We just got to find the people to do it. You know what I mean? Find the people who want to, instead of going to YouTube, like you said, come over on social, Black American music, build out your subscriber base. Instead of going to Patreon, build it on social, build a subscriber base on social. And like I said, that way you are in touch with the music, with your audience. I think singer/producer, what is that man's name? I can see his face. He was like one of the first people to really make that connection. Ryan or less. There it is. Yes, or less. He's the one. Definitely, man. We need to have 1 million or lesses across the country that are making money off their music in that way. So back when I talked about the QC label sale. So this was the other one, 300 Entertainment, which was sold off. Kyle Leor or whatever his name is, who's connected to Jay-Z, he was involved in that. I think they sold that label for $3.
That's Jew Gang. You know what I mean?
Indeed it is. But they sold that off for, I think it was 300 to 400 million. Same thing. But I got a.
What you talking about? The labels or the catalogs? I'm sorry.
This was the. Well, that's a good question. Label, catalog. I think it's one and the same because they buy. I think they get the artist. 300 had Megan.
It's separated because you can sell a catalog, but I can still own my label. You see what I'm saying? I can sell you my discography of whatever music I want to sell you. You know what I mean? But I can still retain ownership of the company. Or you could buy the label and I'll retain my catalog. You know what I'm saying? Because the label is built up. It's Bad Boy, Young Money, Rough Riders. You know what I'm saying? Def Jam or whatever how you want to look at it. Anybody can own that. But, the catalog is where the bread is at because that's the publishing. It's connected to the publishing, the copyrights, all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no one. Okay, here's who's involved in it. Lyre Cohen, Roger Gold, and Kevin Liles, and then there's Todd Moskowitz. They founded in 2012. So this was back, this was like, oh, when Meg Thee Stallion was up, who was, and we only got to say his name, but we all know who was up there saying that he owns her, whatever, blah blah blah. But they had Meg Thee Stallion, Gunna, Young Thug. These were their big names at the time of this article. So knowing these people, are they going to just buy the past music, or do they want all music going into the future? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna say all music at this point. The way these streaming services is, bro, they just want to control shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because if you offering, well, I mean, it just depends. The whole other argument why people are selling their masters or their catalogs or whatever the case be, because you know, they probably feel tomorrow and promise, once you start making money or you start streaming or selling records, it's not worth anything anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, Lil Wayne, I think he just sold the whole Young Money fucking shit, which includes like Nicki Minaj and Drake's first shit. Like, yo, hold up, bro. You know what I'm saying? You sold that shit off for nearly 350 million. Like, nah, that shit at least worth $500 million. Give me $500 million for this shit at least, if not a fucking billion. You know what I'm saying? That's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And I wasn't even fucking with Wayne and like Drake and them, but that shit was dope music early on when they was doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? So to get that type of shit, and why Drake ain't try to buy that shit? Ain't he worth damn that billion? So it's like, well, why y'all ain't trying to buy y'all own shit back? Nicki Minaj too, you got bread. Why y'all ain't trying to? Wayne, let me get that. Fuck that. So is they being coerced? Is Lil Wayne is Rich being twisted by the J gang and shit? You know what I'm saying? And by these other label entities, these Russian oligarchs who control a lot of shit, these Nazi motherfuckers, and these QAnon and Akon and shit, you know what I'm saying? Who's a bitch too, you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, I ain't wishing nothing on Electric City and shit, but fuck with that Wakanda and shit. This is Wakanda over here. That's why your ass came over here and shit, you know what I mean? Word up, man. Don't tell us to forget about no reparations, you feel what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, it's funny because so someone on YouTube talking about the Lil Wayne thing. So they thought 700 million. What I'm reading on here in this report says 100 million. So I don't know what I don't know. What I remembered, I thought it was like 175, but I don't know. You know how these numbers are; they kind of float around, bounce around. But this report says, this was from January last year, that 5 billion was spent on music rights acquisitions in 2021. This includes Bruce Springsteen, Sting, like all these other big artists. $5 billion worth of music rights acquisitions in 2021. What's the young boy, Young MBA, right? Young MBA. He just recently, because he put out some posts talking about he about to become a Mormon. I think he's up in Utah or something. But he put out these posts talking about he's going to become a Mormon. But he talked about selling his catalog. I think the number was a couple $100 million that was reported along with that. But I want to do this like breaking news, because when I did this search, this thing popped up. This is crazy news. This is crazy news. Michael Jackson estate.
Yeah.
The Michael Jackson estate is negotiating and possibly already pulled the trigger on it for half of his catalog. They're saying 800, 900, up to nearly $1 billion for half of his catalog, and that may have already happened within the last couple of days. So I did put that up in the Jumbotron. And you and just to say it, man, you got to think his catalog got to be worth a couple billion. I mean, if half is $1 billion, man, goodness gracious, that's probably one of the richest catalogs out there.
And like when you say catalog too, don't forget Mike owned other people's catalogs. He owned Beatles shit. You know what I'm saying? He owns Eminem's catalog. Mike got the last laugh knackered. You know what I'm saying? You're mad. You know what I'm saying? So he owns Eminem shit. You know what I mean? So he owns ATV Records, for those that know, which had like a lot of underground artists that really, I mean, a lot of artists that broke through, like the underground and shit. I ain't even gonna mention no names because I just be, trying to go down the Rolodex. I can't even think right now, but a lot of artists came through ATV Records. So that was the first thing Mike bought. You feel what I'm saying? Because the ATV had like a lot of Beatles shit and just regular music that was known at the time. So once he bought that, and then when I guess the time was right, or I guess Sony had a blunder somewhere in the mix, Mike saw that opportunity. Go on, let me get that. You know what I'm saying? He owned half of Sony Records too. You know what I'm saying? All the ATV records and the publishing and the music that came through that, which I believe some of Eminem shit was on the ATV early on too. And, Paul McCarthy shit, just the Beatles shit, you know what I mean? And yeah, this is why we say they killed our brother, you know what I mean? That's that catalog or his ownership rights. He owned half the business, yo. Mike, you know what I'm saying? A black man, and I think that's what really make y'all mad. Not so much y'all probably figure out he went behind your back and just figured it out. Damn, this fucking nigga, you know what I'm saying? This fucking dancing moonwalking nigga, you know what I'm saying? We gonna jack your ass and shit. But yeah, Mike won though at the end of the day, you know what I mean? But the other thing is too, I guess what we're talking about, hopefully his family ain't being, having their arm twisted, yo, to sell that shit, you know what I'm saying? Because what's the point, you know what I'm saying? That shit, you know what the licensing can do with that shit? All those songs, movies, commercials, products, just elevator music shit, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man, you know what I mean? That is infinite revenue forever because ain't nobody gonna stop making music. There's now currently 100 million songs that come out a month, yo. 100,000 songs that come out a month. 100,000, yo. You ain't gonna listen to no 100,000 songs in your lifetime, man. You barely probably get to 1,000 and shit, you know what I'm saying? And if you talk about your top 40, top 100, that's gonna be your all-time favorite. So you might not even break 500 listening to songs you don't heard. You feel what I'm saying? Because that shit is impossible. So how the hell is 100,000 songs coming out a month? So therefore, meaning, these artists ain't even putting no work into their craft. They're releasing garbage. That's why the game is trash. That's why the game is trash, man. Ain't nobody taking the time to mold their craft, yo.
Absolutely. And there ain't even the artist in development that normally was in place to build an artist, to bring them up through the circuit, if you will, the smaller venues, etc., to actually create a real artist. It's pretty much auto tuning and a lot of I guess today people can go viral online, but they're definitely not the same quality of artists, that's for sure.
Right. So it's like, how do you combat that or whatever? You know what I mean? Gotta focus on your craft. So like, that's the problem I got with, the whole running the business side of shit, where it's like I'm an artist and, content creator, producer, or whatever, engineer. I don't even want to do the homework of the business. Fuck that. I'm trying to go make some beats, yo. You know what I'm saying? So a DJ could play my record in the club, or I could work with XYZ ABC artists and build my own record label. So, if you do got some art and music out there, we all looking for artists. Come up to social, man. And we're definitely about to get these social mixtapes popping. Let's get it on that one, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will be on social live starting next Saturday. They're gonna do a test run on Friday to kind of show us how it works. And so we will be broadcasting on at least YouTube, Twitter, and social live. Try to see how the technology is. See if there's any glitches or whatever. Hopefully the rollout is smooth because they did push it back a month, probably because they were having whatever issues. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's not limited. That's the one thing that I'm hoping for. It's not like some ultra limited thing where you can only have a certain amount of hours a month or whatever, because everybody's in this thing to make money, and it's likely to be that way. So definitely would like to get some people who can draw subscribers to the platform, because that'll just help elevate everything. So yeah, but that's crazy, man. MJ still making more money than everybody. I don't think I think the Bruce Springsteen thing, which was half a billion, was probably the closest that I've read. But that was probably for his whole catalog, whereas Michael doubled that up and it's only half of his. So it's pretty amazing, to be honest.
What the country artist do? Was it Neil Young or something like that? I think he hit $500 million too, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere close to that. Was it Neil Young? I think it was the same dude that was saying boycott Spotify and shit. He sold his catalog around COVID time, and I think he got $500 million for that shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm seeing here it says 100 million. The Universal Music Group bought it in excess of 100 million in the Young Money catalog. That ain't shit.
That ain't
and his Tigers early working there too. That yeah, you should give me 200 million for that. I need 250 at least. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
I think when you just don't give a fuck, you already rich. So it's like, just another 50 million for me, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wonder if they do it to make like connections. You know what I mean? Like almost like how you would you would set this thing up knowing that down the road there's future opportunities to make money, essentially how they do with a lot of actors. They have the same agents and they do a lot of movies together. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of thing where there'll be some future money developed out of just making that deal right there. I'm curious about that. Allow selection. Let me see if I could get.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Should text somebody. Yeah, so it says right here, right? So just to give an example of what you're saying or whatever. So, just in our quote context or whatever, in part of this article, 3 months ago, Kanye West released his record contract on social media. This was a part of his attempt to get his publishing back. This year, he also called out Universal and Sony Music Group about ownership of his publishing. He even declared that he'd give good music signees, which is people like Pusha T and Big Sean or whatever, you know what I mean, 50% of their masters. So you should have been doing that from the door, Kanye. You see what I'm saying? Like, why do you have to own all of it? You know what I'm saying? 50-50 splits, man. You gotta make money off your talent. Been talking about this for the last 10 years. You know what I'm saying? 50-50 splits. If I'm the producer and you're the artist, black majority, that's a 50-50 split. You don't wrote the lyrics, I produced the beat, and we molded it together. You know what I'm saying? The engineer, if we fuck with him or her, you know what I'm saying? Because there are lady engineers out there. You know what I mean? A lot of these records are mixed by women. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, if we want to, we can even give the engineer royalty points. You see what I'm saying? Just for making that shit sound so fucking wonderful. You know what I mean? Or the mix engineer. Everybody that used to be accredited for something has had their jobs taken. So when you go look at these old record liner notes, these old CD liner notes and shit, there used to be a job in the music business called an arranger. That is a lost art. That's why production is like so watered down. The beat don't even hit like it used to. And I don't care what genre of music it is for the most part. Even house music is just like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm listening to some old Colonel Abrams, man. That shit, oh my God. And this is all the way back in the 80s, yo. You know what I'm saying? That shit is like forever. You know what I mean? You just ain't making that shit no more. I don't know. You could say it's live instruments versus digital instruments. I don't think that's the case nowadays. They're pretty much the same almost. But, analog rules, though. So give me the instrument versus the digital. But you're going to need something to track it through. So you're still going to need the digital. So it's 50-50. So what does it even matter? So the music is trash because of these devices we're listening to it on. Yeah, we have top of the line equipment. Even the lowest budgeted producer got top of the line equipment. You feel what I'm saying? To make a hit record in his house. So with that being said, we send the output out in the best quality we can. But as long as your format is MP3, you're never going to get the good quality. So that's what, Tidal does come into play. They got the hi-fi, but fuck that. I'd rather build a hi-fi system in my house because I'm an audiophilist, you know what I mean? meaning I love sound. So I could go get old, any type of stereo system that would just be in my house that is high fidelity. And we're talking about things like old Carver amps, old Crown amps, you know what I'm saying, which are still around. People still have these things. Some folks are getting rid of their stuff because everything's going digital. So you can snatch this shit up for cheap. This top of the line equipment that you just ain't going to really see around like that. Or it's going to be really worth something in the future, especially a Carver. I had one. I had a Carver M1, bro. I sold that shit. I should have held on to that motherfucker, bro. The shit worth $1,000 right now, bro. And it's an amp from the 70s, bro. You know what I'm saying? No lie. So if y'all ever see that, a Carver M1, or the M1, M1.5T. That's the real one. That's the real deal one, which is the second one that came and shit. The 1.5T. I had that one and shit. That was a beautiful amp, bro. You know what I mean? Beautiful silver metal framing and shit. And the sound, no matter what you hook to that shit, it was just all on point. So, you know, you're not even hearing the music like you're supposed to hear it through these little ass speakers, through these Bluetooth speakers, through these damn little ass headphones and shit. Fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying? Buy you a stereo, yo. Trust me, you know what I mean? Buy a stereo, yo, and listen to music the way it was meant to be listened to. Because when you go through like MP3 and all this other shit, you compressing the song, so you ain't even getting the full gist of all the bells and the whistles that you're supposed to have heard. So, like, damn, what was the purpose of going in the studio, making this dope-ass record, having an engineer spend weeks on this shit, mix engineer weeks on this shit, the arranger weeks on the shit, just to have bad audio quality. It don't even sound right. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm keeping my CD player in my car. I got that 6 disc, you mad? You know what I'm saying? I'm getting true stereo image from a CD player. It's better than Spotify, yo. I'm telling you. Pull your CD players out, yo. You'll be amazed.
Man, I'm going down this article. I'm gonna try to post it before before we get out of here. But they got this is just 2021, so they kind of lay out all the stuff that was sold in that year. It's a lot, man. And there's something called Primary Wave. I don't know if that's a label or if it's like some investment thing. But they're buying.
There's so many entities out here, bro. It's ridiculous, bro. That's why anybody can get in the game. But go ahead, though.
Well, they're buying up a lot of shit. There's something called Hypnosis, GNOSIS.
A lot of these things are investment companies too, yo. So they might not even be a label. See what I'm saying? They might be an investment firm looking to make money. Because that's all the music is good for. The playback at a concert, place that plays music like a club, and the licensing, the sync licensing. So that's the real shit producers want to get into, the sync licensing, because that's where the money is at. TV, commercials, jingles, movies. You feel what I'm saying? Elevator music again, you know what I mean? Mall music, beats and shit that you just be hearing like, damn, that's a dope ass little melody. Some producer just chilling in the fucking house like we has made that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you getting paid every time you hear that elevator music. You know what I'm saying? It's a dumbass melody, but you love it and shit. You know what I mean? So he getting paid, yo. Or she getting paid, because there's lady producers out there. Shout out to the woman producers, you know what I mean? But yeah, $100 million, that ain't shit, Wayne. I need at least 250, yo. Universal. Yeah, I got money, you know what I'm saying? Universal owned Def Jam, by the way, too. See that? You know what I mean? So how many, look at the catalogs that came through Def Jam, bro. Oh my God, yo. So with that being said, this is what we be talking about. Why don't they sell that shit to a black investment firm? You feel what I'm saying? Or somebody, the black, that just got bread but was willing to buy the catalog. And even if they don't do nothing with it, just hold on to it till you're ready to sell it back. You feel what I'm saying? To somebody, either for the same price to get your money back or obviously for a profit. You feel me? But it's like our people don't even be thinking about that shit. So it's like, Puffy got $1 billion, you know what I'm saying? So why Wayne ain't try to sell that shit to Puff? Puff probably would have gave him 1.25, 150. You feel what I'm saying? Fuck your head, you my man, you know what I'm saying? So I even give you 200 and give you something on the licensing when I start generating something off of it. That would have been a better way. Jay-Z, Puffy, who else got bread? Jay Prince, if these cats came together, give me that shit, Wayne. Give me that. Let's go add threes and four ways in on this shit. 25, 25, 25. Know what I mean? Wayne wouldn't have said no to that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think, again, fuck Jay-Z, man. These people controlled by the big wigs, man. They ain't nobody. We just think they somebody. You know what I mean?
I think that last part is it, because I think they got show money, you know, but they really don't got no money, to be honest. They spend a lot of that money, and they really ain't in a position to make these purchases.
You went into the Matrix. You went in the Matrix.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, you know. Hey.
Damn it. Freaking Twitter. Twitter sucks. Oh, Twitter sucks so bad. Bro. Reconnect the space. Okay, here we go.
I can tell you where the water at, don't mean you're going to drink it. So, yeah, I don't care about telling you the game. Is you going to do the work? Well, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I'm gonna just run down some of the names. Jimmy Iovine, you know, he's a white dude, obviously, but I looked up. He's involved in 259 hip hop records as a producer. Yeah. He sold his royalties. And this was back
an executive producer or just a music producer. I know he ain't no music producer.
It could be executive producing. Let's see what it says. He was
the owner of Interscope. Jimmy Iovine is Interscope.
Yeah, so he made sure he was getting money, you know, 10 different ways, essentially, is what you're saying. And that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, because we're talking about Death Row, Interscope, you know what I'm saying? The Aftermath, Interscope. And that's all Dre work any fucking way, you know what I'm saying? So it's really, he made whatever money off of Dre and shit, you know what I mean? Because Interscope wasn't popping until Death Row came on that shit. Even though it was a label. This is what I'm saying. We just need to start our own label. It's over. You know what I'm saying? And have our people follow us and just go ahead and give up that 90%. You know what I mean? We don't need that much, because once that money start rolling in, 10% gonna be a motherfucking billion. You know what I'm saying? To the company. How to make money off your talent, man. DJ Sag 1, Screw 2. How to make money off your talent.
Yeah, no doubt. So some of Marvin Gaye's catalog got bought up, and this Round Hill UK listed fund. So these are investment funds. Some of these companies that are buying this music up, and it's not just American companies. Obviously, these are like global companies. They're buying music across all different genres. I'm gonna just try to highlight the stuff that affects Black people. Specifically Post Malone, even though, you know, again, he's a white artist, he had some of his music bought up. Some of these numbers is 100 million, 400 million, man. This is like damn crazy fucking money, to be honest. It just shows that they just print this money, man. You know, this is like monopoly money, to be honest. I agree with you about the Lil Wayne situation. That was robbery. Tommy Boy Music, that was an old hip hop label. They did.
They shot up the De La Soul, but go ahead.
This was $100 million deal that this company bought Tommy Boy Music.
Damn.
Yeah.
100 for Tommy Boy. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow. Tommy Boy got robbed, and he robbed a whole lot of artists too, though. But it is what it is. So we talking De La Soul, Naughty by Nature. A lot of early Queen Latifah, like a lot of Jersey shit. That's why I'm bigging this shit up. A lot of fucking like boot camp shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
And what else came out on Tommy Boy? House of Pain, Cypress Hill, I believe, early in the early days. I think someone won Tommy Boy, yo. So you talking about those type of records and shit, yo. That's 30 years worth of fucking music, yo. You know what I'm saying? 100 million, that's it.
That's it.
Not even 1.25, 200, none of that. You know what
I mean? So this one is a little bit of a tragedy. Prince. This happened, man, back in 2021. Prince. It looks like his children
arguing over that estate. Yeah.
It looks like his children are the one who sold most of his music. So this Primary Wave, which again looks like some type of investment vehicle, they own about 42% of his estate. because some of these children sold off. They're saying it's valued between 100 and 300 million, but they don't say how much they actually bought it for. They're saying at least 110 million, but they're not saying the exact number.
Well, and then when you saying Prince's catalog, and then Prince never did he ever really control all of his masters after he formed the New Power Generation? I don't think he ever got back his masters all the way through and through. If I can recall and shit. So anything he did after the labels way back in the day, we talking during that 25 years ago, 30 years ago, he been on his own now for the most part. So he made a hell of a lot of records for that. So like, damn, what is that catalog? And then the New Power Generation record label getting money, shit is worth. So now we talking 250 million. See what I'm saying, bro? This Prince we talking about and shit. You know what I mean? Party like it's 1999. You know what I'm saying? Purple motherfucking purple rain, nigga, get it right, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You understand, Felonious? You understand? Get on the bike. You know what I'm saying? We out. You know what I'm saying? I got the DVD, son, with the cover. It's fucked up, but I got it though. You know what I'm saying? that put that shit on the wall. That poster is infamous, man. That shit is infamous. Purple rain, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Purple rain like a motherfucker.
Shout out to Prince. Rest in peace, the Purple God. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. So we got the OJs. Some of their catalog was sold out.
Not the O's, damn son, not the O's. Go ahead with that work, bro. I know that shit got to be. Come on, 125. Bro.
They don't got a number. They don't have a number.
Numbers,
they don't got a number. So what they got is September. This Round Hill royalty fund. They spent 140 million, but there's a bunch of artists in this list. So it looks like they had to split some of that. Whatever they got out of that. Tina Turner was 50 million.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you say artists, what we talking?
So it's the OJs, Tim Palmer, I don't know who that is, Dennis Elliott, some drummer. So those are the three that are listed for that 140 million split. So if it was equal, what is that, like 30 a piece, something like that? Maybe 35, something like that. Yeah. So I mean that's I guess. So Tina Turner, she's at 50 million and above categories, what they say for her catalog. That sounds light. A lot of these do sound a little light. Luther Vandross, this Primary Wave, bought a stake. That was a $40 million deal.
Wow.
Damn. Man, Luther, Luther's a classic. You can't nobody touch Luther. I don't know. That's sad.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about another quick Jay-Z thing real quick. He snaked people on. I'm overcharging niggas for what they did to the Cold Crush. So why you ain't buy these catalogs, Jay-Z? You know what I'm saying? And give it back to the people, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Especially I'm a billionaire. You know what I mean? Shut your ass up. Camel ass nigga.
Well, not only that.
You look like a camel, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, but look, I remember when they bought that mansion out there in LA. He made it clear to let everybody know they put a deposit down and they were financing it through some Wall Street bank, and that was intentional to build the credit so that he could make these other moves, right? So it sounds like he and Beyonce together are in a position where they could leverage. They don't even got to put all the money up front. All they really got to do is sign for the debt. They could have been making these moves. So you're right. It wouldn't be even out of pocket. They could be using their money, i.e. white banks' money, white fund money, to facilitate these transactions and bring them all into one house, like you're suggesting.
Right.
Crazy.
Right. How to make money every talent, man. Shit is easier than you think. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't no white Sophie things and shit, so we ain't selling out the fucking people. You know what I mean? Shout out to Jazzo. You know what I mean? For those that know.
Jazzo.
Yes, sir. Fuck with your soul like ether, thinking you the king, you got something across the belly. I'll prove you lost already. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, yo! Are you fucking with that, yo? hey! Did you see my post on social about about Ethan? People be in the comments arguing about this shit.
No,
I
haven't seen
it. In the music room and shit. Yeah, okay. Yo, funny as hell, yo. Know what I mean? But go ahead.
Okay, a couple more names. Dallas Austin, who I actually did meet back when I was on my grind.
Damn, for real, no.
They don't got a number on him, but he got big songs. And then they got Teddy Pendergrass, again, not a number, but they got his name up in here. And Teddy also another one that, it's just a very unique talent. Nobody could touch him. James Brown, they got him at $90 million.
That should be 250 bare minimum, like 250. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop playing. This the Godfather soul.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, hitman. Don't get on up. You know what I'm saying? Get down. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. They say it's a stake in a bundle, so it might not be 100%. It might just be some of the rights to some of the songs. You can't really tell. That Warner, we talked about that 300 Entertainment, which is Meg Thee Stallion, Young Thug, and a bunch of other artists. That was 400 million, and so that's where I think they overvalue that music versus some of this classic music that we're talking about, the Prince and others. I just think that was probably a mistake, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, but at the end of the day, if they selling it for that price, or even valuing it at that price, like why is Neil Young and what you said, Eric Clapton or whatever, when it was one of them jokers that got 500 million.
Springsteen,
right? So, well, that's Jersey, but then whatever. Jersey in the building as usual. You know what I mean? But yeah, why ain't the next man catalog worth that fucking much? You know what I'm saying? Especially if we talking hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Hip hop is way more global at this point in the game, as far as like everybody's doing that style of music, regardless of what your demographic background is. So it's like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I'm pretty sure Wayne got fans in fucking Yugoslav somewhere and shit. You know what I mean? And all the way down to fucking Yucatan and shit. You know what I'm saying? Word up, man. So it's like, but how many Springsteen's fans are there that are Wayne's age and under nowadays? No, I don't think many. And how many parents are listening to Springsteen music in the crib nowadays? I don't think many. You know what I mean? So it's like, not to say he ain't whoever would be a dope artist and shit. You know what I mean? But it's all about the here now. And Wayne, still at the top of his game. He about to release a new joint. So that's, I guess that's probably what it is. Fuck it, I'm gonna sell this catalog and really be on my own this time. Maybe that's what it is. You know what I mean? And just, go on it or forth this and have my kids figure the shit out when I'm gone and shit. You know what I'm saying? But the money is there. Now shit worth half a million now for sure. $500 million now for sure. You know what I mean? And now you could probably even get more for it because I'm gone and shit now. Knock on wood though, but speaking of third party and shit, you know what I mean?
So I'm gonna put this guy out there because I still rock with Bob Marley. Bob Marley, his shit was 375 million.
That's what's up.
Whew. Yeah. I definitely rock with Bob Marley no matter what.
Right. Okay, so like that go back to another other snake shit we were talking about. So Cool J, shout out to Cool James. You know what I'm saying? So he was should have gotten a portion of Def Jam. This is the first artist that was on Def Jam, and he's the first artist to go platinum, as far as in the male category. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So why didn't Russell Simmons play? So I'm breaking this shit off. Well, did you even try to go to like our people and shit? Uncle Russ, you know what I'm saying? Come on now, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, was it just automatic fuck you? None of that shit. And then hey, let's round it back out to Jigga, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z became president of Def Jam, and Todd Smith didn't like that shit, nigga. I'm an artist. I'm gonna have another artist looking over me and shit. You white LL. Ladies love Cool James, man. We out of here, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go do the CSI, get this TV money now. No, I'm saying. Word out.
Wow.
Hey. Ladies love Cool James.
Oh yeah, Disrupt in the building. You know, what's your favorite LL track? You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
I Need Love. Ain't that what it was called?
I need
standing at the what's that? Standing at the stop of her step one.
I need
sucking on the lollipop. What she get popping so hard to make the hottie stop.
One for me. Come on, y'all. Come on. Just let me hear you sing it, y'all.
Hell, you wouldn't even thought he would have a career this long. He worked that big one.
Oh yeah. Shout out to the home. Mm-hmm. Queens in the building. Queens in the building. Mm-hmm.
Is that Lollipop? Is that the boot? Is that the booty? The big booty song?
Nah, that's Around the Way Girl.
Around the Way Girl. I need an around. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Damn. Crazy. Got a big old butt. Oh, damn. So Whitney Houston, I'm looking at another list. She's on here, but the price is undisclosed. It's her whole entire catalog was sold.
Hey, now look. Now hold on a second, right?
Damn.
So that's Clive Davis, right? The more Jew gang, right? And the other thing is too, why ain't Clive's just trying to buy that shit for himself? Or is he? You know what I'm saying? And why wouldn't Clive try to get it and break the family off with it? But like, damn, hold up a minute. Bobby Christina gone, yo, you know what I'm saying? So who in Whitney's family would even be allowed to even have that money? You know what I'm saying? Who's the estate holder and shit?
What is his Christine, Bobby Christina's boyfriend?
Nah, ain't he dead too? Some shit like
that.
I think I heard that. Yo. I think so. Yo, as far as we know, you just see, look, when you say turn your back on people, fuck that nigga black. You know what I'm saying? You let Bobby drown in the tub, man. Fuck you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Word up, man. You ain't shit, son. You supposed to be looking out all day, every day. You know what I mean? Your family disrupt their family, right?
But you know, that was a sad situation.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Bobby don't get that damn money. Like, all the shit I went through. What was that she used to say? Hell. What? I can't think of it.
You talking about Whitney and her drug years? I don't know nothing about that.
What did she say? Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
Shout out to Northeast Orange in the building, man. I can especially with the whole Bobby Brown and everything. Nah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Bobby my nigga, but fuck it. No, sir. Here you go, Disruptor. I got one for you. I got one for you.
What's wrong with him? Just look like somebody from the Adams family, man. See, you know, the whole point is, you know, I need a regular girl, you know? You know, I don't need, you know, a girl that's jumping out the limousine with the fur on and all that. Seen every girl. That's not what I'm saying, you know? But that ain't what I'm about, man. I like regular girls, you know what I'm saying? Standing in the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. I asked for a roundabout fillet. Bring me stuck up, you know what I mean? I don't want Ivana, I want Tawana. If you don't want to wear the beads, you don't have to wear it. It ain't got nothing to do with that, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm a bad dude. Give me a camera. Sean.
Oh shit, man! There's some names on this motherfucking list right here. God damn. Oh shit. Oh damn. Oh shit. Oh damn.
It's just kind of smooth, you know. It ain't like loud.
Damn. Oh shit, these motherfuckers is cashing.
Yeah, don't want to be too loud here in the studio. It's kind of late. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got some more names, man. This list is like, wow, this is a long list, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely post this. Let me see. I know I was at the Drake, and these are not the whole catalogs though, but it's Drake, The Weeknd, and Justin Bieber. A bunch of hit songs, price undisclosed. John Legend also sold some of his catalog, price undisclosed. Murder Beats, He's the producer for Drake and the Migos, 285 songs. Price undisclosed. But it looks like John Legend sold his entire music catalog, which is interesting. Let me see who else is on here. I know Dr. Dre's on this list. Oh, Chuck D.
Really?
Chuck D of Public Enemy is on this list.
Wow.
Future sold 612 songs.
Yeah, but he didn't get shit for his. He got like under 100 million, I think, yo.
It says 8 figures, yeah. So yeah, that sounds like under 100 million.
Right. I think he got like 85 or something, like 80 million. I mean, he still got that money though, but shit, you know what I mean? Future, like damn, I don't even like Future music like that. You know what I'm saying? But like, come on, let's be logical here. This motherfucker sold how many records you said? 612?
Yeah, let me see. I think it's
well, he got 6 kids.
612. Yep, 612.
Oh, maybe it's 10 kids.
See, Sierra ain't taking him to child support, so you know he ain't paying.
Sierra back fucking him, honey. What you talking about?
Oh, you already know. Especially after the season Russell Wilson had. What happened, Russ? You know what I'm saying? What happened? You supposed to go to the Broncos. You should be in the Super Bowl right now with the Broncos, yo. Man. What happened?
So this is another Whitney Houston connection. The writers of 60 of her hit songs sold their rights. They got 50 to 100 million for that.
Is it better to sell or hold?
It's better to hold if you can hold and transfer the rights to your children. I mean, it's money. These are investment firms that are buying this stuff.
But they still getting a check every month, ain't they?
It depends if they sold it. If they sold all the rights, then no. This is like they're just cashing out. It depends on what they actually sold. Iggy Azalea of all names is on this list.
We don't want to talk about her.
But she's in the 8-figure deal range as well, just like Future, which is interesting. Dr. Dre, he sold his catalog assets, and that was like 200 million. So he should be, I mean, based on that Apple Beats, yeah, he should be getting close to $1 billion if he's not already there.
He already a billionaire.
Is he, Doctor? Okay, yeah, that would have. I mean, whether he was or not, that should have put him over for sure. Bieber's on there a couple times.
Dre is a billionaire just off the Apple Beats deal alone. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
He's a billionaire off of that alone.
And they ain't that great. Shit.
That's what made Dre a billionaire. But I think his catalog is worth at least about. I mean, if you talk about everything Dre did, this shit, you gotta give me $1 billion for this shit.
Wait,
NWA, everything he did with Death Row, Aftermath, like in the industry, like give me $1 billion, yo, and you can have this shit. You know what I mean? And I'll still retain some type of point, something where I still get residuals off the records when they play. I would have something retained in that shit, bro.
And I know y'all was talking about Eminem, but I'm sorry, I did. That's what I've been doing all day. Listening to music, screaming. He got some good songs though, y'all.
Ready to Baby Mama over bridge.
I love the way you lie. Honey,
real.
Don't play with us.
Okay. Check it out. Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do, right? Check it out, Disruptor. Here's what I want you to do, yo. I want you to go on YouTube, right? And I'm gonna send it in your DM too. I want you to go search The Outsider.
I'm trying to get in my DM.
Oh yeah, you already know. I'm about to pull up. So look, I want you to look up The Outsiders, yo. OTSIDAZ, Outsiders of North New Jersey or New Jersey in general.
You just trying to get me to look up New Jersey shit. I ain't up there with you.
You already know. I don't know if Rella Tripper in the building, but you know. Shout out to my Jersey people who shit on, man. But yeah, go look up The Outsiders. Shout out to The Outsiders. Shout out to Pace One. Shout out to Young Z. Rest in peace, Slang Tongue. You know what I mean? Big up to the homie DU and shit. You know what I mean? G Smoke. You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? This shit. These cats that. Schooling.
I'm trying to know what you mean.
Shout out to my boy As Is, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie As Is, you know what I'm saying? So it was some Black American knackers that done discovered Eminem, not Dr. Dre, for those that know. So if you like that type of music, Disruptive, you're going to love the Outsiders, yo. You're going to love the Outsiders, Daryl. Outsidaz, Outsiders.
Let the, wait a minute.
No, that ain't.
Why didn't it take me to there? It said it would. Okay, well, hold on.
The Outsiders. That's not what RZA, right?
Nah, that was the Grave Diggers.
Okay, got you. You got their top song that that they're known for?
Oh man, I always got some hits, so it's like it depends, they got joints like featuring Eminem and shit, you know what I mean? But man, they got some joints, and don't forget, Rod Digger is an outsider. Shout out to Digger, you know what I'm saying? Rod Digger, Flip Mode, all that other shit, you know what I mean? But Buster, you a touch.
I hadn't heard her name in a long ass time.
Yeah, shout out to Digger, you know what I mean? She outsiders all day.
Bringing up all these.
Matter of fact, Digger got discovered through the Outsiders as well. So we have to give the Outsiders their props. Eminem, Rod Digger, and Young Z and Pace, you know what I'm saying? They came from the Outsiders, as is. All Outsiders. Rest in peace, Langy, because I think he was just so lyrical, man. He got killed back in the 90s and shit, you know what I mean?
Come on, brother.
Check your DM Disruptive when I was trying to post it in the
chat. No, don't be trying to put.
It's too late. Take that. You know what I mean?
Look, I see some outsiders rush you quick and the rah-rah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, shout out, yeah. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homies and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, because there's a lot of them niggas, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I know, like I said, that's just the ones I know. Matter of fact, shout out to Dad's Dolls, yo. Shout out to the homie Dads and shit, Outsiders and shit, you know what I mean? So that's what it is and shit. There's a lot of homies and shit, you know what I mean? I'm Outsiders, fuck that, you know what I'm saying? I'm from around the way, nigga, you know what I'm saying? But Outsiders.
This house, it looks like the Detroit houses, how they look.
Yeah, matter of fact, Outsiders got a lot of joints with the Fugees too. Early on, Fugees, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, nice.
Shout out to the Fugees, you know what I
mean?
Shout out to Lauryn Hill.
Oh yeah.
Lauryn Hill, love Lauryn Hill, no question.
Set up. Let's go. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's go. I heard that shit since '90 and shit, but yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? Let's go. Mine in the Matrix, so who's playing music? That was you?
She joined the Outsiders.
Oh, that's you playing music. Disruptor, play the dance song. We thinking you playing music and shit. A record deal, got mad, guns, cream and cloud. Always packing my bag, speeding out. Phase one, let's go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the beat. And they got that kind of hard.
Oh yeah. So if you love Eminem, let's go Outsiders, yo. You know what I mean?
Well, Eminem killing himself and killing other people.
And we was talking about that shit back in the day too. That's what I'm saying. But why my niggas ain't get that shine though? You know what I'm saying? Throwing their baby mama over the bridge, but they black, so it's like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really listening to it like that and shit, but the beat fire.
Hey, I think he on his own, gang.
Yeah, Outsiders fire. You know what I mean?
While I roll this,
get up. Yes. Let's go.
They just want you to listen to the songs they want you to listen to. Now, I can't find one more song. Shit. Rah, rah. Ooh.
Made my debut with the Fuji ceremony. Hungry self-centered in the acting movie. Got a wild style like the movie, packed and truly. Spend hundreds on earth if the singles for my shooting. Bulletproof hats for the cats that want to shoot me. Hanging on the block with Big LC's and Mooney. Hopping on the Lucy, me and Chance. Twin rat, Hopi, acting goofy. Sunburned skin and white lips like a movie. Rappers need to think if they really want to move me. Something to blow on. What's yours truly? Get up, get up, get up, get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Get up, get up, set up. You better step up, step up, step up. I'm coming with the hook.
Hey, Joe showing up some love.
Oh yeah, Outsiders, young, let's go, you know what I mean? Better step up Eminem because you ain't come back and look out for the homies. You see what I'm saying? I used to see Eminem standing on the corner over there on 21st and Avon. I used to go over there because they had the biggest bags of weed you ever saw for $10. $10, you know what I mean? Damn, who this white boy standing over there? He look like police and shit, or he was probably a fiend and shit. But damn, Pace introduced me to him like, yo, this is my man Marshall, yo. Oh, what's up and shit? The next summer, hello, my name is. Hey, yo, you heard that Eminem dude? Yeah, that name sound familiar. You seen that song? Hello, my name is. As soon as my boy showed me the cover of the I said, yo, that's my fucking boy Pace white crackhead Frank. Oh shit, this motherfucker can rap, yo. No sir. Just like that, yo. Know what I mean? This motherfucker can rap, yo. Oh shit, know what I mean? But yeah, he learned all that shit from my peoples. Fuck that, you know what I mean? And I be walking them about that shit. That's why I be, you know, I used to be on the Eminem rant, yo, Outsiders all day. Shout out to As Is Again, you know what it is and shit. You know what I mean? But, you know, they still cool with that nigga M though, but you know, I'll say fuck him because, you know, when you blew up, they should have blew up. You feel what I'm saying? You blew up D12 while you ain't blow up the house. You know what I mean? You could have had another crew under your belt, you know what I'm saying? Along with like G-Unit and Slaughterhouse and shit. You could have been like the all rainy hip hop label, you know, with the bar spitters and shit, you know what I mean? Shady Records and shit, you know what I mean? Had K Slay and shit, you know what I mean? Along with some other DJs, rest in peace. You could have made that shit happen, but you know, whatever, you know what I mean? Relationship sour after a while, I guess, you know what I mean? No, it stayed the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I found an article that's got the Outsiders holding up his that that Slim Shady cassette tape, and so yeah, there the connections there. It's real. They when I first heard them come on, I was thinking the Onyx, but then I was like, nah, that really remind me of Redman a little bit, like you know what I mean. I can hear Redman in it.
Shout out to Red, you know what I mean?
I ain't heard Red.
You know what I'm saying? You already know Red. We all from the same class and shit. Red be out in the park just chilling. You Red, we know you can say what's up to Red all day. You're really cool like that and shit, you know what I mean? Real shit, you know what I mean? Shout out to Wheatway Park, other side of the park, you know what it is. So yeah, Red man. Rest in peace to Apache and shit. I need a gangster bitch. What? A gangster bitch? Gangster boogie. What my gangster bitch? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember that track. You know, he from North, you know what I mean? You know, Naughty by Nature and shit, Queen Latifah. You know, they all came from the same belt, you know what I mean? Redman. Laws of the Underground. Shout out to Dupree Kelly, Councilman Dupree Kelly. No, here come the laws. Here come the laws. Remember that? And then they had the other song, Number One Chief Rocker. Yeah. One of those members from Laws of the Underground is the council member of Nook now.
Wow.
So shout out to Dupree Kelly on that. You know what I mean?
If it'll let me speak. Yeah, if it'll let me speak. I definitely used to rock the Number One Chief Rocker. I was man. Them was yeah. I used to fuck with them a little bit back then, for sure.
Right. Oh, they got hella records, bro. They're like these guys. I'll send you the link. I ain't even gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna talk about it. I'm gonna put it in the Jumbotron. Watch this shit. You know what I mean? So if you look my name up, DJ Seg One, anywhere, just about on most platforms, even Spotify, I got a playlist called Everything Jersey. So you could catch up on some Laws of the Underground, you know what I mean? Mr. Funky, you know what I mean? You know, and all them Lord Jazz and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Yeah, you know, Lord Jazz was instrumental in the slight resurgence we had a while ago over here with the hip hop scene and shit, you know what I mean? So shout out to Lord Jazz and shit, you know what I mean? Well, what's that? What's that, Disruptor? What's that?
This is Fry. Oh wait.
Jumbotron, you know I fuck with that house music. Let's go. Play my record. Play my record. You know what I'm saying? Play that motherfucking goddamn 1, 2, 3, 4. Get on up. You know what I'm saying?
You putting in the stuff. I like it.
Oh, I know.
All right, after that, bro.
Yeah, you can make that. I know what record that is. Mute that. What the hell was my post? I was trying to post in this damn chat. This shit ain't. Well, I'm gonna post it under your post, bro. You know what I'm saying? Post it under your post. Stupid ass Twitter and shit. You know what I mean?
Twitter is ass, bro.
But y'all know who I'm fucking with right now. Y'all gonna be like, oh man, she lame. What's his name? Kodak Black.
I'll fuck with Kodak. That's my little nigga and shit. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah, all right.
I like how Kodak be looking out for the people. That's all that matters and shit. Fuck what you saying and shit, you know what I mean? Look out for the little homies and shit, you know what I mean?
Twitter is ass. There ain't no question about it. Okay, Miss Disruptor, you had a thing that you sent. You want to talk about that event that's going on?
No, it ain't my event, but I'll talk about it. But I'm going. It's a Black History event. You know, y'all, I think we all have a responsibility because they going crazy. There's some school in Alabama where the students protested because they were allowed to have a Black History event, but they couldn't go past. They had to start it in 1970. Right? It's just outrageous that they are having to go through stuff like this. I've never seen it before, but it's definitely kicking up some dirt. Let me look at it. Hold on. So, you know, and I've never seen Nashville so engaged. But it's the 4th annual Black History Month Expo. We got some 2 new entrepreneurs, young Black entrepreneurs who opened up a Black market. And they've been getting a lot of support from the community. It's kind of like, do y'all have those, what are they called? Where you sell stuff, you can set up stuff and sell it. I ain't been in a while. But it's going down at the fairgrounds. We have a lot of events there that's outside. And it's, it looked pretty interesting.
Like the flea market?
The flea market. I can't think of shit tonight. I better
smoking that weed, girl. Smoking that weed, you know what I'm saying?
Shut up. I'm not. Anyway,
lay off the weed, lay off the weed.
That's a good weed too, shit. Let me see. I better stop.
Oh, these people crazy.
Are y'all having some events? Because I'm definitely going to try to hit the Juneteenth event in DC.
Reparations 2023.
Put on the flyer that all
2023.
single men need to wear a rose or something so we'll know who they are.
Reparations 2023. Say that again about a single rose. What do you want to do with a single rose?
I want all the single men that comes to the event, the Juneteenth event in DC, to be wearing an identifier. I'm single.
Oh, wow.
Shit, we need to get them T-shirts.
Oh, wow.
I should be able to have somebody up there.
Hey,
my God.
Address all reparations questions to no taxation without representation.
Tax, what's good?
I'm gonna say if they're alone, you probably got a 50-50, you know what I'm saying? But if there's a woman next to them, obviously that ain't gonna work out. But yeah, you know.
But no, I approve of your idea as a member of the board of reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com. Again, reparations2023.com. I will put your request in the Jumbotron and let Tits of Sex know and let all the folks who like Mel know what I'm saying, to write that down. Secretary Mel, write that down.
Let it be known we want the kids grown. Okay, we want them grown.
Ooh.
Yeah, we was trying to actually think about getting a bouncy house for the kids, but I don't think they're gonna allow that on the fucking lawn. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Shit, you know what I mean? That might be what do they call it? Interfering with the public or whatever they want to call it. You know what I mean?
Oh, they might, but it's such a liability, you know, with everything.
Damn, man. Oh man, my vote would be in for that. Oh damn, I'll have people sign a waiver or whatever they got to do.
Oh, that would be so dope.
Man,
I would just a bouncy house, right? That'll be fire, right?
Yeah, because at the other one, I swear to goodness, man, there had to be, you know, a busload of kids there, and you know they would have really loved to do something that was for them. You know what I'm saying? They would have loved that shit, man. No question, man.
I got it. Any big name sponsors yet? What's going on with that?
Working on it. We had our first reparations meeting the other day, yesterday rather. You know what I mean? And it was swell. It went swell. You know what I mean? So you know, we'll hopefully in the next month we'll be definitely giving y'all some answers on some stuff. Excuse me.
What about the you better catch me while I'm good. The printer.
Again, I know it's tax season. Everybody getting a little bread and everybody hawking me. So
I ain't getting no taxes back.
Oh, you better, girl. Come on, you claim me, damn it. You know what I'm saying? I'm your kid. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, like I said up here earlier, or whatever, and I've been saying in my spaces and news started about the printer or whatever. I think we could just easily get it if we wanted it like that. But you know, if we you know, I'm about the freebie gang. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? You might as well just come on the network with this company because, you know, when we get our reparations, hey, you know, you're going to need a printer and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got my Freeman card too, by the way. You know what I'm saying? My NACA card. You know what I mean? I'm going to need that 25-30% off too, by the way, HP. You know what I mean?
You know, you're going to need some advertisement and we'll put it all over the event.
I mean, that's the whole point of these corporations sponsoring. On that note, that's the whole purpose of it. So we get these jokers.
Who you talking to?
Nobody. Everybody in the room. So we get, you know, a couple sponsors, you know, I'm just saying, like, as far as the printer goes, right? You know, we get a corporate sponsor as far as, like, you know, not even so much for the reparations rally, just, you know, for what we're doing as far as the print, trying to get the word out about the rally. So whoever going to be, you know, regardless if we even got to pay for it, eventually we still want to look for some type of sponsorship from these people because when you really look at their companies, you know, about section, you know, like I was on Brother's website, you know, Brother the printer, you know, for those that ever had a Brother printer, they do industrial printing too. So I was on their site and they got a partner program. So, but I'm looking for partner programs on these other websites, HP, Kyocera, Xerox, and so forth. You know what I mean? And there's just third party printer rental places everywhere. So it's not like we, you know, stuck or not, you know, can't get one. I think that's the easy part because my original plan was that, you know, us just come together and just buy a fucking printer. You feel what I'm saying? But when I saw that Kyocera deal, damn, $100 a month, full color, you know, unlimited, everything taken care of. Yeah, that's a hell of a fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, I don't.
$25 a week.
Yeah, that's pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And not even. You know, we up here bare minimum between all our spaces. There's really just $1 a month from everybody. See what I'm saying? That's why I said this shit ain't gonna cost us nothing. Got $1. I'm gonna get $1, cuz, you know what I'm saying? $100 a month, pay for the printer. You know what I'm saying? But on the back end, we're gonna have to supply our own paper. Okay, that's not a problem. You know, Staples be having deals all the time on ring cases. Costco usually got shit for cheap. You look for buyouts in your area. who got printer paper and office supplies and equipment to buy out. That shit is a dime a dozen. Trust and believe me on that. So this is the narrative. You know, shout out to Brother Cadillac. He said he got the printer. You know that I could just have if I pay for the mailing, but just really keep that shit down there. But it's really a small format, regular house one he talking about. But what I'm speaking on is industrial one you would see at the fucking office. You know what I mean? Stand up tower looking shit. That's what we need, yo, in order to get that amount of prints out. So on the back end, the reason why I'm saying save y'all money instead of giving me any type of bread, to be honest with you, know what I mean? Save that bread for when you need to have pamphlets mailed to you. So, okay, you know, we're not selling the pamphlets, we're giving them to you as long as you go do the work to go give them out to the people. So, you know, whatever I can fit, as many as I can fit inside of a manila envelope or a box or whatever it is we're doing to mail it back to you. Usually I mess with the post office flat rate boxes, but we might not even need that. Sometimes FedEx is even cheaper. So, you know, and then being in that is under media mail, because it's media, we're doing media. Keep that in mind. So you can do media mail through the post office, but the way inflation is gone, even me sending one CD, this is why I have to charge 10 for a CD, because the mail is really eating up the profit right now. So media mail used to be like $1.50, $2 to send a CD. So even if I sold one for 10, I would at least net like maybe $5 to $7, depending after the taxes. But now you ain't really netting shit. That's why I try to tell everybody, you're gonna buy anything off me, hey, they're $1 pop. You might as well just go ahead and buy 10, 20 of them from the door, and we'll just work the mailing out later. Whatever the mailing costs, you just take care of it. So, you know, if you get the 25 for 20 deal that I usually do, I'll take care of the mailing like that. So 25 CDs, DVDs, $20. You know, I'll take care of the mailing. But as far as these paper prints goes, that's a different story, because paper eventually becomes heavy. You see what I'm saying? So if, like, you know, what does it cost? Like on average, it's like $35, like $40, we'll say $40 to get a case of rain paper. We'll say that. I know you can find it a lot cheaper, on sale, catch a sale, and just, you know, other spots are giving you little discounts. But on average, it's like $40, no matter what the brand is. So like in the rain case, it's like, I think it's 4,000 sheets of paper. So, you know, you do the math from there and shit. So if somebody wanted to buy a whole stack of papers, hey, well, that's only $5. You know what I mean? Because why we getting unlimited print? So pay for the paper, pay for the mailing, you're going to get the work. You know what I'm saying? It's really that simple. And, you know, obviously, you know, paying for the printer. But at least that shit come with everything. But like I said, I want to try to be transparent as possible and really try to vet these companies if we're going to try to get them to, hey, fuck it, just give us a printer. Just go and give it to us, you know what I mean? Because when this shit is all said and done, you're going to get a kickback, you know what I mean, at the end of the day. And plus, you know, like I said, we need to design them Freeman cards, yo. I think that shit is real Illmatic. And that'll be another good idea for this printer will be used for. So, you know, this shout out to the homie Cash Gangs, you know, the checkbox system. You know, reparations is more than just cash payments, and the land that y'all done stole from us or owe us 40 acres in a mule. Hey, look, you know, when I was 12 and shit, you know, y'all was following me after school. All I did was go to the candy store and shit and walk back home. But you threw me up against the wall all of a sudden for no reason, said I was selling drugs and shit. I'm going the fuck to my house and shit. Like, huh? Or just coming from work, come here, get up against the wall. You know, so I'm gonna need some reparations for that. Oh, I didn't get the job and shit, even though I'm way smarter than you, manager, but you gave it to a dumbass cracker knacker that ain't even graduate fucking high school barely. You know, son, I'm gonna need some reparations for that. You ostracized me on the job because of some racism, and I went through the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They didn't do shit. I'm gonna need some reparations for that. You feel me? Yeah, same thing, all folks in California. They have reparations for housing. $235,000. Yeah, that's what's up. But guess what? That's just one of my payments. Give me another $235 for some prejudiceness, for you know, redlining and shit. Fucking eminent domain. You know what I mean? Add it up, yo. Banking fucking issues and shit. You ain't never giving me a loan, even though I got an idea for a business. You want to play this credit shit on me and all this other stupid stuff? Yeah, I need reparations for all that shit. You know what I mean? Killing our peoples and reparations. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know, go and fill out your reparations form, checkbox system. You're gonna get your Well, I guess whatever black people, as our people, black Americans, get our shit together and really go for that federal and see what it is on that. That shit got to be recurring payments as far as I'm concerned for life. Or unless you plan on hitting with a nigga with a lump sum, that got to be like 100 million. You know what I'm saying? Like New Week said, 151 million per descendant. Yeah, you can go and cut me a check for life on that one. That'll be a lifetime payment. You know what I'm saying? One time. You know what I mean? Yeah, give me my money. You know what I'm saying? But they're not doing shit for us. So this is the whole argument of the printer. I don't want to be long-winded about it. Like I said, Monday, Tuesday, sometime this week, I'll definitely have a word for y'all. Definitely have a word for y'all for sure on that.
You know, the money that I'm fighting for that they owe because they're greedy and selfish. I know it's gonna come in soon. I mean, that should be about $1 million. And I want to, DJ and music engineering and what's the other one? Digital knowledge. It's something that I'm on a board. I want our boys to learn. You know, we kind of put down stuff that ain't you can learn on your own, but that shit you ain't got to go to school for. And they're not giving out school student loans like they used to.
Right, but see, here's the thing, what I'll be telling people. So, in this white space the other day, right? And it was like, damn, you know a lot of shit. You know, you need to be coaching people and getting paid. Nah, that wouldn't work out for me. And then nobody would even care. Well, why not? You know, those that will want to pay but will want to learn. Yeah, but is they going to do the work? Just because you pay for school and class, is you doing your profession? See what I'm saying? What you went to school for, are you doing that right now? For a living and earning money?
Oh, no, they ain't doing it.
They ain't doing that, right. So this shit is only for the faint of heart. Keep it real. Being a musician probably got a better off chance of just fucking being a manager at McDonald's or some kind of shit to eventually own the McDonald's, which is possible, to franchise it. You know what I mean? So back to the music shit, reason why, not to say music is not worth it. I know y'all hear us saying Lil Wayne sold his catalog for $100 million. Well, that's worth it. That's some money in the bank. But if you don't own your own label and all your own equipment and really putting your foot forward to do majority of the work, which is way too hard, yo. It's way too hard because you have to depend on these other third-party entities. You know, when it comes to the publishing and shit, you got to be with one of these royalty societies, ASCAP, BMI, CSAC. When it comes to this digital shit, like you said, you got to be with other societies like Song Trust and Song Trust and a digital distributor like DistroKid or CD Baby. So it's like you shelling out money really for these third-party companies to micromanage you. I could teach us all that shit and have us just micromanage us. You know what I'm saying? So it's really about finding the right kids, you know, that really want to learn. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't even really so much about showing them anything. Everything online for free is just really me pointing you in the right direction. And you go off on your own. And then, you know, obviously I'm gonna eventually, because I see me and Black Majority was working on social the other night and just figuring out some things. So there are ways to implement lessons on social. You could come up there, 210, and start your disruptor room, you know what I'm saying? And start your lessons and shit up on social. You know, you just gotta start working, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm pretty sure that's what Black Majority plan on doing, what we do over here in the Black state of America. News title when you get a chance to look at it. And, you know, Mel Cruz should just walk into the social. And she has her own room. So everybody come up on social.com, SOXCIAL.com, and follow the only Mel Cruz. But I think Black Majority, they automatically followed, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, there's a dozen or more communities that automatically, when you sign up, and all you got to do is go to your profile, click your picture that you use, and you can see all the communities that you're in.
Word up on that one.
I definitely, you know, I want to do some mental health stuff. I definitely want to do an advocacy, policy and research group.
Yeah, get in the Jumbotron, top left side. Sign up for Soul Child. Soul Child is our Black American network.
I'm in there.
Well, we know that. You know, you already disrupted stuff. You know what I'm saying? Meet your mic. You know what I'm saying? Meet your mic.
Tell them I need a middle finger.
I know, right? Oh, you mad. Put the thumbs down, though. Put the thumbs down. Ooh, thumb you up. Let's thumb fight. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, you won't play?
Oh, I didn't know.
That's thumb wrestle. Remember that? Y'all thumb wrestling and shit.
Yeah, I'm like, shit, my thumb's too small, man. I'm only 4'11". I mean, damn.
Where's our apple?
Say, get your mic.
Come on, Twitter, you tripping. Twitter tripping. Hey, I don't know if I lost the feed or what.
On the YouTube or where?
Oh, no. Yeah, okay, we good. Okay. Now, were you playing something off of YouTube?
No, I'm actually, streaming over there too, following you and shit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Run the numbers up.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was I'm checking the timeline for different stories, but this is something that's interesting here in Massachusetts. They putting up a bill for prisoners to donate organs for less prison time.
Oh yeah, we went over that. Did we go over that in your space before?
I don't know. This was I guess this was a few days back.
We talked about that a couple times this last week or whatever.
Next thing we having women having babies, but let's talk.
That's not too far fetched to surrogates. Essentially, is what it would be. It's not out the realm of possibility because I posted a story where they wanted to put babies inside of women who are in comas and basically keep them alive.
Stop playing.
No, that's real. Keep them alive long enough to have the baby. So yeah. Yep. That shit crazy as hell. Okay, we got baby sister coming up.
Don't let baby sister. Yeah, baby sister.
I think that's everything I got. Oh yeah, you got it, baby sister. You got it.
Peace and reparations, family, should have happened 2 seconds ago. Did you guys hear about the HBCUs, the Black sisters being offered, money for their eggs? It's like $10,000.
Wow.
And then they're also doing it for the prison people. I think you just spoke on it. But they're trying to buy our sisters' eggs for $10,000. But yeah.
Is that unethical? I mean, I don't know.
Wow.
Do want to have healthy babies, and I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I just think it's a little unethical.
Seeming like some slavery to me.
Did they say whether it was for medical research or they were actually going to use to create a child?
I don't think it was for like what do you call it, in vitro or anything like that. I think they just said, if you sell it, it's ours. So I don't know what they're going to do with it. But when the people were talking about the guy who went off or whatever, about the HBCUs being exposed is kind of interesting. That didn't come to the forefront, I guess the athletic department or whatever, that was, the hoopla for this particular guy. But failed to neglect and tell us about the egg harvesting for $10,000. I guess they want to keep us so broke that any amount of money, we're just going to be grabbing for it. But if someone wants to sell their eggs, then I say go ahead and do it, because we don't want you procreating anyway. So they'll just filter themselves out, because you have to be an idiot. You would have to be an idiot. If you're an idiot, we don't want you around us. So maybe sell your eggs so you can just just poof, be gone. But I don't know. Yeah, but the HBCUs. I was wondering if what was the sister's name? Kingdom.
Down in Atlanta.
The young lady, her name is Kingdom. Kingdom.
Kingdom's crap. Where's Kingdom? I ain't heard from her in a minute.
But I would think she'd be, privy to it. But yeah, $10,000. Shit's getting real. I'll end my plane.
Hey, I'll be right back in my play space when I come back. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, I'm thinking, because that Henrietta Lacks, who had a space about that recently?
FBA Empress did.
FBA Empress, thank you. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, is it to produce children? Because I think those surrogates get a lot more money than that. I think it's way more than 10,000 for that. But it sounded like more like research based, which you're giving up your genetic material, and I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think it was indicative of them carrying. For being a surrogate. Yeah, I think they just wanted the eggs. Yeah, they're not trying to be a surrogate.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
I mean, today is Saturday, so who knows what it's going to be tomorrow? But as of today, I don't think it was surrogacy. Could be on.
Well, this is October 2022. America has a black sperm donor shortage. Black women. This damn Wrigley phone. We won't pull up the story quickly. But open two collection sites, and black women are paying the price. Black men account for fewer than 2%. You know what? I don't want you to even pop up if you're not going to let me read the story without telling me I got to subscribe. I can't see the story, y'all. Sorry.
Well, I'll cut to the chase for you. That's bullshit. Because that's just propaganda. It amazes me how we just, and I don't mean we, it's how they think that they could just spew anything, and it's just,
they think it.
But yeah, I caught that too. But before I forget, you guys, there was a sister who does coloring books. So if you guys were trying to, I don't rightly know. But you guys were thinking of some activities, So I don't know if she could, do her business or whatever. Or are there any Black Americans that are have invented games, like Double Dutch or some shit like that, the newest Double Dutch or whatever, who could, entertain the kids? I don't know.
Okay, entertain the kids to
the reparations.
Oh,
you guys would come to the bouncy house. That would be an insurance nightmare. Because I know my black ass would be up there saying I slipped and fell, so I can give you a insurance message, y'all.
Right. Well, they say they want to bring affordability to surrogacy. Because, it can be expensive. It is expensive.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's more in the experimental medical whatever shit that they do, whether they're going to try to create more lines that they can experiment on or cure some type of diseases or whatever the case may be. I think it's more on that end, scientific research.
Maybe try to figure out how to mutate us. So when we go to the doctor to get a pap smear or whatever, because I've often wondered, why so many vials of blood? We go to the doctor, they take 4 or 5 vials of blood, and it's just like, okay. You're right.
Man, bro. Oh, God. So I started off in the medical field, and I was a phlebotomist at a plasma donation center, and they would identify unique blood types. I want to say RH was like the most expensive one, but if you had that type, they would not leave you alone. They would like hound you down. They wanted you to come in, as often as you can, physically do it, and they would pay more money for the special blood type, whatever it is, but they weren't giving people nearly what they were going to make off of it. But they are like that.
I heard some of that, but you sounded kind of weird. Yeah, you in the Matrix a little bit, Black.
Damn.
Oh, I am?
No, this shit is buggy. It's bugging out. Bugging out. Bugging out.
I did hear him say, I heard Black say he was in the medical field and started drawing blood, but I can't remember, or I didn't hear clearly where he said it. He did it. Did you hear that part, Tammy?
I did.
Where did he say?
He was a phlebotomist. Sorry, he said he was a phlebotomist.
Yeah. Yeah, so they had special blood types. I believe it was RH, and if anybody came in with that special blood type, they would really, they would call them constantly to get them to come in to donate. And they would give them
the one that can go to anybody. You think?
I'm not sure what it was, but it was whatever it was, something special about it, RH negative, something like that, and they would give them a little extra money, but I know it wasn't as much as they were going to make off of that bag of their plasma. You know what I'm saying? So this is kind of what they do. If they're getting eggs, baby sister said, they could be doing experiments. I'm sure it's for some medical biotechnological research. It's likely not for our benefit. It's likely more for their benefit. But yeah, it sounds like something to, because unfortunately you're probably going to sign a waiver for your genetic material. Once they have it, they can do whatever they want with it. So it sucks because like someone stated, they're desperate for money to pay off their college tuition, to pay room and board, whatever it is, and it's exploitative to say the least. I'm just trying to I'm trying to find a story to a report, so I can actually look into that, because that's actually
I'll try to snag it.
Okay.
What was going on with that space about the extraterrestrials? I don't think it was extraterrestrials, but it was the outer space the space about outer space. It was like almost like 5,000 people in it earlier today, like 6,000 people or something like that. They were talking about what they saw.
Were you talking about the? I thought they were talking about the child balloons. It was something different.
It could possibly have been, but it was just a weird topic. And I was like, what is this? And I went in and I was doing something, but did anybody catch it? What was that about?
They're saying that I mean, I look at the reports. I didn't go in that space, but I've seen stuff on the timeline saying they may have shot down a UFO. I think UFO was trending in the hashtags. So I don't know if they're saying this is an actual outer space extraterrestrial UFO or if it's something to do with China or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, that's likely what it was about.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't mean like ET or nothing like that, but I think it was like something outer spacey. Yeah. Shut up, Mel.
Yeah, it looked like I thought I saw a headline that said they shot down several of them. So I was like,
Damn. Everybody gets to come to America. Ain't that it? Martians, Uranians, yeah. Everybody gets to come here. Right?
E.T.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, it's likely something from China. Let's just put it there. Something Chinese. Oh God.
I was thinking to myself, when Twitter, went haywire. I wonder if that was China saying, we're going to pop you in the back of your head because we can do this. We can do this just for one day. Because that was really a coincidence for those balloons to be over here, bubbles, whatever the hell it was. And then all of a sudden there's a disruption in telecommunications. Thank God for TikTok because they in everybody's house now. They went through the back door, but I just found it weird that everything just went boop. Then they flipped it back on again.
I was reading this article that said they were spying, sending like researchers over here to spy, and they found out they were spying on us. I mean, I don't. Can't we all just get along?
That would be a no.
Yeah, yeah, that would be a no. You're right about that. Oh man, these fucking people are crazy.
Don't they have a Chinese something right across from our naval base or army base or something in New York? Didn't somebody say there was they have their own chapter or something that's right across from one of our military bases? They spy and they stupid because they're already here, but we're screwed.
Yeah, they've been buying up land. That was a recent story where I think they tried to buy some land next to a military installation, and I think they were denied the purchase of the land or whatever the case may be. But they got, man, this country's so wide open. It sucks so bad. It's like, I don't know, maybe the people who built the country, as far as the paperwork, the Constitution, blah blah blah, didn't understand that this world that we live in today was possible, where they would open the shit up to all these fucking immigrants. Because back then, everything I read about them, they didn't like the Germans, the Italians. They didn't like really none of those what they considered unpure white populations over there. So all of these immigration additions to the country wasn't really the original design. And I was in a space, Miss Dawn had a space about immigration earlier, where they were laying out how they had a million plus coming in the country, even way back like 100 years ago. I've talked about that a lot. I think it was 50 million of them came over here between the 1800s and the mid 1900s. That wasn't really the original plan. So it's kind of strange, you know, how we've gotten here, but they're so entrenched in every sort of government apparatus, and it's actually not the foreign looking ones, the darker ones, it's the European ones. The Germans, you know, they came over here, they have the biggest population of whites, and you know, I think a lot of this comes from whatever ideology they have. It could be, to be quite honest, and people really probably won't really understand this, but you know, they have this long, extremely long, extremely patient ideology that I would not be surprised if all of those Nazis that they brought over here have simply been working steadily, methodically to ultimately fucking destroy the country, you know, at some point. Because that's how those people think. Just the same way the Chinese people think. They think long, 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 long term, 100-year, 1,000-year cycles. And them Asians are coming, just like the Hispanics are coming. So, you know, 100 years from now, this country could be 50% Asian if they let those people keep coming over in here. They got to go somewhere. Motherfuckers got to go somewhere, man. They need to lock this bitch down now. Lock it down. Yeah, they really just need to lock it down. They need to, man, lock this country down. Get rid of fucking immigration once and for all. Have it extremely, very strict and very temporary. You can come over here for 6 months, you know, whatever. If you're getting education, 3-4 years maximum, and then you got to go. That's really how they gotta move forward. Otherwise, it's just going to be a whole different country. Asian population.
Y'all know how I think we've been making it through. I'm listening to some songs right now. I think we were able to make it through because we had shit like Jodeci and Tony, and you know, genuine shit like that. Because otherwise, but I think that's the other reason why we made it. You know, shit.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the music got us through. That's interesting because what there's no music to get these people through. The younger generation, this music is like, man, it's disturbing. It's got a good beat. You know, it's the 808s. The music is it certainly induces certain you know, rhythmic patterns. Say that again.
Empowering. You know, we had a lot of music that motivated us. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we had the good music. What they have today, though, to Baby Sister's point, I don't know what that's going to get them through in terms of this younger generation and the generation after that.
They doing gaming.
Yeah.
We just need some good frequency.
Oh, you don't think that I can't even think of one song that's like a look? They can use our music. You don't think they like it enough?
You know, they could. I mean, they should, to be quite honest. I don't think that they don't like it, but it's not in rotation anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But
I would like to really target them to come to the reparations at Juneteenth.
Man.
how come they don't use, y'all just made me think of something. How come they don't use, kill that bitch, fuck that hoe? How come they don't use those type of songs when they're selling us, items? They'll use money, 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 shit like that are real, shit that makes sense. But I haven't heard any commercials that use anything past 1995 music. It's always retro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm saying that right, but what the fuck?
Yeah, you're right. Commercials, movies. I mean, other than if it's some, whatever black gang movie or whatever they put out there, but for the most part it is a lot of older music that people connect to and understand and have a experience with. There's not too many songs being made today that are like that, so it sucks.
Hey, Black, are you still talking? Because you might be in the Matrix.
No, I'm trying to find the Asian population projections for 2100, which ain't even 100 years from now. Actually, it's less than 80, so it's like 3 generations away. Again, if anybody has any young children in their family, they're likely to see 2100, with the grace of God. And different numbers. Some are saying 9 billion, some are saying 10 billion people, which is like another 2 billion people. Where are all these Asians and Africans gonna live? Because essentially,
I see it. Where they go, our country gonna look like Jamaica's country. I mean, where are we gonna put these people? Are we gonna have enough food land to feed them and stuff?
Yeah. That's probably the number one question is the food and the water, which is that's probably going to be, as it is becoming a bigger and bigger issue, the food and the water for sure. Excuse me. Goodness gracious.
Just kind of reviewing over, when did, the immigration start? They've always had, what is it called? Limits. They didn't just let a whole bunch of, immigrants come at once, but they've always put acts in place to limit who came or whatever as early as the 1890s. How interesting. But in 1924, the Immigration Act of 1924, the Johnson-Reed Act, the Immigration Act limited the number of immigrants allowed entry into the United States through a national origins quota. So they put a quota on it.
It's almost 11 billion. That's 2100, 11 billion.
From Asia. Wow.
Yeah, that was smart. That was smart. Well, that was smart. A person on YouTube is saying that at current production levels, the world can maintain 11 billion people. And this graphic says that we're going to be just under 11 billion people in 2100, 10.9 billion. So this is like, these are tipping point, situations where they talk about climate change, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It is what it is. But if you're going to reach the tipping point of where they're saying now that's, our maximum possible population in 80 years, that presents a whole nother set of problems, like a whole entirely different set of problems. They have the United States at 732 million in 80 years. That's double. That's almost 1.5 times as many more people. So that's the question. If there's 350 million now, roughly, and we're going to get to damn near 750 million, another 400 million people, um, like, who are those people going to be? Like, are they? It's not likely they're going to be us. Let's be kind of realistic here. They're going to add 400 million people here. Who are those people going to be? Who politically? How are they going to be thinking? How are they going to be moving? You know, dear God, it's just like, damn, this shit is like, they're likely to be Hispanics and Asians and diasporans, to be perfectly honest. And this is not that far away. I mean, this is outside of my lifetime because, I'd have to live 100 and damn near 30 years to get that far. But it's certainly within the lifetimes of, any children that are alive today. All they got to do is live 80 years to see this time period in human existence. But in this country specifically, it presents a whole different set of problems, I believe, to be quite honest. It's really fucked up, man. It's really fucked up, bro. It's really fucked up. Damn. Oh boy.
America has always done shady shit. It just, they have always had this type of, they couldn't come out and say it, but they came out and said, we only want certain people or, to come over here. But at one time it served to curtail European immigration because let me say something. When they were having conflicts and stuff, I don't know who are these people that did this country like it did it. It's just kind of a shady country.
In terms of, you say who did this, the country shady, or?
Well, the country is shady, but who were who suggested all this bullshit, and limited, and who? It don't even seem like they cared to all learn certain things. They just took somebody's word for it, seemingly. For me, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, it's likely the architects. I think in that space, like I said, I mean, you start letting immigrant populations come in, and then they rise to government positions, and then they start writing legislation. They start advocating for programs, HB1 visas and all these other different types of marriage visas, so they can bring their family over here. And it just becomes a whole thing where once they get into those positions, either through elected office or they build a business where they can lobby, quote unquote, spend money on creating those policies. That's how it essentially works, as far as I can tell. And then if you marry that to a political party who's looking for voters, like the Democrat Party especially, they're looking at these voters to come in add to their voting totals, and creating all this legislation and letting non-voters vote all over the country in different cities. It it just all comes together in a perfect storm for us against us. It's like, yeah, we could just sit back and relax, I guess, and just go on and live our lives and kind of not be worried about any of this stuff anymore. That's one option, I guess. It's kind of hard to close your eyes once you've seen and know so much of this stuff, um, because the tragedies aren't going to stop. And if they're not going to stop, eventually it'll affect people that you know, that you love, that you care about. And that's so unfortunate. My son's gotten pulled over at least a half a dozen times in the last couple of years. um you know and he put these dark tinted windows on his car, and I told him, like, that all that's going to do is you're going to get pulled over. I mean, these things are very predictable. If you do something, it's going to lead to something else. But so far so good. But it's like, how many times can you get pulled over by these people before something bad happens? um you get the wrong idiot moron, he's having a bad day, he wants to make sure that you have a bad day. And I just hope and pray that that doesn't happen. But it's like Russian roulette with these people. um yeah, you just got to make, I think you got to make smart decisions and not put yourself in a bad situation. But who knows, man? It may be a thing where these reparations go through in California. Shout out, salute to the people in California. They go in New York and Boston. There's something in Fulton County that I think just popped up, and all these other places that people do get some financial repair. They're able to save some money, purchase a home, start a business, start a 401k, whatever, go to school, and life gets better and things work out. I mean, that's one thing that could actually happen. It's a 50-50. Maybe, the hearts and minds of the people that have been essentially working against us, maybe it changes. Um, it's unlikely, but there is the possibility that things do change that way. And then everybody can just kind of live out their days, make sure their finances are in order, pass it on to the next generation, and they're able to do the same for the next 50 generations. But again, although I truly hope and wish and pray that that will happen, um, I don't think there's a guarantee that it will happen. Um, so again, we could just kind of just let it play itself out and play it by ear, or we can do the other thing, which is organize and concentrate and try to make sure that there are systems in place to ensure that this actually does happen, that there's education in place to make sure it does happen. And that seems to be the thing that I don't know, people don't seem to be too excited about it, like you would think. Like I would think. I mean, I would think people would be a lot more excited about that, man. Because even with, we were talking about the protesting has come to damn near a halt. Multiple deaths, multiple executions, and very, very little outrage. Very, very little outrage, very little protesting, very little of anything. It's like you could hear a pin drop. Some of these situations, they're quickly releasing the body cam footage. Um, especially on the nationwide viral stories, they're releasing the body cam footage. So it used to be you had to protest to get the body cam footage, and that protest would lead to more protests. That's kind of how the energy was building up. But they figured that part out, so they're getting the body cam footage out, so that dissipates the protests pretty quickly. Then they're getting out the attorney who wraps his arm around the people. Now the president's wrapping their arm around the people, and that particular incident is really drowning out all the other incidents that are occurring at or around the same time, which is just another example of just being overwhelmed, really like information overload, emotional overload, spiritual overload. And so they kind of seem to have figured out a way to work that out as well. And then everybody just kind of sits back and waits. That Tennessee situation, I think I posted that and it was just a repost, but they had issued charges for 8 other people, 8 other they terminated the white guy, which he probably has a lot more to do with it than most people realize, but there were 8 other employees that were released and sent some type of citation charge. And I don't know what the nature of those are, but that was the last thing I remember reposting about that story. So, and again, it's just like for the family and for their healing, the federal government being involved is bringing more quicker resources and more quicker accountability, I guess, to that situation. But again, there were like 5 or 6 other situations that occurred around the same time. Some of them survived, some of them didn't. And but there's been no real outrage or protesting about any of them at this point. So I'm kind of not going to say disappointed, but I just kind of feel like we may be at the tipping point of, not doing anything at all. Not much of anything at all at this point. And it may be just a thing where the masses collectively will just kind of accept what occurs. As much as people say, they kind of, we're going to blow up, we're going to explode. And I think that's not the best solution, is to blow up and explode. However, doing absolutely nothing can't be the right solution. It just can't be, because then they're just going to be like, oh, well, shit, we can do whatever we want. They're not even going to do anything. They're not going to protest. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. They're just going to sit back and accept it. You're totally pacified at that point.
Well, no. However, we have created a system in America where one party can dominate. And unfortunately, they dominate and they can take over and do whatever they want to do. And I don't want to do that anymore. It's just got to be a way to make it more equitable. But when you live in a red state, I'm trying to post this newspaper article, and I don't think I'm getting to do it. But it talks about how, they pretty much, the Republicans have total control, and are ignoring, the Democrats. It's just, and the reason it won't happen is we have 2 big cities, Nashville and Memphis. It might happen. What the Republicans are doing is they want to take over Davidson County or Nashville. And by how to do that, they want to split council in half. So they want to move it from 40 to 20. And it's kind of feeling like, why?
That's interesting.
So they can get control. And I think that's so wrong. They didn't get in trouble. Why is there nothing against redlining and gerrymandering? That was a huge issue in Tennessee. So I guess that might be what we do.
I agree with what Black said about about getting to a point of being pacified, and really quiet as it's kept. I mean, Jackson, Mississippi, they're not doing anything, and they are creating that. They've created that law. So how many other cities has this happened in? They did it in Detroit, which it impacted Flint. They're doing it in Jackson. They attempted it in Mason, and we still don't know if that that deal that the comptroller put out, we don't know if that's still in effect, even though my understanding is the money has been, the bill is settled, paid. So, but that's the strategy they're using to put us behind an 8 ball.
Yeah.
And we really aren't doing too much. But people are tired. I mean, we're mentally exhausted. And every time you look up, it's something else. It's like, damn. So,
Well, it's just, I'm so fucking frustrated that you are an elected official and regardless of which side you're on, it's still your responsibility to take care of the whole state and make really good decisions for the whole state that doesn't press upon how you feel personally, spiritually. People got, this is moving away from everything. Well, we were told, and we know they lie a lot, so, but it's just...
No, you're right. Because, and I think like what you're going to say, it's Christian principles, but how they, what they call Christian principles and what others call Christian principles, way two different things. And these politicians have gotten to all this. Had that guy even talked to the people in Jackson, they would have told him, no, we don't want that. The mayor would have told him, hell no, we don't want that. What? I ran for this office. Shit, let me do my job. So
they're not talking to anybody.
Right.
You know that part.
Right. The selfish game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just like with this, this transgender law that they are probably going to pass. Have you even talked to someone, a minor who is considering, transition? Have you even talked to them? Because we know you haven't. And that's my issue. How they got so much power to be able to go against medical, healthcare providers. They don't win against the World Health Organization. How do you get that much power? I just don't think that is... I just don't like that at all.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand which law you're talking about, because I know in one state I saw some lady on there talking about, these kids can come in here, and the school counselors and whatnot, they can talk to them about transitioning or whatever the term is called, and those teachers or school administrators don't have to tell the parents. The parents, they're not required to even involve the parents. To me, that's a problem.
Well, once you get 15, 16 years old, you keep secrets from your parents. And I don't think especially if your parent, it's a complicated situation, because I work with a lot of them and I, know the details of a lot of the stories. A lot of the parents are making, again, a religious, issue. But I'm talking about, and they can't do counseling in school. They don't have enough time. They are putting a Band-Aid on an issue, which, great. You form a bond with as many people as you can. But I'm talking about 11 states are banning transgender, what's called genetic reassignment to minors. They can't get the insurance. They're not, and I think it's just unfair because why?
Okay, so I see where you're coming from about from the insurance piece of it. Yeah, that I mean, you know, the whole thing is it hasn't really been. It has, because I get what you're saying about kids being 15 and, you know, you keep secrets to say, okay, I get that part of it. And I could even see that. I mean, if a parent comes home and when the child left, they were one gender, and then the child comes home, they're another gender, and the parent is still responsible for that, then that means all of the things that go with the parental responsibility need to be in play as well. Now, if that person is an adult and they live on their own, and the last time they visited, they were one gender, and they come back, they're another one, well, that person's grown now. They can do whatever they want to do. So to me, that's the part that makes sense. And if I just feel like whatever laws and stuff they're going to make, they need to have the voting people, you know, those citizens need to be able to vote and say they agree or not.
Right.
You know
that's
what I mean?
hard.
Yeah.
Which, in a Republican state, they probably would not vote for it. But I think medical decisions need to be left up to healthcare providers and patients. But let me say something you said. You know, you leave one gender and you come home another. These kids already, you know, your kid, girl.
I mean, no. I mean, I get that, and it wouldn't be that easy because we know that surgery and stuff.
But I'm just saying their appearance.
Well, yeah, yeah. But I'm just saying, you know, sitting in the wings thinking, oh, it's just a phase. They could be. I mean, listen, whatever the parent, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're going to make a law or you're trying to mandate to omit the parent, either making them aware of what's going on, anything of that nature, getting the parents' consent.
Okay, fellas.
And the parent is still financially and
thank you so
legally
much.
responsible for that
Thank you so
human
much.
being, then you need to include the parent in the conversations. Because worst case scenario, as a therapist yourself, Tammy, you can tell that person, hey, look, you got 4 years.
I don't know how to do the ads on here.
You know, you can do your reassignment surgery or whatever it is. You know, but if you're going to hold the parent responsible, then you got to keep the parent informed, period. That's how I look at it. Because they're even teaching first and second graders how the LGBTQ community actually has sex. That's out of pocket.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, it's in
kind of like the PRT.
yeah.
I haven't seen that done in schools, but
it's out there. It's trust me, it's out there. I just recently saw a post on it, and I'm gonna land my plane real quick because I see other hands are up. But the point I'm making is they have no business doing that. That's just, and then you don't even tell parents that that's part of the curriculum. That is out of pocket. That's out of pocket. Let me land my plane.
Well, I always encourage including the parent.
And that needs to be law though, because you have someone. I mean, everybody's not about the right. You know what I'm saying? And so somebody could come in and be like, "Well, I'm wondering," and next thing you know, you're no longer wondering; you're being talked into it. And so, and you don't even have the parents' input. That to me is where it becomes problematic. I'm gonna let my plane know because I'm just gonna let my plane.
Well, yeah, there are reports of people who have had that at a young age, and then they have massive regrets. Some of them become so depressed that they're almost suicidal. So you know, it's not always the best choice at a very young age. And I try to post that. I try to post those videos from the people who do have regrets as much as I can whenever I see them. But there are a lot of people who have had that transitional, who went through that process, who do later regret it. So Trouble and then Baby Sister.
Hey everybody! Shout out to the group. Hope everybody doing well. This 3 o'clock in the morning. What y'all still doing up?
I'm about to go to sleep.
Yeah, Mel, I 100% agree with you. And Black as well. There has been a lot of people who have regretted it later on. And how you lock a parent out of a decision for a minor, I don't know. insurance companies, and none of those people rights or oversee the parents' rights. If I have a child in my home, you go to school a boy, you can bring your ass back home a boy. And when you get to the point to where you can make the decision to take the surgical procedure, the chop, snip, clip, you could be a grown man outside of my house.
Yeah.
Now, if like Mel said, if you come back as a grown man and you come back a grown woman-ish, then that's a whole nother story. Because you were grown enough to make that decision.
Yeah.
But the experts cannot say on one hand that a child or adolescent mind can be easily swayed until this age and is not ready to make these decisions until that age. And then turn around and say at 10 years old, 11, 12, 15 years old, you're mature enough to make a life-changing decision such as some kind of body altering surgery. You can't have it both ways. You're not going to have it both ways.
Right.
So in that instance, I agree with the law saying, no, you cannot give a child these type of medications because your mind told you that you want it. There should be so many other things set in place before the child goes and get a surgery.
And there are
therapy. Get you some mental therapy.
We do
get around some people who are not pushing this agenda towards you. I remember when the song "My Girl Got a Girlfriend" came out, and it was cute for a lot of teenage girls to go and try to pretend like they had girlfriends. I remember my niece at a young age posting on her page, "Ooh, this is my wifey." Now she wants to pretend that she's, bisexual because that drew the guy's attention. It was an attention thing.
Right.
She wasn't bisexual. She wanted to pretend she was because it gave her a certain type of clout with the young guys. She was seen as a little bit different, a little bit more risque, but she didn't know what she was getting into until she had an incident happen one time that kind of flipped the light switch on for her. I have a cousin in Boston whose son goes to the school to where his teachers are gay and openly displays it. And my cousin didn't know that every Monday they had what the teacher called coming out day.
Oh, wow.
And so my little cousin, he's watching all of these other kids decide that they're going to come out to the class.
Oh, wow.
And so the teacher was doing a big deal. She was giving them a party, making them feel special because they decided to come out.
Wow.
Well, my little cousin, he decided he wanted to feel special too. He's one of them type of kids that love attention, love the grad. He's that see me, love me type of child.
Damn.
Very influential in that way.
Man,
so next thing I know, my cousin's getting a phone call from somebody else's mama who has a child in the classroom saying, "Did you know so-and-so participated in the coming out day?" School didn't even have enough, enough about them to call her and tell her what was going on. They just allowed the child to participate in the he's coming out day without informing her anything about it.
Damn.
So in those type of senses, I think the schools step their boundaries. And so we have the audacity to be mad at certain lawmakers for placing these things in hand. But then we have these psychiatrists that says, well, I'm a psychiatrist or I'm a therapist. And so I see these kids and I see this and I talk to them all the time. But you're not the parent. You don't get to make that decision. What you see is not what you are. It's not always what you're going to get. You ain't going to get nothing with my child until you come and talk to me. And I'm going to land my plane right there.
I'm jumping in real quick just to say you're absolutely right.
It should be criminal.
And how do we know it's not peer pressure?
It should be criminal.
How do we know you're not doing it? Because how do we know the young man that you just described, Trouble, wasn't hungry that day, just wanted some cake or ice cream. So I mean, these are life-changing decisions. So yeah.
Man, most people regret getting tattoos at some point in their life. They try to cover them up or get rid of them, later in life. So, damn. Man, oh my God. I can't even imagine having a kid in this society today. Wow. It's so hard. It would be so hard to be a parent. Baby sister. Jeez Louise, oh man. This fucking world
is go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
Let me say this.
So fucking hard.
I don't know how much of this is fueled by misinformation.
Damn, bro.
But as a parent, you see your child going through stuff. It's not like it's a secret. But if it is a secret, that's the bigger problem. Why didn't they want to include parents? I think sometimes it's not my choice for tell one way or the other. But
I gotta stretch my fucking legs here.
The LGBT community, they should stay hidden. They shouldn't. Now, I don't know about the coming out, celebration, because we sure didn't have one for heterosexual, teenagers. But they do go through a lot before they come out. It's a whole lot of, suicide attempts, cutting, depression, anxiety, or whatever prior to. And it is a very, sensitive situation. And I will say,
Secrets. Secret, man. Oh shit! Fucker kicked me again. Motherfucker! I just wanted to get something to drink. No. What happened? What? How the fuck did that kick the whole space? I had co-host and everything in that motherfucker. What? Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, what the fuck, bro? How did that even happen? I was nowhere near the fucking. I'm on the YouTube and everything. Damn.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, bro, over there, so I'm gonna just hang up.
Yeah.
Over there, I guess.
Okay, I'm on the YouTube too. The space drop.
Yeah,
Damn.
the YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube's still going and shit. So.
Yeah, because I walked away from the thing and everything. So Twitter did that shit. Man,
yeah.
I'm ready to snooze out. So if it's over, it's over for me. You know what I mean? But damn.
Right. Yeah.
All right, that's what's up. Thanks for letting me know, because I was looking at the phone like, damn, what happened?
Right. It just happened the moment I called you, like within a split second and shit.
Right.
So if anything, I'll probably start a room just to get that last hour in and shit. I'm probably gonna go to sleep till about 5 or 6 any damn way.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. Come on over just for a little bit and shit, just, see what's going on and shit.
Absolutely.
All right.
That's what's up. Okay. Hey, YouTubers, man, Twitter is undefeated because they collapsed another space. And even though I had all the safeguards in, 2 co-hosts and everything else, it wasn't nowhere near the phone. Twitter decided to close another space. So hopefully by next weekend, we'll be on social live. We'll still be on YouTube live, and we'll see how that goes. Hopefully their tech is a lot better. Hopefully they're not charging outrageous prices for us to operate these spaces, because we go for hours. They ain't no 2-hour spaces. They go on and on and on and on. So hope there ain't no limits, and we'll just see what happens. But thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you next weekend, next Saturday, every Saturday, roughly 9 p.m. Until Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Good night. All right. Boom. Let's go with some. See if I can get something in here. The bings. If it'll let me. This little damn touch thing don't really like to let me do shit. Okay, that's what's up. Peace, everybody. All right.